Good morning, friends and traders. Welcome to TopstepTV. This is the opening call for Monday, February 2nd, 2026. You guessed it, it's Ground-Hoag Day. I'm JD, the man in the middle, John the Goat Hoagland. Over on the right, Coach Ray, head coach of the Mindset Hunters, Topstep VIP. Good morning, gentlemen. How are we feeling today? What's up, Hoag?
Hey, good morning. Happy Monday. Happy Groundhog Day. Apparently, we're going to have 6 more weeks of winter, and that includes all the way down to Florida, apparently. I'm good, JD. Glad you're
Freeze
back.
over.
Glad you're feeling better. Ray, how are you, sir?
I'm doing well, doing well. I'm just trying to. I'm still kind of recovering from football a little bit. Kind of trying to figure out what sport's going to be my next kind of focus for the next, I don't know, 3 months.
You guys don't watch
What's
hockey?
left? We got basketball and hockey going on right now. Take your pick, Ray.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not really keen on either, to be honest. Maybe spring training, baseball is probably a little bit more my pace.
Okay. Who's your baseball team? Curious. You're an LA Rams fan. Who's your baseball team?
It's hard right now because I was an Oakland fan, and they moved to Vegas. So I guess I'm still an Oakland fan. I guess maybe Giants if you had to corner me, but I would say I'm
Okay.
Oakland fan at heart. So
Except for when it comes to football. I got you.
yeah, exactly.
When I was down with the bug over the weekend, I watched a documentary on the 1980 men's Olympic hockey team, and I got to tell you, I was inspired. I was very inspired. But not so much for the Blackhawks, just for the U.S. men's team in general. All right, guys, let's get into it. Like we said, it's Monday. It's Groundhog Day. We're going to have some reports for you on Punxsutawney Phil in just a little bit. Hoga already let us know that we're looking at about 6 more weeks of winter, but we've got a little news clip to share
Groundhog's
later
Day.
on Groundhog's Day. That's right. I totally forgot about Groundhog Day. We used to have an image for that. I don't think we could share it anymore, though, can we? Mr. Groundhog.
I don't know.
But we do have a lot on the docket this week as far as economic reports goes. Jobs is the word for the week, folks. JOBS, jobs. Let's start with today. What can we expect today? Not a whole lot going on. We've got the ISM Manufacturing Index. We've got the 3 and 6 month bill auctions. Raphael Bostic is speaking at about 11:25 Central Time. And we've got a Treasury refunding financing estimate at about 2 o'clock Central Time. That's going to wrap it up for today. Tomorrow, the jobs number starts. Tuesday, the JOLTS report, job opening labor statistics. Wednesday, we've got the ADP unemployment change. Wednesday, ADP. Thursday, Challenger job cuts and jobless claims. And then Friday, we've got the big January jobs report. We're going to have a couple other big numbers sprinkled in there, such as consumer sentiment on Friday. What else was there? A couple more talking feds. Again, like I said, Raphael Bostic today. We've got Thomas Barkin tomorrow. Thomas Barkin and Lisa Cook on Wednesday. Bostic again on Thursday, and Philip Jefferson on Friday. So I'll be expecting a few more talking feds sprinkled in throughout the week. But the word for the week again is jobs. Jobs. Any expectations going into these reports, guys? And a big jobs week like this, do we look for volatility, or do we kind of sit back, play the range, wait for the market to come to us, and not really dig ourselves into a hole before the big stuff starts coming out? What's your take on it, Hope?
Well, I think a lot of that depends on the market that you're trading. I mean, we're going to be looking at these equities markets, and they've been pretty much in a range for quite a while here. I don't know if we're going to see any range breaks before any of these numbers come out, especially the unemployment number on Friday. So I'm not looking for any major market state changes in the equities. We've seen a lot of volatility, obviously, in the metals. I'm kind of looking for that to continue, but perhaps settle down a little bit. I'm hoping at least these markets kind of normalize, if there is such a thing as normalization when it comes to markets. We do have some pretty decent earnings coming out this week. Tuesday we have AMD, Wednesday Google, Alphabet, Thursday Amazon. So some more bigger earnings coming out this week. Don't worry about Disney though. The Disney earnings and revenues came out better than expected. So don't worry about Disney. They're going to be just fine. Um, we have Palantir, one of Jack's favorites. After the close today, we'll see how that comes out. But Ray, what are your thoughts? How do you feel about these economic numbers this week?
I think certainly, like you mentioned, I think it depends on the market that you're in. I think the equity markets do seem to need some sort of catalyst to get it out of the range that you just mentioned here. So I'm kind of looking. I don't know if that job number is going to be the one that's going to cause that to happen. Otherwise, like I said, I'm kind of the camp that what JD mentioned earlier. I'm of the camp of, well, I'll let the news kind of percolate, and then I'll identify my levels, right, and then go from there. That's kind of how I would approach it. That's kind of how I generally approach it. So that's what I'm going to be looking for. Usually, these news numbers, especially if they're reacting, the nice thing is that they kind of identify areas where are pockets of interest on both on the buy and the sell side. So I'm going to go mark those levels once those happen.
Very good. Very
Wow.
good. Thank you, Hoag. Thank you, Ray. Hey, we got a question in the chat. Are we taking that gold opening range breakout trade? We are not. Gold is officially open for business. Bell rang at 7:20 a.m. Central Time. The range since just 7 o'clock Central Time is nearly $90 in gold. This is a hyper volatile market right now. We're staying out of the way. You can get run over and burned real fast trading these metal markets this
The
morning.
1 minute opening range, get this, $22.
$22.
220 ticks. $22 opening 1 minute.
So
Yeah,
on a
I don't think
single
that's it.
micro contract, on a single micro contract, you'd be taking somewhere between $250 and $300 worth of risk on a single micro contract. That is far too much risk to be taken on an opening range breakout trade. We are holding off. And this market is just volatile. Look at these moves. Straight up, straight down, straight up, straight down. It's violent. In the dome,
Not even
look how
trading
thin the
every
dome
price.
is. The dome is $1. It's $1 wide right now.
I mean, it's not even trading every price. There are so many gaps in price action. And there's several ticks between prices that actually trade at all right now.
Mm.
It's that thin.
Mm-hmm.
It is just a vicious, dangerous market. I've got 40 years experience in this. I'm not touching it.
Yep. We talked about this, and yes, we are holding off. But this is what we do. We do our market prep. We prepare to do nothing, right? The best way to do nothing is to prepare to do nothing, I guess. What else? What else? What else helps us prepare for the day, Hoag? Let's go over that morning checklist or that trading checklist. What do we got to do to get ourselves ready to get into the zone?
Absolutely. So that's what we're doing here, JD. We're doing our pre-market research. Got to make sure that you're checking context and looking for opportunities. Definitely do your pre-market research. We appreciate you joining us for that. The morning checklist. Got your coffee, got your water, got your walk-in, got the dog walked, got a little bit of exercise, so you're feeling good this morning. We're going to put the check mark on that one. We've got mindset check. Are you in the right mindset for trading? Are you feeling good? Are you positive? Are you feeling bright, feeling happy? Happy traders make better traders. Check on the mindset check. We've got trade entry checklist. What are the reasons you're getting into these trades? Write them down, review them at the end of the day. We're going to put our check mark on the trade entry checklist. And then we've got the post-market checklist. Review your journal, finish your journaling, review the trades, relive the trades, be prepared for the next trading day. As always, your post-market checklist. You don't get to play till you've done your homework. And that's what we're doing here. That is your Top Step daily checklist.
Thank you, Mr. Hoagland. All right, since we're not taking these gold and this gold opening range breakout trade, we got a little bit more time to talk about what's been happening in these markets. Why are these markets moving so much? We've got a little news clip to share about the big drop off on Friday after some pretty significant gains. Let's run it. So, a wild run in precious metals came to a screeching halt on Friday. Gold and silver, which hit record highs earlier last week, plunged, wiping out their weekly gains in just a single trading day. Silver futures tumbled 22%, while gold fell another 8%. Silver had surged past $100 an ounce this month, driven by traders chasing momentum. I should say last month, by traders chasing momentum. Gold also soared, briefly topping $5,000 an ounce. But investors say the swings became detached from fundamentals, warning that fear of missing out pushed prices into a dangerous phase. But even after the drop, gold remains up 13% this year, and silver is still up 26%. That sell-off in silver on Friday, I thought it was just absolutely terrifying to watch. I was laying in bed, sick as a dog, just watching this market get destroyed. Put in a high, 121,765, and then a low for that day, 74. $50 move in silver during regular trading hours. Nearly
40,
perfectly straight down.
a 41% move high to low last week.
Yeah, that's crazy.
41% move high to low. That is what you call an account killer right there. If you're on the right side, you did great, right? If you were trying to catch that falling knife, man, take the week off and lick your wounds, right? But
I would say the ones that really succeeded last week were the ones that liquidated longs near the highs and then watched the rest of the week.
Yeah, good point. Good point. If you were trying to jump into that, you probably got, even if you were trying to get on the short side, you would have gotten, you had a good chance of getting run over on some of those sharp, quick pullbacks before it dropped again. But let's get into these charts. Let's add some context to what we're talking about. Hoag, Coach Ray, take it away if you could, please. Tell us everything you know about gold and silver based on what you see in the
All
charts.
right. So we'll start with gold on the monthly. Mondays and Fridays like to start on the way out here. Technically, the monthly is still one time framing higher in gold. It's higher highs, higher lows. This is some major excess off the highs here in gold. That move from high to low in gold last week was about 23 and change, 23%. A quarter of the price was taken back last week from high to low. Again, we didn't close on the lows. We didn't change any market state in a longer time frame. All we did was leave a pretty stiff excess high. Auctions die in excess. Price gets too expensive. Buyers won't buy it anymore. Sellers take over. The upside auction ends and a new auction to the downside begins. I don't know if this downside auction is going to continue. Nobody does, but it's just a bit of a warning shot. All of that excess on the monthly highs. We also have that excess on the weekly. Weekly is a little bit more ominous. We've got the excess high, and we've almost got a bearish piercing pattern. Almost, not quite. We have, to a degree, today broken one-time framing structure to the upside. 21% off the all-time high from high to low again. Now on the daily chart, all right, we have we've cleared out a whole bunch of weaknesses in structure, and you'll see that on the 30-minute chart when we get to it. Deep excursion last night below the weekly kickoff low, which has now recovered back above that level. Weekly kickoff low 46.20. Friday, bam, we lost 23,000 in open interest. Long liquidation. I don't think too many people really felt like going home long gold after a day or a week like last week in the metals. We've got maybe, some support here between the 50 session and 200 session simple moving average. We've got a trend line here that has 1, 2, 3, 4 points of contact down below that, which would take us down to that 100 session simple moving average. I don't know if that's going to happen. It didn't happen last night. We've looked below the weekly kickoff low. We now have an excess low if we were to close up here, which to me would be somewhat of a positive. Ray, what are you seeing on the daily here?
Yeah, I mean, I think I see a market that maybe is changing market state, as you mentioned. I think one of the things that maybe the saving grace that we have for the bulls here is that we have this kind of uh, wick that we have around the 50 and around this point of control that I have on the visible range. That's really the only saving grace that we have. Even after this such a big move, we still landed at an area where we could potentially find some buyers here, right? So we have a buying wick that's developing. It'll be interesting to see how this candle closes today. I am seeing, obviously, in the DMI, it's not surprising that we do see the negative DI cross above the positive. But what's, I guess, the saving grace is that the ADX is not following in the direction momentum wise, right? So that's probably giving us a little bit of indication that maybe that we're moving into some sort of range here in the market. I'm not sure. I think over the next couple of days, I think that'll help us determine whether that's going to be the case or not. But the fact that we had this sharp move to the downside, you would have expected ADX or the momentum to be aligned with that. And for now, it's not. It's actually decreased because I guess they're still kind of saying that we were not really in a momentous move here on the bullish side, which is obvious at what we see on the charts here. So it'll be interesting. I would say in the next couple of days to see how we react away from some of these levels that you mentioned, the point of control here on the visible range. So for me, it's kind of a wait and see. I think if we get below this 43.76, 43.75 level, there's probably another leg lower here in this market.
All right. And I can see where you're seeing those buyers coming in on the low from last night. I mean, the last kind of big volume down bar just took us right down to that level. We kind of consolidated there for 3 days, and then they moved back to the upside, came back in. So you can certainly see where Ray is seeing some buyers down here around. Well, I'm just going to eyeball 44.20, 44.25. Obviously, the
Yeah.
buyers came in there last night. Let's take a look at the 30-minute chart and take a look at all of the weaknesses in structure that this market went back and repaired. So there's that last week's high, all-time high. We started breaking 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 weaknesses in structure that we went down and traded back down through. Those weaknesses in structure are session gaps, naked points of control, session gap, NPO, NPOC, session gap, naked point of control, session gap. We cleared out a whole lot of that weaknesses in structure that we've been talking about really for weeks. Is there more weaknesses in structure down below? Of course, there's always going to be, and those will be important when if the market starts to head in that direction. Now, we've got this session gap down below here that we have not rechecked in regular trading hours. We also traded to another naked point of control, not necessarily in regular trading hours. So the major players have not had the opportunity to participate at those levels. If this market gives up last week's low, then I could see us coming down and coming back to check some of those weaknesses in structure that remain below. The profile on Friday was, it started out very range bound, and we just accelerated to the downside. This was a big move, right? But we had all of that weakness and structure with which to go look. Were there laggard buyers at the highs? Well, there always are. When there's euphoria, when everybody's finally seeing that, hey, gold is at all-time highs, we better buy it. Then the public starts buying it. The high is in. We've been warning about the weaknesses in structure down below, what it took to turn this market and to come clear that stuff, a lot of that stuff out. Too long. Just investors, traders, speculators, retail, everybody jumped onto the bandwagon, and it always looks the best at the top and worst at the bottom. So Do we have any overnight inventory? Not a lot. The market opened here with a weekend gap. It pretty much closed that weekend gap, and we're trading here. So I don't look at overnight inventory as having much impact on the early trade this morning. It's all about, for me, reacceptance of range and reacceptance of potential value from Friday, which we're on this platform, we're seeing value low at 49.17, value high 50.26. We get up into that area that we could see somewhat of a vacuum up to value high. We've got work to do before we're going to see that. Just opened in range, but below value. If we continue to reject value, there's still weaknesses in structure down below for this market to target. Ray, what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, again, I in the shorter time frame, I still feel like we're in some sort of downside structure here. You can see here that we are reacting away from this 50 EMA. This purple line is my 50 EMA.
Mm-hmm.
I got a bearish candle, right, to close, and now I have a continuation candle that is now breaking below my 9 and below my VWAP. So what is that indicating? Well, that's indicating that there's still a fair amount of selling pressure in this market, right? And I don't see necessarily anything, maybe where it's at right now, maybe that could stop this. I feel like we're going to come back potentially and revisit this 4504 level at some point maybe in this session. Okay. Looking at the DMI, I see that again. We see that the DMI, we have the negative above the positive. But again, I'm not seeing the momentum yet. I'm not seeing that my blue line is sloping in the same direction as the negative. So giving me some indication that maybe this is just range kind of price action that we're going to see here over the next I don't know, day or so, right? That's kind of what I'm seeing now. If I start to see the ADX kind of follow in the same line as the negative DI, then I would be more, I guess, inclined to say that we are trending and the sentiment has indeed changed to the downside. So again, it's kind of, I know we say this a lot. It's just kind of a wait and see, right? We need to wait and see. Market participants give us additional clues as to what direction they want to take this market. But right now, I feel like I'm in bearish structure, and I really need to lean on the bearish side at least up until 4507, 45069. That's the most recent area that I see where we've seen some activity on the buy side.
Awesome, Ray. Yeah, I mean, on the short time frame, we are putting in lower highs and lower lows. Structures to the downside. And we've even got a little bit of a longer time frame warning sign in the fact that the weekly chart has broken one time framing structure to the upside, has that excess high. And as we continue to put in lower highs and lower lows, I'm not ready to buy this thing yet. Uh, just be cautious looking for the right opportunity to sell it. I know, most people in the world are probably not going to be trading this. But it's just a very interesting and fascinating market to watch. Let's take a quick look at silver. Just running through the longer time frames, look at the excess high, okay? But we're still one time framing higher on the monthly chart. Longer time frame still has upside structure. The weekly, okay, now we've got a bearish engulfing pattern on the weekly chart. We've broken one time framing structure to the upside. This is a pretty strong reversal pattern. Again, 41% from the high to the low that we put in last night. That's 41% of the actual. That just kind of blows me away. But so now onto the daily. The Friday was just an unbelievable day. What did we do as far as losing open interest? We lost 8,000 in open interest. Yes, long liquidation, folks. People were getting out before the weekend. People trying to save their money. But again, the one-time framing activity on the daily chart as well as the weekly chart has been broken. We have excess high on the monthly, excess high on the weekly, bearish engulfing on the weekly. That's a reversal pattern. I don't know how far this reversal is going to go and how long it's going to last, but boy, what a day on Friday. Well, what did we do? What do we do today? Well, we where's my I don't put weekly. I'm working on weekly kickoff levels for silver. it's difficult to do, and the market is absolutely this crazy when you haven't been doing it for a while. So still working on those. This bar right here was one of the highest volume bars to that point. We've got a couple of higher volume bars, but they're higher. But I still have the box on this one. This is a J thing, right? And we got pretty close to the bottom of that. This is that same area in gold where Ray started to see maybe some buying coming in previously. We did see
Mhm.
some buyers come in overnight last night. Are they going to stay in the market? Ray, fascinated to hear your thoughts on this daily chart.
Yeah, I mean, again, I think this is almost seems like if I didn't look at the symbol, I would say this looks a lot like the gold, right? I mean, we're coming into an area where we have seen some buyers. Again, we see the DMI kind of collapsing here. Again, I'm kind of holding on this ADX indicator to kind of gives me an indication on the momentum of this move. Well, the momentum again, we're up at the 61 level, but it's sloping down, right? So we're obviously we obviously lost a lot of momentum to the upside by this move. But if I'm going to embrace this move to the downside, I really need to see this ADX kind of slope in the same direction. Right now, we're seeing an attempt of the negative DI get above the positive DI. So that's given me an
Mm-hmm.
indication that there is maybe some sellers in the market, but not convincingly so. Even it's as surprising as it may sound, it's not a convincing kind of sharp move that we're getting through this area. So again, it's I guess a little suspicious. I don't know what it is, but it's a little suspicious for me that we're not getting a much stronger indication here on the DMI, given the move that we're seeing on price. So a little bit of a divergence for me, honestly. I'd like to. I think I need to see a little bit more in the way of price action to really kind of onboard myself and maybe further downside in these markets.
Ray, even with the ADX up around 61, the fact that it's sloping lower indicates slowing momentum. And look at the volume on Friday. It was less than the volume was on the 26th of January, which was a
Right.
pullback day.
Right.
That makes that break on Friday feel a little bit hollow, like suspect, like you were just saying.
Right.
As well as we
Right.
only lost 8,000 in open interest on Friday. It seems like there would be a much bigger liquidation at that point. So
Much more sharper move
there
on the
may be,
momentum side. Kind of what I'm looking for. Yeah.
yeah, I can see that. I can see that. Thank you. Let's take a look at the 30. And again, we cleared out a whole lot of weaknesses in structure. Yes, there are still weaknesses in structure down below this market. All of this looks a lot like this, right? So, what are the weaknesses in structure? Well, we do have an island top. There's one major reversal pattern. So now we start looking to clear out weaknesses in structure down below. Naked point of control, session gap, naked point of control and session gap, naked point of control, naked point of control, session gap, naked point of control. All of this was just weaknesses in structure, just because the move, as we say, because we left so much weakness in structure down below price. The move to the upside was emotional, emotions usually don't create good decisions. And if we're saying, or somebody is saying, and there's a good probability of that we just everybody was already into the long side. There's only one thing left to happen. That's when you get these vicious, and this was a vicious reversal. Don't know
Hmm.
how far it's going to go. Let's take a look at the 30. We've got settlement right here. What was it? 78.52. Is that right? 78. Yeah, 78.53 actually. Do we have any overnight inventory to kind of help us out today? Not necessarily. There's the opening price. Here's where we are now. Overnight inventory will not be an influence on any trades that I would take early in the session today. We're inside range, no gap, below value. So if we reject value, we get a chance up near the overnight highs, up against value low from Friday. We're just going to call this 87, and we reject that, then I'll look for a continuation to the downside. If we show signs of acceptance of value from Friday, and that's again above that 87 level, we spend time up there, we start to see things change. Some of your indicators may give you the idea that, hey, you know what, this thing needs a pullback. That pullback could bring us all the way to the highs from Friday? Is that even possible? $101? I don't know. But when we have value rejection, value reacceptance, that is the play. That is, we used to call it the 80% play. Now it's more like the 65% play, but it's a value acceptance play. So very critical level for me up here at $87. We shall see. Ray, what are you looking at?
Yeah, I mean, similar to what we were saying in the gold. I mean, I think we're actually reacting sooner away, right? So we have that bearish engulfing candle. If you recall, when we were looking at this on the gold, we were right up against the 50 EMA, right? We actually started the reversal sooner, right? We have a bearish engulfing that's wiped out a lot of hopeful buyers in one single candle here. So again, I see that the price action is indicating that it wants to head lower. Again, I'm kind of holding out a little bit on this DMI indicator. I'm not getting the momentum indicating the move is in play, but we are below a lot of the structure that you mentioned, right? We're below the 50 EMA.
Mm-hmm.
We're working our way below the 9 and the VWAP. And we're still below value from last week. So again, we are in bearish structure, no doubt. The question now becomes: are we going to pick up the momentum to this downside? And right now, I don't see it. So we'll have to wait and see. Again, maybe once we get this initial balance range established, and the market participants maybe tip their hand as to which direction they want to take it. Maybe that will be the indication for me as to what direction we want to take this. But right now, again, I would say, while I am kind of bearish, I think I need more information as to which direction they want to take. So that's what I have for you.
One last thing. Profile yesterday was a trend day to the downside. Where do we stop last night? I left a late spike to the downside that goes back to the 2nd of January. There it is, right there. That's that late spike to the downside, to the tick, put in the low. Sometimes obscure levels make a difference. That's what we've got for silver. This is going to be an interesting, challenging trading week, but aren't they all? JD, back to you.
Nicely done, gentlemen. Thank you for the context on those markets. We all appreciate it. Quick update on those opening range breakout trades. If we had taken the 1 minute trade in gold, we likely would have been stopped. Not likely. We would have been stopped out. The 1 minute triggered along, we probably would have lost in the neighborhood. If we had a couple of micros on, in the neighborhood of around $500, we would have lost. These are just hypotheticals, obviously. If we had taken the 5 minute, would have triggered a short. We would have been short somewhere around settlement price. So we'd be in the money just a little bit on a short. But maybe that's something to look at during times of extreme high volatility. Maybe look at a higher time frame for an opening range breakout trade. All right, let's take a look at what happened overnight. We had stocks in Asia closed mostly lower. Hang Seng Index down 0.232%. The Nikkei closed down 1.25%, and the Shanghai Composite closed down 2.48%. Stocks in Europe currently trading higher this morning. We've got the DAX up 0.74%, the FTSE up 0.64%, and the Stock 600 up 0.45%. The yield on the U.S. dollar hit a 52-week low this morning. It's up a little bit now, but 52-week low was down at 97 point. I just had it. 52-week low of 95.55, last 97.393. That low hit on Friday. My apologies. The VIX up 7% this morning, 18.66 on the VIX, and the yield on the 10-year Treasury note 4.241%. Little piece of news to share about this government shutdown. The U.S. government is still in a partial shutdown. Hours before Friday's deadline arrived, the Senate reached an agreement on a funding bill. However, that deal isn't official until the House votes on the matter, and it appears there are still some things that need to be worked out. John Lawrence reports.
The U.S. starts a new week without Washington, D.C. running at full throttle.
The question mark over a government shutdown is certainly a big one and a political problem, really for both parties, but certainly for Republicans right now, as the polling is showing a great deal more pressure on them.
On Tuesday, the House is expected to vote on the funding package that passed through the Senate last week.
Because of the conversation I had with Hakeem Jeffries, I know that we've got to pass a rule and probably do this mostly on our own. I think that's very unfortunate.
The legislation backs most government agencies through much of the year, except the Department of Homeland Security, which will only get funded for 2 weeks while lawmakers work to reform DHS's immigration operations.
Body cameras should be mandatory. Masks should come off. Judicial warrants should absolutely be required, consistent with the Constitution, in our view, before DHS agents or ICE agents are breaking into the homes of the American people or ripping people out of their cars.
This partial government shutdown is expected to last until at least Tuesday, while Washington, D.C. tries to come to some sort of agreement.
So I think it's all of our responsibilities to reopen the government.
I'm not just a no, I'm a firm no, and I'm going to advocate with colleagues that they vote no.
I'm John Lawrence reporting.
Doesn't sound like they're ready to pass anything right now, does it?
No.
But
I can't say anything.
yeah. I got a little heated at the last shutdown. I'm calmer this time, but I'm going to start heating up again pretty soon. All right, guys, let's get back into it. What's happening in the S&P world? Tell us everything.
Monthly. We're beginning the 4th straight month in balance.
Right. Yep.
Balance. Really. Here's the weekly. 1, 2, 3. How many weeks in balance? We've tested lower. We've been been sneaking up on new highs, at least in the S&Ps, but we haven't been very successful on those upside auctions. We're always looking for new buyers. Always. We need new buyers. If those buyers don't come in, we get the pullbacks. Last week's range, 160 points, was right on ATR. Let's take a look at the daily. All right, here we go. Well, last night, we took a look right down towards that weekly kickoff low of 68.60, which actually moved higher after last week just by a little bit. We have the 100-session simple moving average there. We have the October 10th high right in that area. We have last week's low right in that area. So there's a whole lot of confluence lining up down there with that weekly kickoff low. What else? Last week's low, weekly kickoff high, weekly kickoff low. Last week, 100-session simple. Okay, that's it. There's 4 areas of confluence in this area, finding support last night. What do markets do when they're in range? They go from low to high, high to low, low to high, high to low, low to high, high to low. Is our low in? I don't know. That 100-session simple moving average with all that confluence around it and that back to that October 10th high looks pretty tasty, at least for now. Ray, what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, I see a market that's inside some sort of ascending wedge. I mean, if you look at this on my red, I don't know if that's coming out on the screen there, but I see an ascending wedge. I see that we're grinding, grinding to the upside. I'm seeing evidence, okay, of some wicks on the bottom of these candles, indicating that there's still a little bit of buying pressure coming into these markets. Now, it's not obviously aggressive, but they're nibbling, okay. So it's interesting that it's reacting away from this little lower trend line below. We see that price is above our 50 moving averages slightly, in between our 9 and our VWAP. So I'm kind of in a mixed area here, right? It's not really strong buy, not really strong sell. As you mentioned, it seems like a market that's in balance, in range. Generally happy where it's at right now. Is the kind of the feel that I'm getting right now. Not really anything aggressive going on in the ES at the moment on the daily.
I like the way you said that the buyers are nibbling down there. I've got this picture of these candle bodies being bobbers, and the bobbers just getting pushed just a little bit down below the surface of the water, but they're not biting yet.
Yes.
They're just nibbling right now.
Just nibbling.
Yes. And, when we look at where price is right now, I mean, it's pretty much in the middle of last week's high, last week's low. Last week's high happened to be an all-time high. It did occur in extended trading hours. We don't look for those to last very long. So we're kind of we're torn between, we're stuck between 2 moving averages, the 100-session simple moving average and Jay's 20-session simple moving average. That's the high. 100-session is the low. Maybe we just kind of go into anticipation mode and do a little bit of ranging this week. It is entirely possible. Anything is possible. Well, what have we been doing? Well, overall, we've been ranging, right? In multiple time frames. Overnight inventory, what do we have? Well, we did open with a slight weekend gap. It's been closed in extended trading hours, not quite regular trading hours, but I mean, there is no overnight inventory. Obviously, we got a little bit short, traded down to a naked point of control / weekly kickoff low / last week's low / October 10th high. And we found buyers. So we're coming back in. We're going to open probably with no gap from Friday's range. As volatile as everything else was on Friday, the S&Ps put in an inside extended trading hour range. So the market is already where we're opening, telling us that the market is probably in a little bit of anticipation mode for some of this employment information, government shutdown. There's always ghosts out there looming. What we're looking for are those bigger fish. We want those bigger fish to bite, so we can pull them up out of the water. But I don't know when that's if and when that's going to happen. Ray, I mean, it looks to me like, is it going to be value rejection from Friday to the downside, value acceptance back to the upside? What do you think, Ray?
Yeah, I mean, I see a market that's still below their 20, right? A 200 moving average here, right? So market still technically in kind of a bearish kind of structure here up at the highs. We see that price is still below our value from Friday. Although we all are also seeing that price, and we have above the 9, above the VWAP, above the 50. But again, I'm looking at my DMI, and it's really not giving me any indication that there's a lot of strength behind this bullish move or bullish structure that we're seeing of late in this market. Okay. ADX is kind of falling. It's below 20. Again, not a very strong, momentum behind this current bullish move, right? So could I see market come up and touch the point of control and the 200 moving average? Absolutely. That's I don't know, from 69.44 up to according to this platform 69.58. I could see that happening over the course of the next hour or two, right? And then at that point, that's where I think a decision needs to happen, right? I think at that point we either decide to extend higher, or we find some price action to indicate that they want to continue to drive this price or this market lower. So that's kind of what I'm looking at. I think a market that is in consolidation, a market that's in balance, not really giving us a true indication of direction. The only thing that we have going for us right now is a little bit to the bullish side, but we still have that 200 moving average that is giving me a little bit of a ceiling as to how far this move can go.
Man, oh man, you're not kidding. You know that failed upside auction we had on Friday, right to that 200 session simple moving average, and then the market kind of fell apart. We had a failed downside auction, but within 20 minutes before that to the upside, traded right through that initial balance high, right to that 200 session moving average. That certainly is, or at least as is for now, showing resistance up at that level. I love that if we have the opportunity to participate there. Profile Friday, neutral day. Market settled not bad, relatively centrally located, point of control centrally located. So a neutral day, obviously, especially with the inside day from Thursday. So it can be always see if we find reacceptance and value from Friday. Then I could see us getting that look up at that 200 session simple moving average. Anyway, that's what we're looking at here for the S&Ps.
Very good, very good.
We're
about to take a look. We're about to take a look at this opening range breakout trade in crude oil in just a minute. We got about 40 seconds until crude oil officially opens. Opening bell for crude oil. Ding, ding, ding. 8 o'clock a.m. Central Time. We got a decent gap overnight to the downside. So overnight inventory definitely to the short side right now. We've been sort of rangy for the last. I was just looking at a 5-minute chart. Take a look at this range going back to roughly at 10:30 last night. That's some sideways price action right there.
Yes.
Could see some opportunity on both sides of this market. We'll go get into gap rules in just a few minutes. How do we feel about this opening range trade in crude oil?
Well, we got 61.80, which is weekly kickoff high. Low. Sorry, weekly kickoff low. We looked below it. We got a lot of overnight inventory to the short side. We just had a recent breakout to the upside. We've got a pretty vicious pullback here. I like the long side, to be honest with you.
You like the long side? Okay. Let's give it another minute to play out. We got 30 seconds until this first 1 minute candle closes. We had a little injection of buying coming in right on the bell, as we typically see when crude oil regular trading hours opens. It's funny how these institutional traders still respect those old trading hours, isn't it? All right. I've got a low of 62.04, low of 62.31.
That lines up with the bigs.
Got it. All right. One more minute. We'll see if we can get a confirmation candle to close outside this opening range. And then we'll put a trade on.
All right.
An early bias to the upside. All right. Get in some charts, and I will jump in if we do get into this trade, guys.
Okay. Thank you, JD. So, I mean, the monthlies and the weeklies haven't changed. This is the monthly. This is the weekly. Basically, we're still range bound, but we did have a kind of a shorter time frame breakout to the upside, which occurred last week. We're going to see this on the daily chart. So, 6150 was weekly kickoff high last week. So we saw a breakout. We had some pretty good volume on that breakout. We've been adding open interest since the beginning of the year, and obviously the market has been moving higher. So if we're going to be looking at the auction process, it has been acting pretty well. As a matter of fact, on Friday, I gave it a B plus. B plus and an A is one of those situations where the market always looks the best at the top and worst at the bottom, and we've seen a pretty decent pullback off of last week's high, which was 66.48. Let me take a look here at my notes. So, yeah, we've added 8% in open interest in crude oil since the beginning of the year. So we've seen some pretty significant buying coming in. So that buying probably needs some relief. The reason I do like the long side on this trade is because, again, weekly kickoff low 61.80 is kind of a breakout point, right? I mean, we saw a high close to that previously on the 14th of January. We've got, let's see here. We've cleaned up some of the weaknesses in structure down below, but in regular trading hour, in extended trading hours, I want to see that get cleaned up in regular trading hours, which would lead us to the upside. Weekly kickoff low 61.80. It's funny how often those do end up on the 80s, the 50s, the 20s, and the evens. We traded down to a naked point of control. We spent a lot of time here. We've got VWAP heading lower. That's going to be a problem, I think, because we're still seeing volume moving lower. But with this weekly kickoff level, I'm thinking if we can hold this weekly kickoff, then we could take out VWAP and see a lot of overnight inventory to the short side unravel. However, this overnight inventory to the short side has had a lot of time to consolidate, and that does do a good job of evening out inventory. Man, it's anybody's guess as to what's going to happen here. We do have a weekend gap where the market closed the extended trading hours on Friday. We opened below that. So there's that weekend gap above, which would represent a weakness in structure above price. We've gone through a couple of weaknesses in structure and to the downside in extended trading hours. I'd like to see us get back through that in regular trading hours. Ray, what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, outside of this candle, we were in a pretty good bullish move. So I don't know if this is the big players trying to get another stab at this and looking to maybe add to their portfolios here, but it's at a level where we've broken out before, right? We got a little reaction away from 61, right? And we're still above the VWAP, which is also a positive indication here. And we see that we're above the visible range volume profile. So if I'm going to take an opportunity to the long side, well, I'm at a level, kind of a relatively discount level, at least to be able to get up to maybe the recent highs, maybe fill in this gap. So it'll be interesting, I would say, over the next day, I think, based on this daily candle, to see if maybe we get a little bit of a reversal candle away from the 61.20 level. I'm also looking at this 200 EMA. down below here, that could also serve as an area of support, right? So we did manage to get above it. We are going to stay bullish. We most likely will need to have to stay above this 200 EMA here at 60.64, right? That would be kind of my level for support of a daily move, to support a daily move to the upside.
What do you got on the 30 there?
The 30, let's take a look at the 30. So we're below the moving average, the 200 moving average on the 30.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So the question now becomes, can the 30 get above? Can price get above this level? That's a little bit above the market here, right? 63.20 is kind of what I'm seeing here. We're trading down at the 62.26 level. So we have a ways to go there, right? So we did break on the lower time frame. We did break below. So that's going to be kind of, I would say, an area, a line of sand here. We are seeing a little bit in the way of price action here, right? It is stabilizing down here at 61.60, right? So I could easily see a move back up to 63.20, right? And then at that point, that's like, again, we come back to that decision point, right? We see our DMI is kind of trying to slope to the upside. Again, our ADX is really not aligned yet, not aligned with the pressure that we're getting on the buy side. So we'll have to wait and see if that kind of turns up and slopes in the same direction. So range to bullish is kind of what I would call this market.
Okay. Yeah. We got to see if we can take out this overnight VWAP. It's just above price here. We've taken a look above it. We've kind of given it back. That's, I think, what we've got for crude oil. JD, we've looked above the 1 minute opening range in crude oil. If we trigger to the downside, it's negated, right?
I believe so, yeah. We've tested the upper end of this opening range 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times. We're trading just a couple ticks above it right now, but still have not triggered an official long position. So I'll keep monitoring it, but we'll see what happens in the next couple of minutes. It seems like buying volume is sort of petering out just a little bit right now, but I'll keep a close eye on it.
Yeah. I mean, we would look at this as kind of a balance breakout to the upside. If it doesn't happen, then if we take out that opening range low, I think we hold off.
I agree. If you look at it on just a little higher of a time frame than a 1 minute, look at the 5 minute chart. We're at the upper end of this overnight range right now too. So there's some business being done here. We could be poised to test the lower end of this range. That's what crude oil likes to do. It likes to trap people. And
negative delta as well, about 100.
Yep.
We're at the highs.
Sounds about right. So no trade so far. Yep. We're right on top. We're right at the high of the opening range right now. So no trade for the moment. All right. Before we get into the Nasdaq, one more piece of news about the Bureau of Labor Statistics. We've got a new chief at the Bureau. Let's run it. The Trump administration has made a selection for who it wants as the next Bureau of Labor Statistics Commissioner. Brett Matsumoto currently serves as senior economist on the Trump Council of Economic Advisors. He held the same role in the president's first term. Matsumoto previously served as supervisory researcher at the BLS. The nomination requires confirmation from the Senate still. The former BLS chief was fired from the Bureau of Labor Statistics last August. Trump accused Erica McIntyre of manipulating monthly jobs reports for political purposes. It was kind of a crazy story when that happened. But potentially, we have a new Bureau of Labor Statistics chief to be voted on by the Senate very, very soon.
It's a hard word to say, isn't it, JD?
Bureau of Labor Statistics, especially when you're on air staring at a camera, right? So are we going to get that before the jobs numbers come out on Friday? I don't know. We got a whole week of jobs data, I should say. But should we wait to share those numbers until we have a new chief vetting everything? I'm joking, of course. Those numbers will be released regardless. All right, let's give the people what they want. What is happening in the Nasdaq this morning, guys?
Nasdaq. All right. Here's the monthly range. narrowing range at that. S&Ps have put in a couple of new all-time highs while the Nasdaq has been just kind of chilling, indecisive monthly bars, kind of small ranges. Take a look at the weekly. Obviously, narrowing range. A little bit of a Dorito starting to form here. We did test the weekly kickoff low, looked a little bit through it last night, but found buyers back there. So we're still nibbling at that worm. We see the bobber bouncing a little bit, but still no major biters down there. So weekly still range bound. Daily, let's take a look. Here we are back in that October 10th range. We got one, two. Well, this is a little bit of a weak trend line up there, but it does show we just put in a weaker, a lower high. We're putting in higher lows. The market is narrowing in its range. We're not seeing anything tremendous in the S&Ps or the Nasdaq necessarily for open interest. They've been waffling since the beginning of the year, so very little change in open interest. It indicates to me that we're largely in short time frame control. Of course, the major players are adjusting inventory pretty much on a daily basis, but just not by much. Nasdaq, 5% off the all-time highs is in play. 25,336. We're not the only ones looking at this, folks. Look below it last night. Did they just BTFD? Looks like it. Looks like it. We don't really have that same confluence at the lows here in the S&Ps as we do in the Nasdaq. But just with open interest waffling, where we need new business to make this market move in one direction or the other. Ray, what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, similar to what we were saying about ES, I think it's a market definitely looking to be in range. Again, I do see that nibbling that's going on here on the daily chart with this little reversal high wave candle. I don't know exactly, maybe a reverse, maybe a hammer candle here on the bottom end of this trend line. So we'll have to see. I mean, do we get a 3-bar reversal pattern here up at the lows of this trend line, or do we continue to the downside? Now, if you were to ask the DMI, well, the DMI is saying that there's a fair amount of pressure that we're experiencing right now in to the downside. Okay, now while we don't have our ADX indicator above 20 at this moment in time, we are starting to see a little bit of a divergence between our negative DI and our positive DI here at the bottom. I'm just going to expand this here a little bit if I can. Right. You can see that pretty good divergence between these two, and we see our ADX indicator right smack in the middle here. Right. So kind of giving us the indication there's a fair amount of momentum. Right. There's a fair amount of momentum that's maybe coming into this market to the downside. Price action is not really giving us that indication. Price action is actually giving us indication of the opposite. So who do we believe? Do we believe momentum, or do we believe price action? Well, I think we need to believe price action for now, and then wait for maybe some additional evidence on the momentum to really gauge this. But a little bit of a divergence for me right now between the DMI and what I'm seeing in as far as price action.
Take a look at the 30. Could we just kind of fall into an anticipation range here at some point? I mean, we have some pretty big earnings. Alphabet Wednesday, Amazon Thursday, AMD on Tuesday, Palantir today, and a lot of information as far as the economy is concerned with regards to employment. What do we do? Overnight inventory. What do we have? Well, we got a little bit of a weekend gap that was closed in the overnight, but we're trading right where we opened last night, so no overnight inventory, similar to the S&Ps with which to look for early opportunities. Looks like bigger probability that the Nasdaq could open with a session gap below the low on Friday. The range on Friday was again an inside regular trading hour session range, so the market already kind of looking range bound in this regard. We did trade down to weekly kickoff low. There was a naked point of control there, 5% off the all-time low. Off the all-time high, and last week's low. Right in that neighborhood. This is a pretty big neighborhood. But a lot of it, I think, depends on if we close the gap and find acceptance in range we could roll this market a little bit higher. We've got the 200 session simple moving average up here, 25,937. Looks like a good upside target if it is going to head in that direction. But, we have been in the short time frame putting in lower highs and lower lows. So the short time frame trend is to the downside. What's it going to take to break that? We will see. Ray, what do you think of the 30-minute?
Yeah, I mean, again, I do see that bear size structure that you mentioned here. I see a collapsing kind of DMI again. So again, giving us a kind of some indication that maybe there isn't really strong direction either way. I do see that 200 that you mentioned above. That would be, as you mentioned, a good upside target for maybe a potential move to the upside. And then I think that's why I think when the real fireworks could potentially happen is up at that 200 moving average. I think we've seen evidence of that in the past that is reacting pretty strongly away from it. So that might be a level that I would probably hold out for rather than maybe necessarily participate, because I feel like if I'm participating in some sort of bull side trade here, I'm always at the mercy of sellers potentially stepping into this market at any moment in time. So rather than fight that, well, let me wait for a level that I know that has historically shown that it's a level that sellers are interested in, and let me be a part of that level. So, people, I joke with my my traders all the time. That's kind of my lazy lion level. That's where I'm going to hang out in the brush and wait for price to come to me and see if I get an opportunity maybe to take another stab at maybe to the downside in this market.
Thanks, Ray. Profile yesterday or Friday. Profile Friday. Normal variation, a little bit extreme. Open point of control settlement outside of the initial balance, so a little bit of a downside move to Nasdaq on Friday, indicating maybe some news selling coming in. What do these markets do when there's no bad news? It eats shorts. I don't think that's going to stop anytime soon. Timing is everything, folks. There we've got our Nasdaq and ready to go. Let's go back to JD. JD, do we do anything in that crude trade?
No, we did not. Nothing done on that crude trade. Ran away from us a little bit. 62.41. It's about 10 cents away from from the opening range breakout high, which is 62.31. We could squeeze a one lot in there if we want, and maybe get better trade location in a second if you guys are so inclined.
Did it trigger?
I mean, technically, yeah, by a couple ticks.
Okay. All right.
Just by like 3 ticks it triggered. And we get some better
Not
trade
a
location.
convincing trigger, though, huh?
I mean, for crude oil, not particularly. Crude has a way of sort of tricking us into the market and then turning around, forcing us out, and then going the way that we initially anticipated. That seems to be the
Yeah,
gold
it's been a
the
tough
crude
market.
trade. It has been. Speaking of these opening range break, hey, Hoag, do you happen to have off the top of your head the results from Thursday and Friday last week on the ORBs? Did you take those trades at all?
Yes. I think we were
It was
down
live on air.
400.
Down 400? Okay.
Yes.
So it still
It is
put us
a
up
very close ballpark estimate.
Gotcha. It still puts us up about roughly 700 on the month on those opening range breakout trades, just trading 1 and 2 lot micros. So that's not a bad return. All right.
Oh.
What's going on for the rest of the day, you ask? Great question. All right. Coming up right after this, Fast Markets, couple of cast of usual characters. Andre, Jay, and Hoag will be here. Our rotating guests, we'll have Vince here from 8:30 to 9:30, Deanna from 9:30 to 10, and Dakota from 10 to 11. After that, Hoag is going to be back with the morning recap. He's going to go over any potential trades we'll be taking during Fast Markets. Jack, Diamond Hands, George, and Dolby Time will be back for Power Players at 11:15 Central Time. Gabe, Deanna, and Anne-Marie for group coaching at 12 o'clock Central Time. Group coaching. I will be back with Hoop and Gabe for a trade with Topstep session at 1 o'clock p.m. Central Time. And then we're closing out the day in Power Hour with Andre, Dakota, and Dolby. As always, plenty of tradertainment coming your way all day right here, bell to bell on TopstepTV. Don't be going anywhere just yet. I think we had our chance to get back into this trade. Hoag just gave us a little dip. running away a little bit.
All right. You've got the trigger.
I've got the keys to the house for another 4 minutes. Let's call it 3 minutes. Got one more piece of news to run. If you guys are up for it.
Absolutely.
Meangy rodent. The varmint, the groundhog came out this morning. We already talked about it. Hoag mentioned 6 more weeks of winter. We had a preliminary video to run. So millions of Americans are stuck in winter deep freezes right now. Could the Groundhog Day bring some hope? Karen Kaifa is with the nation's most famous forecasting groundhog, Punxsutawney Phil. Karen, are we seeing any signs of spring? We already know the answer is no, but let's just run it anyway.
In Punxsutawney, Pennsylvania, the star of the show is clear. It's a tradition that dates back almost 140 years.
Well, first of all, we're true believers. We actually believe in Punxsutawney Phil and Groundhog Day.
And neither snow nor ice nor wind chills in the single digits stop Punxsutawney Phil's faithful from a festive countdown to the Groundhog Day forecast.
Until then, he is warm and he is fed well, and he is, he makes a few appearances over Groundhog Day, but some of that time he's just resting and getting fed and staying warm.
The Punxsutawney Groundhog Club's inner circle, obvious around town with their top hats and tails, takes care of Phil and promotes the groundhog tradition year-round.
He does a lot of appearances throughout the year, just different tourist activities, visits some schools, does some parades. Wherever we're asked to go, really, we'll go.
But leading up to February 2nd, it's a flurry of activity in Punxsutawney's downtown and at the nearby Gobbler's Knob site, home of the Groundhog Day ceremony since it all began. With visitors scooping up merchandise with Phil's furry face, Phil-themed snacks and drinks,
Have a nice day.
and ringing up a midwinter's boost during some very cold days.
Punxsutawney, where we're sitting today, has an amazing main street, great businesses that get into the act. But it's also really important, not just today, but year-round. People know Punxsutawney, read globally because of Groundhog Day.
In Punxsutawney, Pennsylvania, I'm Karen Kaifa.
Oh my God. That's just way too much excitement for me.
You never
Way
been to
too
a
much
Groundhog Day party? Come on. You haven't lived.
Don't drive angry. Don't drive angry.
Don't drive angry. That's right.
Wow. Amazing.
All right, guys. I see everybody getting lined up in the back. Give me a thumbs up whenever you are ready. All right.
Yeah.
That's it for
Let's
the
do the
opening
thing.
call. Ray, Coach Ray, thanks for joining us. Let's do the thing. Hoag, take it away, my friend.
Thanks, JD. Thank you, Ray. And thanks to all of you. Top of the chat this morning, Tommy C. You win the prize, which is purely just bragging rights. Man Caves, Anastasio, Shubham, The Bongo, Acoustic Immersion. We got Trader Hub. We got Chillin' once again. We got Chunky Bear. We got Alexandre. We got John Jones 3 times like Beetlejuice. We got Uplex. Groundhog Day. Ground-Hoag Day. I did not see my shadow. That means there's only 4 more weeks of winter. But I just got to talk. I wanted to mention just briefly my dad's mom. She was born on Groundhog's Day in 1899. She passed away in 2001. She was one of the few people in the world ever, really, that was alive in 3 different centuries. 3 different centuries. She was sharp as a tack to the end. And happy birthday, Grandma Kay. Folks, remember as you get into your trading day today, as always, remain humble, grateful, creative, and centered. Pray for peace every day. Let's head into fast markets right now with 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's go.
All right, welcome to Fast Markets, everybody. We were just talking about groundhogs. Andre, 6 more weeks of winter, and for our crypto friends I wonder if they have an NFT version of a Ground-Hoag because the crypto winter looks like it is upon us. Micro Bitcoin down 6.82%, Micro Ethereum down 13%, and Bitmine holding the biggest ever on paper loss, or fifth biggest on paper loss in their Ethereum position. Crypto winter is here. Welcome to Fast Markets, everybody.
How do you think that open went, Jay?
I don't know. I tried to do my best. Jack, bring in some stats and things like that. But Jack is in a league of his own. Here you go. What good point guards do? I'm gonna pass the ball to you. There we go.
There it is. Welcome everybody to TopstepTV. This is Fast Markets. We got Jay in the middle. We got Vince to the right. Let's get right into it on this money. Jam-packed week. We got jobs. We got earnings. Palantir after the bell. We got Amazon. We got Google. Bitcoin taking a bath as well. Let's get right into it. Vince, happy Monday. Thoughts coming into this New York Open. 4 minutes to go.
Good morning, Andre. Good morning, Jay. Wild Friday, right? Just watching to see if we can get some sort of good opportunity this morning. I am definitely interested in the metals today. We're going to see if we get some more volatility here. But it was a crazy end to the week, to say the least. What are you guys looking at this morning?
Well, all sorts of things here, Vince. You saw yesterday on the reopen, gold all over the place, silver all over the place. Like Jay was talking about, micro, Bitcoin, crypto getting absolutely destroyed as well. Let's take a look at these prices. Big ranges overnight. ES trading 69.44. MQ trading 25,528. We got M micro Bitcoin trading 78,245. Overnight, we bottomed out at 74, just underneath 75,000. Oh my, yep. Bitcoin whale is taking a bath. We got silver trading $80.90. Gold trading $47.25. Vince, you have some thoughts on, I'm guessing crypto.
Yeah, so what happened to the Bitcoin whale? Did they ever cover? Or did they get out? Do you know? I know Jack was following that.
Yeah.
There's $58 left in that wallet.
Yeah, they're
oh man.
They didn't manage
to like 85 million at one point. So, I wonder where they're at now.
I got to manage your risk. It wasn't exactly a cheap trade. Again, coming in, what do we got on the schedule for the day? We have a number in 15 minutes, I do believe. Yes, US, S&P, manufacturing, PMI final. Not the biggest market mover, but we will see. We also have Bostic speaking later on today in about 3 hours or so. We got Palantir earnings after the bell. Trump participating in a signing time. That's all it says. Later on this afternoon, 2:30 p.m. Central. Take a look at the dollar index. Gaining some strength. We've seen some strength ever since Trump nominated Warsh to be the next Fed chair as well. We got the 10-year trading, the 10-year yield right around 4.25%. And Fed Watch, there's about an 87% probability of a pause for that March 18th FOMC meeting. Jay, what do you have your eyes on? What markets do you have your eyes on?
So I have eight of them in front of me. I have the metals up. I don't know if I'm going to trade the metals during the day. I traded them last night. Had a pretty good night. But right now I'm looking at the Nasdaq. There was an interesting order in the Nasdaq last night. Dakota was watching at 25,400. There was a 1,200 lot on the bid that did get filled at 25,400. So I'm going to be watching to see if we trade back down to that price, what happens around there. But I think I'm going to focus on the equities this morning. The metals, I took a look. The spread is still pretty wide there in the metals. So we're going to take a look at the equities.
So that 1,200 lot did get filled. Interesting. I did see that on the re-up. Was it 25,400 you said?
25,400.
Good stuff, Jay. Good stuff. Last trade, about 120 points, 130 points higher from there as we trade 25.530, 60 seconds till the opening bell, 50-50 on the tilt. Well, it's actually 84% long right now in crude. Crude, 84% long on the tilt. What is crude trading? $62.46. Heavy long tilt in crude oil right now. Vince, what do you got your eye on coming into this open? I'm taking a peek at the Dow right now, trading up around overnight highs, 49,028. Vince, what will you have your eye on here? I click that button. Vince, you're doing so well. You're doing
looking at the euro right now. The currencies have been drawing my interest right now. Especially talks with stronger dollar, things of that nature. So I have been looking at the euro. So I'm watching that this morning. Definitely the metals. I'm going to have my eyes on, with that move we had. But the spread was enormous last night. I think it was around 20 ticks, right, Jay? It was nuts.
It's yeah.
Yeah, we'll see though the equities what they got cooking this morning.
All right,
See how
we are open
here.
We are open. NQ popping higher, about 40 points, about 50 points. And continue to push higher here. We got ES, same story over there. Pop about 10 points as well. Making new overnight highs as well. NQ 25,611 in the NQ, 69.53. Now 54s in the ES.
Ooh.
Little Bitcoin popping as well. Above 78,000 now. 78,810. 810. Keep an eye on this.
Here.
Yeah, so far we saw buying step in. I always like to see what the Dow's doing on these opens as well. Dow selling off. So we're seeing that. Dow selling off. NQ popping. ES popping as well. Dow down about 100, 150 points since that bell just rang.
The Nasdaq kind of has me looking at a potential. We opened inside a range in value from Friday. I could see us maybe trying. That's the. Hold on, I'm looking at the Dow. Nasdaq. Yeah, so Nasdaq actually just took out the intraday low from Friday. There's a level down here. I like as a target here in the Nasdaq of say 25,470s. So if we end up with a bearish move here, I do like that as a potential target. We have the overnight high still sitting at 25,645 3/4, and I have an upside target in the Nasdaq of 25,770.
770.
Yeah, so let's see how we start moving here. It's early on, so see if we can build some sort of structure.
Okay. 770 did see a little bit of rejection off that initial pop, but buyers did step back in. I'm talking about the NQ.
Yep.
Pushing higher here. 25,645. New session highs now 652. Continue to push here. Up about 100 points in the last 2 minutes since that New York bell did ring. ES pumping higher as well. Up about 18 points as we trade 69.59. Dow came all the way back, right back to 49,000 even. Call it.
This ES is interesting between the 60, 64 level. If we can't push above that and hold, I could see a potential rotation back down around that 60 to 64 zone. I think we might run into a little bit of trouble up there. If we break through it, though, I'm looking for a nice rally. But we're going to see if we can stay below that 60, 64-ish zone in the ES here.
69,
60. Looks like a lot of orders traded at 59.5. Kind of backed off a little bit, but we're building volume up here. So let's see what we got cooking.
We're still holding bid here. Still holding bid. See if that's the same
We have
case.
some numbers coming out, right? In a few minutes.
Okay.
You have
what is it?
Yeah, S&P manufacturing PMI at 8:45 Central Time, and then ISM manufacturing at 9 Central. So just keep those in mind. Could move the markets around a little bit, but looking pretty bullish here.
Well,
I do like the line you were talking about there, Vince.
Gold pushing higher here as well. 47.72 last trade.
No, the 700 targets you were looking at in the
Nasdaq?
In the Nasdaq, yeah.
And we got about 30 points of those 700s. Topped out at 25,668. All right, Dow's now joined the party to the upside.
Yep.
49,084. 084. Did see initial selling when that bell rang, bottoming out at, they call it 813s. And they turned that thing around. Almost about 200 points now. Making new highs in the Dow. 49,120. Pushing higher here in gold as well. Gold trading 47.87. 47.87 last trade in gold. Silver, $82. 23.5 cents. Man.
Yeah.
What's the story in gold? What's the story in silver? Huge meltdown on Friday. Just absolutely, essentially untradeable. Essentially just nothing on the ladder. On the bid and ask. Anything that was, we're talking about a one lot, 10, 12 ticks apart.
Tell you, a friend of mine, he was long 75 puts in silver. He clean house Friday. Clean house on Friday. Oh yeah, over 200% on those suckers. Yeah,
nice good friend to have.
Yeah, nice way to end the week.
Super Bowl party at his house, right?
Yep, that's for sure.
Gold looking to make another push higher. Gold up $50 in the last 5 minutes or so. Before we get that number in about 10 minutes, let's get some of the formalities out of the way. Pinned to the top of the chat. Topstep daily levels. Update and refresh before every New York Open. Click on that link. A little real estate on the screen for that. If not, if you want to do, I can do you one better. Indicators tab at the top of Topstep X. Click on that. Type in Topstep daily levels. Those are update and refresh before every New York Open. You have those slapped right there on your charts on Topstep X.
There you go. All right, just hit 64s.
Yep.
Hit 64s. Let's see if we can, if we blow through this. I do like continuation, but this is going to be like a kind of zone to keep our eye on. Well, at least for me. That's my eyes are on the 64-ish zone.
Yep. Talking ES.
Yep.
And Q.
Just went
closing in on those 700s. 12 points to go. 8 points to go till 25,700 in the NQ. And a couple ticks away now in the NQ. There you go. 25,710. 710. 11s. NQ pushing higher. ES pushing higher as well. 69.69 new highs in the ES. We up about 25 points since that bell rang in the ES. NQ up about 160 points since that bell rang. 50-50 tilt. That crude tilt did level pair off just a little bit, so 76% long. Still more buying coming in here in the NQ.
We get a settlement retest here. 670s in the Nasdaq. 670 in the Nasdaq. I may be buying there.
670.
See if they actually give it to us.
Okay. About 50 points below that right now. See if ES has another push higher here. Yep, 69.70. Last trade, new session highs. And Q pumping as well, 25,720. Up about almost 200 points in the NQ since that bell rang. ES up about 25, 28 points since the bell rang. Dow staying bid. What's going on in micro Bitcoin? Micro Bitcoin getting absolutely destroyed last couple of days. Catching a bit of a bid in micro Bitcoin. Couple bucks beneath 79,000 even. Gold on the move. Here we go. 4,800, 4,803, call it.
Do we think gold can get back up to these 5,000s? I had a target up there, 50.29.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. I think that's exactly where it's trying to go right now.
Yeah. I don't think we're
Question is how do you trade it? But
micros, very, very small size.
Yeah.
Very small
like I said,
size.
I traded it last night with limit orders only, picking a price and also having to accept that there's more risk trading that market, right? I wouldn't do it with a market order, but yeah,
there's
small size.
There's also risk, and there's a inherent risk in limit orders as well. Well, we're talking micros.
Sure.
Are micros? Is there more liquidity in the micros? I assume there is. I haven't taken a peek.
There is.
Okay. And limit orders.
Yeah, it's a little better. It's still a pretty decent spread, but it's a little better.
How much are you up at top? You're up 30K.
Right, there you go.
What'd you do, Jay? What did you trade? What'd you?
I traded gold. Best trade of the night. 6 minutes. So like these weren't scalps. Some of them were scalps. Best trade of the night was a 6-minute short in gold. One lot, $13,000. One lot. I accepted the risk. It was $2,400 of risk on that one trade, and I just held on to it.
Nice.
And when we say, don't trade big size, if you're trading with a $2,000 drawdown in your account, then that's not a trade that you could take. But this XFA that I have has a pretty good balance in it. I was able to take some payouts from this account, and now we lean into it a little bit more. So it's a function of your account size, position sizing.
100%.
Yep, absolutely.
Number 6 minutes.
Pull back here in Q.
Oh, yes, there is.
They're holding so far.
Number 5 minutes. Again, we'll keep you posted, update if any headlines do hit the wire here on TopstepTV. The president is tweeting a little bit. Nothing earth-shattering right now. He's talking about China, investment in China, Venezuela as well. We'll keep an eye on that. Again, what do we got? It is Monday. We have the number in 5 minutes. Well, here we go. For everyone watching all around the world right now, please click subscribe. Please click like. Please click notify. On the march to 201,000 subscribers. Yes, yes, yes. We crossed 200,000 subscribers last week. You heard what Michael said. CEO and founder of Topstep. There is a thank you, a celebration in order. Stay tuned this week. Stay tuned this week. See what we can do for you. Wink, wink, if you catch my drift. Also, upper left-hand corner of the screen, you see that hashtag fast markets. Hashtag power hour. It's up at TopstepTV on the X. See some cool trader submissions. I want to see those trader station setups. How many screens you working with? How many screens you got, Jay? He's got 8 markets up. He's got to have a bunch of screens.
Three. I got you guys on one. I got the 8 markets on the one big screen in front of me, and then I got Topstep X on the right.
Vince, how many screens you working with?
3. But one is like a 43 inch, so I'm able to watch
everything.
That one like 12.
Everything.
Yeah, I have like 12 on that. Yeah, like 12 different markets.
Who's got bigger than a 43 inch? Who's got bigger than a 43 inch? Who's watching us and trading on a 70 inch flat screen on the wall? 85 projector TV, whatever you got. Hashtag fast markets, hashtag power. Here's some TopstepTV on X. We'll turn those around to you during power hour. That's the last hour of the New York trading session. We got a number in 3 minutes. Everyone flat. Jay absolutely crushing it.
I just got long the Russell. One lot, 2632.80.
2632.8. All right. What are you seeing there? What's the setup?
There was a buy that came in. So this 1 minute candle right here. Big buyer that came in there. About how many contracts was that? About 400 contracts traded in a second. 80% of that was positive delta. So I'm just kind of getting in with their flow, see if they continue. If not, I'll take a little bit of a stop out here. So one thing, right? Being up real big on the day, I'm not going to take outsized risks just because. I already set a trailing personal daily loss limit on the day at $5,000, but I actually think I want to keep it less than that. So we'll keep it somewhere around 3 for fast markets. But yeah, long one. I may add to this trade if we get a pullback to VWAP, 26.26.
30K.
Nice.
Another push higher. Stay bid in ENQ. J long one. Russell from 26.32 at 8.
Yep.
Ooh, silver pulling off. We'll pull back here a little bit. $81.28. Gold did take a peek above 4,800. Now pulling back to 47.84. Last trade. ES stayed strong. Strong bid, that is. 1.5 off those highs. Number in 90 seconds.
All right, here we go.
Yeah, and then we have a number 15 minutes after that at the top of the hour. The first number coming at us in 60 seconds. U.S. S&P manufacturing PMI. Final expected 52. Previous, well, all 52. Again, we got jobs this week. Starting Wednesday, ADP. And we got initial jobless on Thursday. And then Friday, we got the big kahuna non-farm.
NFP day.
72% long on the tilt in the NQ right now. Average price from 661, 25,661. There are about 20 points in the money right now. 72% long tilt.
Darnell says, I have Topstep TV plugged into my Neuralink, so I just see you guys life size in my head.
Love it.
That's funny.
Who else wants to implant us
I
in
did
their head?
screen mirror. I did screen mirror one time on my TV.
There you go.
Which is
wow, the
it's
Dow.
like an 80. Yeah, that looks pretty crazy.
Dow pushing here.
Yeah.
Dow strong.
Yes, it
Dow
is.
very strong. Dow strong like bull. Dow.
Yeah, that was
49,200.
got some juice.
Dow's got some juice. ES has some juice. ES up about 30 points since that. New York Bell Road number is out. Expected 52. Actual.
Here we go.
It is 52.4. A little higher. A little higher number. Another number in 15 minutes. These are inflationary. That's not really inflationary. In line. We'll call it US ISM manufacturing PMI, top of the hour. Any much of a reaction here in the equities?
Yeah, not much. At least not yet.
Gold turning around now. Same with silver, pushing
Russell
lower here. Yeah, how's Russell doing?
There you go.
Looking good. Just made a new high other day, 2638.50. I thought about just adding on that breakout there because if it's going to follow the Dow, I think there's room up to the 2650s. I would like to get in at least 3 contracts here. That pullback, I didn't get exactly the view up, but we'll be patient here. See if it gives us another opportunity to maybe add to this.
Vince, you got your eye on next upside target in the NQ. About 70 points from
25,770s. 25,770.
770. Last trade 720. Pretty quiet on the wire right now. And equities
long opportunity. 25,680s. I like for potential long. You know,
Jay like that low, right around there as well. Does that settle?
Yeah, 670 settle.
Okay. This guy's eye on that price. And gold turning right back around. Let's ladder on gold. It was just what we saw on Monday. I'm sorry, Friday.
Nothing on
the
it?
floor. No, there's nothing in there. There was nothing in there. I took a peek right now. Little better. Emphasis on little. It's a 12-tick spread. There's not even much trade in there. But here we go. Still pushing higher here. Equities in the ES 69.77. New session highs. NQ 25,740. 739 and a quarter.
ES. We're at Friday's value high right now. We're struggling a little bit up here in the ES. Let's see if we can get above it. 69.76.
Okay.
So we're going to see if we defend this and keep rallying and push value higher, or if we're going to reject it and get back into it. So I think the 76 level is going to be something to keep our eye on in the ES right now.
Good. Hey, shout out to the barbershop. Topstep on TV while I'm getting my hair braided. They like learning about trading. Primal Rage, where you at?
Awesome.
That's awesome. Very cool. Hello. What is up?
I'm flat that trade.
Okay. Winner scratch?
Yeah, winner. Like $160.
Nice trade.
Thanks. I'm looking at this ES, Vince, because of what you were just saying here. I see a potential short up here in the ES as well. And in the Russell, the reason I cut that trade is we're under the 200 moving average on the 30-minute, and it's been in a downtrend. And if you look at the Russell, right, we just got lower highs, and this has the potential to be a lower high. So I was looking for whether or not that was just going to follow through. But that 200 moving average up here, it's kind of a zone where we're seeing some selling coming in. So
what's the price on that?
On the Russell, it's 26.51, and in the S&P, it's 69.81.
Okay, gotcha.
6981. Okay. Yeah, in the barbershop. If you are watching the barbershop,
that's awesome.
Send us a pic at TopstepTV on the X. Give you a shout out. Maybe we'll get up with something. Hopefully, we're not too distracting. But thanks for watching. Appreciate it.
I know we're at 200,000 subscribers. I've gotten a couple of subscribers in the barbershop. Just talking about barbering.
Same.
Like, oh, yeah. Yeah,
same.
right?
When I was buying a new monitor the other day. I'm like, let me see how this monitor looks on YouTube. I pulled up our channel. I started subscribing for the guy. What are you doing, man?
Is that you?
Like we got to get to 200. Another push higher here in the NQ. 25,752 now. ES continuing to pump higher. 69.78. Silver beneath $80 now. How about a $2 turnaround the last 6 minutes? $79.97. Gold, $50 lower in the last 10 minutes. Now trading $47.50.
Yeah,
S&P does it. Just 200 moving average.
Wow.
Very, very break the 60. Watching this level, 79.85s here in silver. If we break below this thing and we hold it, I'm looking for push down to about 74.90. That's a $5 move there in silver.
Incredible.
What happens here?
Hey, 770s hit.
There it is, 770s.
25,777 now. 78, 79s. Can we see 80s? 81 into absolutely pushing higher, pumping higher. ES pumping higher as well. New session highs. Look at this thing go. NQ up almost 300 points. Almost 300 points in the first 20 minutes of this New York session, closing in on 25,800 now in the NQ, about 2 ticks away from that. Nice call on the upside. So how do you get in? Jay, I'll throw it to you. You're watching this go. I mean, FOMO could be kicking in.
Yeah.
Oh, I wanted to get long. I was right on the call. I couldn't get my price. It's running away without me.
Yeah.
How do you keep your hands off the buy button and wait?
I think you have to. I think you have to measure an upside target and see whether or not there's a spot to take risk. Obviously, I'm not going to risk. Right. I don't think anybody would risk where the market came from. Right. You're not going to risk 300 points on the Nasdaq. But if you can find an area to kind of lean against a 50-point trade, or looking at the ATR on a 1 minute right now, and the Nasdaq it's 30 points. Right. So if you're looking to risk less than that, and you're jumping in late to the trend, you're probably just going to get stopped out of your trade. But if there's a spot to maybe limit risk on a 1 minute, if you could go below like this flagging pattern here on a pullback, I think that's how you have to do it. But then you also, I think, Dre, have to accept that you're not going to catch another 300 points, right? And I think that's what traders try to do. The first 15 minutes, the market runs 300 points. You're like, damn, I should have had that. So now I got to try to make up 300 points somewhere. It's like there's a limited amount of points every day. Like, you're not going to catch that.
No, and part of the tricky part is, a lot of people say, I don't trade the first 15 minutes. I don't trade the first 30 minutes of the New York session. And you see that if the opportunity is there,
I had a trade last week, Dre, and it was Paul and I talk about this a lot. I think my first trade Thursday was 30 seconds into the market being open. And sometimes that's what it has to be. You get your trade on close to volume, right? That's where the biggest push is. At the end of it, you're surfing the end of a wave. And
100%.
Yeah.
100%. Yes, I was perhaps be a little open-minded as to when you trade. I'm not going to trade the close. I'm trading around lunch. The market doesn't care what time of day it is, what day of the week it is. The volume's going to come in when the volume comes in.
Yeah.
And you got to be able to trade and adjust to all market conditions, market environments. So yeah, like we've seen right here, it's about 300, almost 300 point pop in the NQ. Dow also 400 point turnaround, selling right out of the gate, and buyers just jumping in the Dow, absolutely pushing that thing higher. Yeah. Gold, silver, trying to find its footing right now.
You said you guys short gold last night?
Jay did.
Yeah, so I had a couple. Man, I was.
Where did you get short though?
It was busy last night. I can tell you, it was right on the Asia session. Yeah, 1,000 outside the S&P here. I may be shorting the S&P here. Hold on one second. I'll explain that trade. I may be getting short the S&P here in front of that 1,000 lot.
Yeah, 950 offered at 69.87 half. 950 on the offer, about 4 or 5 points higher from where we're at, using that level 2 data on Topstep X. We got 950 offered.
We're at that 200 moving average.
That's the price?
Yeah, we're sitting right at that 200 moving average, 69.81. VWAP is 60 points lower, 50 points lower, and we got that size up there. It's not just a blind short yet. I kind of want to see how we react to that 900 lot. But I think this is a pretty good short here.
Man,
potentially.
Okay.
We'll see. Number coming up in 5 minutes.
New 5 minute just opened, and the silver one to push. We got gold pushing lower here as well. Looking at a $70 turnaround in the last 10 minutes. We trade 47.33.
There goes that silver.
Silver down about $4 in the last 10 minutes, making new session lows. $70.
I was going to short that thing. I was looking for a $5 move.
It's we'll push higher here in the ES. Yes, about 5 points away from that 900 lot on the offer.
47.96 is where I got short last night. Vince, that was the bigger trade. There was a couple of scalps I took before that. Multiple executions, right? Like I am not the trader who's going to be like, oh, look, I made 30K in a day and I had one trade. That's just not me. But multiple executions, all of them, most of them were to the short side. And then the bigger one was short from 47.96 down to 46.63. And then I woke up, I was up 3 o'clock in the morning. I actually took some longs on the way back up during Aaron's session.
Oh, wow.
And I took a long in the Nasdaq as well. So it was a busy day. It was a busy day.
Nice.
Why'd you show up to work today? You didn't show up to work.
Because there's more to do, man. There's more to do.
I love it.
There's more to do. So there's always more work to be done. Yeah, I like this S&P short here potentially.
Okay.
Yeah, it's see here, ES. Yeah, 85s.
Job's not done, Danimans. Job is not done.
Kobe?
Yeah.
We got this number 3 minutes. Silver continuing to push lower. Same with gold. Gold 47.25 last trade. Down about $75 in the last 10 minutes, 12 minutes.
If I would have just shorted that silver, that's 15,000 already. The move in like 2 minutes, 3 minutes. It's crazy. This market is nuts.
Yes, it is. Are we going to see another absolute collapse like we saw on Friday? Got a delta divergence in the ES. ES minus 2,500, I do believe, in the delta as we push higher. And Q positive 1,700. Number 2 minutes. Get that out of the way, and we should be. Why are there no circuit breakers in metals during regular trading hours? That is a good question. I know there's just the person to ask. And here in a couple minutes, we'll be jumping on. I don't even know if he'll know the answer. No idea.
There's that S&P short off those 80s.
Yep.
I wanted to see that order did enough, Trey. Did enough to scare the market. What did we get? 86.5 was the high. We got up, and it was at 87.5.
87, yes, it was.
Away. Yeah.
86.5. Yep.
Such a high. Yep.
Sometimes you just got to jump in front of it. It didn't work with that Nasdaq trade yesterday.
I was just going to say, man, you're damn if you do, damn if you don't. But yeah, I was thinking like if you did that in front of the cube, I guess if you leaned on it, you were still
you were good for 40. You were good for 40 points, and then the next test, it ran right through it and dropped another 200. So, yeah,
900 lot pull.
The risk on that ES trade was only to 92. It was a cheap opportunity up there in the ES. 7 points of risk.
All right, let's get this number. 50 seconds. Silver continuing to push lower, I should say. Pump higher, push lower. We got $77, 92.5 cents. ES, 13 points off the highs. MBT, look out below. 78,000 even, call it. Yeah, ISM.
I'm sorry if you're a Bitcoin investor, but I bought Bitcoin last week and it's been going down ever since. My bad.
Oh boy.
Damn. All right, expected 48.5 on the PMI. Then prices paid 59.3. Keep it on the prices paid. See if there's any inflation. See if inflation comes in hot at all. We're coming at you. Top of the hour here. 5 seconds. Let's go.
I mean, I'm welcoming this pullback. I'm looking to get long.
PMI, manufacturing PMI better expected. 52.6. 52.6 versus expected 48.5. Prices paid in line. Employment index a little better. 48.1 versus 46. All right, we got those numbers out of the way. Coast is clear in terms of the economic data. Bostic scheduled to speak in about 2.5 hours. We'll see what other Fed speakers want to take to the mic, but right now we're seeing Bitcoin getting smushed to the downside. 77,760. Session lows there. We're looking for a pullback. We'll pull back to like what, the 680s, 670s in the NQ. About 60 points higher from that right now.
Yeah, the NQ I'm looking at. I actually like maybe taking along at around the half back level for some continuation here, but let's see what we get.
I am short of one lot in the Nasdaq, 25,744 and a quarter. Looking for
744 quarter.
690s. Yeah.
Push the 690J up 30 grand. Locked in. Incredible.
That's awesome.
Absolutely incredible. Just monster numbers.
Hey, sometimes it pays not to sleep, right?
Man.
Yeah. That was wow. Okay, heads up. Gold. We'll go below 47.
Yeah, good dreams last night.
Dollar signs.
I didn't dream at all.
No.
No.
No. Jay was pinching me. So I was like, am I awake or am I still sleeping?
Honestly, I fell asleep on the couch. Fell asleep on the couch.
You trade London a lot, Jay? You trade London a lot?
No, I don't. This trade's going to be a loser.
I mean, there's been a lot of good moves in the metals, though, at night. So.
All right, and there you go. I'm out on that one. So, like I said, I'm going to keep it around 3,000. Obviously, I want to just continue to add to winners here.
Okay. Major risk. Yeah, they're buying the pump.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like that pullback. I'm going to be hunting for a long. I'll let you know if I place an order here.
You get that pullback in. Buyers did jump in. ES pullback of about 8 points or so. ES bottoming out in this 5-minute candle at 69.70. Last trade 69.80. Let's turn around in gold there. $30 turnaround, just like that. Turn around there in silver, about a $2 turnaround, $79. And a penny, call it. Goes the NQ, looking to tap on new session highs. 2 points to go. ES looking to do the same over there. ES trading 69.83, 2 points off the highs. Really want to take this thing. Buyers in the house. What's that another?
That order's not there anymore.
They pulled it right before the number. We'll see if it does jump back in. Again, we did have a 900 lot on the offer, about a point and a half above session highs. Like Jay said, it did get pulled. If it does want to jump back in, keep an eye on that level 2 data. Level 2 data gives you a little bit of a better picture of what's actually on the books, or on the ladder, I should say. It's like NQ gearing up for another run. Trying to get to 25,800, about 3 points to go. Yes, looking for some buyers as well. Slight pullback on that 9 o'clock, or that number that came out 4.5 minutes ago. Might just been some profit taken on those longs coming into it. Bottom of the hour, we will get those initial balance high, initial balance low prices, but we've got quite some time before we get there. Dow also pumping here. One of these is going to make new session highs. Dow, we did see some selling off that bell. And that turned right around. And buyers jumped in. We got gold with a $50 turnaround. Gold buyers are in the house. There we go. NQ 25,807, 808s now. New session highs.
All right. Yeah,
808's a heartbreak.
We are pumping.
On my short.
Oh man. Nice cut there, Jay.
Yeah. Continuing to cook here. All the equities are moving in the same direction right now, which is could mean we get a pretty nice rally across the board. They're all going the same way. The Russell just made new high of the day. S&P did as well. The Nasdaq. John Jones hates gold. 7,000's coming up here.
My goodness, yes, they are. We are 11 points, 10.5 points from 7,000s, 10 points from 7,000s in the ES. We can do session at 69.90. Oh. And
Brandon has a question in the. Yeah, go ahead, Dre.
No, please go ahead.
Brandon has a question in the chat. Since we've been warned about the volatility in the metals, should we move to a different market only about 8 months into trading and only traded metals, mainly gold, with a new combine? Should I switch? Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's a bad idea at this point to maybe look at a micro equity market. Just because if the market that you trade becomes untradeable, you want to have something else to lean on. Untradeable either way, right? Extreme volatility, or let's say you were a crude oil trader 5 years ago. Now you're looking at crude now, and there's not a lot of opportunity. So I think it's a good time to see if your approach applies to a different market. And then, when the metals slow down, then you can go back to trading them. I wouldn't trade it in a combine or an XFA, right? Anywhere you have skin in the game, maybe in a practice account, just so you can learn a new market. But I think it's a good time to do it.
Well, we're asking about. All right, ES closing in on 7,000, about 7 points to go. NQ pumping higher here as well. We're asking about why there are no limit downs in the metals. Well, let's bring this guy in. This is my trading buddy, my trading mentor for me, as well as many other people. Lower left-hand corner, someone opening call. What is up, Hoag? Hoag, equities cooking. We got a delta divergence in the ES. Negative delta as we continue to pump higher here. What is up, Hoag? Let's break it down. Happy Monday, my man. Oh man.
$5.
Mute. That guy loves the sound.
UP Monday?
It's Case Monday. It's pumping high here. Let's try it again. My trading buddy, my guy. What is up, Hoag? Let's hear those golden pipes. What's up, Hoag?
Good morning. Happy Monday, everyone.
There it is.
And a very happy Monday to you, Jay. Great job on that trade, man. That's incredible. So right now the focus is on the equities, and the S&P's open the regular trading hour session, leaving the 1 minute opening range at the dead ass low, has me looking for longs right away. Almost immediate reacceptance inside value from yesterday. Within 30 minutes, the market finished the value acceptance play to value high 69.75. And the market is continuing to move higher. We also have a delta divergence. That means that delta is negative. It's been pretty much negative all the way up, indicating that the more aggressive traders are selling using market orders, but they're running into stronger buyers, buyers replenishing those bids, continuing to push price higher. We did have that big order above that got canceled. It has not come back in. More importantly, and I think more interestingly, and I'm not going to be selling S&Ps anytime soon until the Nasdaq opened below the range from Friday. Opening range, 1 minute, the dead low. Has me looking for longs. Reacceptance inside value low in the Nasdaq on this platform, showing it around 25,651, and showing immediate acceptance. We haven't finished the value acceptance play. That's going to take us up to 25,867. We're already above the high for the S&Ps on Friday. We're still working on getting there in the Nasdaq. Until we complete the value acceptance play in the Nasdaq and see if any sellers come in, I'm not interested in selling the S&Ps at this point. We still have negative delta. It's negative 1,300. We've been peeling off a lot of that delta since we've been squeezing out those shorts as we put in new highs. Metals, why are there no limits? Well, there are no limits because this was never an issue. What the logic is by the exchange for not having limits, who knows? But you also have to remember, I mean, the metals markets are trading at levels that nobody foresaw, even the exchanges. I mean, nobody saw gold at close to 6,000. Nobody saw silver where it is. Nobody saw a move of the magnitude that we saw in it. So they didn't feel as though probably that it was necessary. I mean, why are there only down limits in the equities? Well, because everybody wants the equities to just continue to roll higher, right? Kind of a similar situation in the metals. Yeah, there's overnight limits, but regular trading hours, you gotta be able to let people get out. And a lot of folks have been working on getting out in these metals. As for the logic by the exchange, I can't answer that, but we've also never seen pricing at this level and the kind of volatility that we're seeing in these metals. And the lack of liquidity, I think, has surprised the exchanges as well.
100%.
So we'll see. They may at some point decide we're going to start putting some limits on these metals.
Ask, how much of a heads up do they need to get? Like, when can they just do that? Say, all right, today there's going to be limits. So at 7%, 10%, 12% or whatever, they just say, all right, limits are in. They have to go to the committee, right?
They can change margins on in a moment.
They've done that.
They can do
times. Velocity logic.
They can do what they can do what they want.
There you go.
What did silver pull back Friday? 30% silver pull back on Friday?
At one point, I think it was 35% high to low, and then it closed the day like 27% down or something like that.
That's wild. Absolutely wild.
It would have hit a circuit breaker like a 10% 3 times. If it was like a 10%.
It would have been done trading. It would have been done trading for the day.
Yeah.
But here we go. More session highs here. NQ. We are up over 300 points since that New York bell rang. New session high is 25,850. 851's now print. NQ ES closing in on 7,000 even. NQ up 50 points since that New York bell rang. New highs.
From last week's high in silver to last week's low in silver was 41%.
Wow. Incredible.
I think gold lost $1,000 in 36 hours also
last week. The spot price is what, 60 in silver?
What is that?
The spot price.
Well, nobody's going to give you more than that.
And Marie was talking about it.
Yeah, Vince, what's your where your silver coins at now?
They know.
What's that?
Where those silver coins at now? You're at 200.
Yeah. Hey,
still there.
I tried to sell them.
60.
I still got them. I'll sell them to you for 60 now.
Filled. 69.98 new session highs closing in on NQ. Just all on the flick of the 5 minute. One minor red bar. It's all green.
Yep.
In the NQ, 25,865 in the orders.
There it is. Value high in the Nasdaq.
Okay.
Target hit.
Done.
I had great trade location on my Nasdaq trade. I was in the market at 744. I was just going the wrong way.
I thought you were short. I thought you were short. Like,
yeah, I was going the wrong way. It's all right.
A tilt. We did have 76% long tilt in the NQ. Still 72% long as we pump higher here. New session highs. Buyers in the house
right now.
We see 7,000s in the ES. Two ticks away.
Not much there either.
Dollar saw a nice pop.
It did.
Right after those 9 o'clock numbers.
There you go, 7,000.
Dollar's up about 0.5% right now.
You could put more downside pressure on the metals. I guess there's been enough more. There's been plenty of downside pressure on those metals. All right, ES did see 7,000 half session highs. 15 minutes to the bottom of the hour, which will also be, we'll get initial balance high, initial balance low prices. And the equities, what are those? Simply the highest price traded and lowest price traded in that first hour. We'll jot those down. A little framework, a little range, if you will, to work within. Oh, love this.
You do a little
Spice
check
right there.
on the Hateful Eight.
It hit me.
Nvidia down 1.3%, Google up 1.5%, Apple up 2%, Microsoft just about flat, down just a little bit, Amazon up 2.26%. Their earnings come out, I think, on Wednesday. Amazon.
Google, yes.
Google comes out
Amazon.
on tomorrow. Yeah. And Metro down about 1%. There's a little look at our Hateful Eight. Tesla down 2.6%.
Those Microsoft earnings last week kind of got the party started. Was it Wednesday? Yeah, after
Wednesday,
FOMC. At the buzzer, Jay and Paul covering Palantir earnings after the bell. Yes, AI spending not getting their ROI as fast as the investors would like. Saw Microsoft getting smushed, and from there, everything on that following Thursday just red.
Is it really
It is
AI
an
spending,
industry
or are
term.
they just passing money around the table?
That's all it is. One pocket to the other. One pocket to the other.
Wilson, I'm looking at regular trading hours profiles for value high and value low. It's 8:30 to 3 p.m. Central Time for the equities, 7:20 to noon for the metals.
All right, metals taking a bit of a breather for now. For now, I should say.
Mm-hmm.
And just as I speak, gold pops $7 right there. New 5 minutes. Oh, buyers. You blink, and we make new highs. NQ pumping here, 25,882.
This 200 moving average is looking like a target now.
What price is that?
935s. 25,935 in the Nasdaq. Yeah. So we were looking at it in the S&P, right? It was a quick short in it off the initial touch of the S&P, but then we claimed above it back at 7,000s now, and then the Nasdaq. I mean, it's another 60 points. So about 3 minutes from now, we could be trading there.
Yeah. Also, Friday's high right up there too, 25,940.
All right.
S&P's already through that.
Yep.
Opening range, dead ass low. Don't fight it.
Yep, Hoag. I was thinking about that.
Yeah.
What Hoag means by that. Yep, dead ass low. It's just been buyers since that New York bell. We're talking the equities, that is. ES up 60 points or so. So since that bell rang. NQ up over 300 points, more like 360.
I mean, we're getting pretty close to the all-time high in the S&Ps here.
What is that? 36s or so?
70-43.
43s. I believe those
43s.
I mean, we're
those all-time highs were printed last week.
6% away from it.
Resilient market. Can't keep a good market down. Look at the end.
There's that word again. Okay.
What's that? Which one?
Resilient. Yeah. Resilient.
It's kind of strange because,
yes,
I mean, 5% off the all-time high in the Nasdaq was in the overnight range. We're 0.6% from the all-time high in the S&Ps.
Hoag. Yeah, I'm Talking to a lot of trading buddies lately, and it's really hard to put the story together. And there you go, 25,900, 903s, 905. Talking to the NQ, new session highs. ES absolutely cooking to the upside as well. 7,004, 7,004 for quarters. Buyers in the house. We are, wow.
Divergence is now dissolved. It's up 1,000 in the S&Ps now.
Okay.
We squeezed them all out.
Sure did.
How resilient
Just
are
taking
these
advantage
markets,
of this in the chat.
It's incredible, man. It's absolutely incredible. NQ, 400-point rally. 400-point rally, give or take a couple. Since that New York bell rang. 400-point. Session highs, 25,912. Quarter. ES, 60. 60-point rally. Since that bell rang. Still 71% long tilt.
26,000.
Yeah, but we gotta get to those 935s. Jay, you got that 200 moving average?
Yeah, 200 moving average, 935.
20 points. 20 points higher here. All right. Yep, in the chat.
Both the S&P and the Nasdaq.
Yeah.
Tested the weekly kickoff lows in the overnight, and it's been all buyers ever since.
No kidding already.
Yep.
In the chat, we got holy smokes, Jay up 29K. What'd I miss? Well, some opportunity. Well, let's take a look at some of our other live. Let's take a look at live funded traders putting up numbers as well today. Early start to the week. Oh, we got Karab, seen that name a lot. Up 20,000, on up 16, Sathu up 11 plus, CFT up 11.6. Nice job, and Keeley up $10,000. Well, a job well done. Check back in with that the live funded leaderboard throughout the day, but make sure you hang on to those profits, lock them in. Make sure you keep a green day a green day. I'm well done. All right, is this the pullback?
Great band. All right.
Push here.
See some questions in the chat. The 200 moving average I'm looking at is on the 30-minute. You can use it on multiple time frames, but I'm looking at it on the 30.
All right,
Stuck in range down here in silver.
For now, man. How wide's the range? How buck and a half?
I mean, we're sitting between 79.85s to call it say $78. So we're in a $2 range for the last like 30 minutes, 25 minutes.
Okay.
I might try to do something. It'd be in a combine though. I shifted from practice to combine in silver. So
one step closer.
Yep. So we're doing it in stages. We're doing it in stages.
Closer. Let me take a look at this silver ladder.
I think it's like 6 ticks wide. It's
little
nuts.
Better. A little
5
better.
to
What's
6
going on?
ticks.
Gold is just non-existent. My goodness. Here you go. Gold selling off here. 47.14. Last trade. It's going to be a pullback here in the ES and the NQ. 5-point pullback in the ES off those session highs. Last trade 70.01, 70.01. 70.02 now is NQ. Buyer step back in. Now back above 25,900. About a 20-point pullback there off those highs. Wow, and gold snaps right back. It was just trading 12s, right? Now it's trading 20s. MBT buyers stepping back. Look at this.
We can answer a question for Dan M. Trader.
What do you got?
He had a question in chat a little while ago, but it's a really good question, and it's a really good thought. What Dan M. was asking is, do we think that some of the money coming out of the metals is now being pushed back into equities? And yes, that is entirely a possibility. They've got to allocate all that cash somewhere. Good thought.
certainly the case today. What's going on in crude oil? We saw that 84% long tilt earlier today. Crude trading $62.18, about a dollar range.
Crude just doing crude things.
Sure has. Remarkably stable.
We're working to short silver here, guys.
Godspeed. What price, Vince?
In the combine, just in the combine, 79.42s. I'm only going to risk it to like 80, so not a ton of risk. I mean, it's more risk than I like to take on a trade, but silver, you don't have a choice.
I was going to say, those are the
micros,
rules over there, right? Yeah,
yeah, one micro. We're talking like 580 of risk. I'm up 641 in it, so if I lose on it, I'm still up on the day a little bit. So I'm up like $40 if I lose on this trade. We're gonna try to take it.
Ooh, working 40.
Let me see if we can reject value low. That's the goal here, to stay below value. See if we can push away.
There's a little turnaround there in gold. With equities, gearing up for another push higher here again. At first hour of the New York session. Up and away. NQES. Dow, when that bell rang, Dow sold off. Dow sold off about 100 points, bottoming out at 48,813. It has turned around considerably since, now trading on the session highs, about 500, 550 points higher. Continue to make new highs there in the Dow. 49,370. We got Raceless in the chat saying all-time highs in ES coming. All right, got 40 points to go.
So I haven't heard us ask for likes yet on Fast Markets Trade. So how about this? I'll break down how I made 30 grand last night if we get to 1,000 likes before Fast Markets is over.
There you go.
I want to hear this.
The like button.
That thumbs up button.
Come on, please. Whoa, we're really at 361. Click like, click subscribe.
30,000 likes, Dolby says.
30,000 likes, one for each dollar.
There you go, 30,000.
How much did silver sell off? How much did silver sell off? Did it just absolutely get destroyed?
Last night? Yeah, I mean, yeah, I wouldn't touch silver last night, but it was gold. I mean, silver was down. High of the day in silver is $88, and the low of the day is $71.
Scary.
So
it's a scary market.
Yeah. $17. I mean, after what we saw Friday, I'm numb. I'm numb to $17 ranges in silver now. It's just messed up.
Put it into context, Joey. What 17 times 5,000, right? That's
75 plus.
Yeah.
Almost
85 grand, right?
85. Yep, 85. Here we go. Here goes gold selling off. Closing in on 4,700s. 4,700s. About $6 higher from that.
Oh.
Or Chase.
I guess I'm too cheap in my entries. For the last week or two, it's been rough getting fills. It's been rough getting fills.
It's trying to keep you out, Vince.
Yeah, there we go.
Get those likes up.
We call him Vinny 2 ticks. We're gonna stop 2 ticks from his entries.
Vinny 2 handles now. 2 handles to get in fills.
Yeah. 79.07s.
Wow, in the 77 handle. In the 77 handle. In silver, $77.98. You can see the same thing in gold. Gold beneath, trying to hold on 4,700s. Buyers are trying to hold the line 4,700 in gold. Will they succeed? Tilt 50-50 across the board. About on the hour in 40 seconds. We'll get that initial balance high, initial balance low prices in the equities. Hoag, you want to get those? I think we got. Go ahead, Hoag. I got
reversals in the equities.
Yeah, I'm looking at that, Hoag. Those 900s in the Nasdaq, 7,000s in the S&P, kind of just failed there.
Yeah.
Initial balance is about to be set in a couple minutes, seconds here, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
IB highs
Yeah.
are suspicion
Right now,
highs. There we
actually.
go.
Right now.
Hoag, hit me with the
Yeah.
initial balance low in NQ and ES. High initial balance high, ES and NQ are the session highs of the day, and we are dumping in metals. But
Yeah, I missed it, guys. Sorry. I
All
tried,
all
everybody.
good. You did try.
It's all right,
tried.
buddy.
Vince, the people love. Look, oh, heads up, gold puking. Vince, couple words before you get out of here. Keep us posted on your trading. Job well done. But markets are moving, so a couple words here, Vince, and we'll get you out so you get back to trading.
Well, it's Monday, everybody, right? So just don't rush to take trades today. Just be careful, manage your risk. These metals are insane. I don't recommend it for anybody, even though I'm trying to put on a trade, but it is a wild market, so be careful. I do like longs in the equities right now on some pullbacks, so I think that's what I'm going to be focusing on until the trend turns for the day. But just be careful out there, and I'll see you all later.
All right, sounds good. Thanks,
Later,
Vince.
Thanks, Vince.
That ladder, gold ladder, Hoag. Pull up the gold ladder. There's nothing there.
It's doing gold things.
It's
Look at this.
nothing there. It's essentially untradeable. Okay, let's get this tip of the week in here. All right, tip of the week in for the week here at Topstep TV. Bring a new one every week. Limit trades per day. Avoid overtrading. Losses, especially. Focus on best setups. Stick to daily quota. Quality over quantity. Especially don't go on tilt. Don't go chasing. It's sometimes easier said than done, especially if you see markets rocking. Limiting trades per day, the best way to learn, I would say, is, well, we'll tell you all the time, limit your trades. Tip of the week, limit your trades. You learn when you start overtrading, and you start overtrading again and overtrading again. You really learn the lessons when you've lost enough money doing something. I'm a firm believer in it. So, but yes, limit trades per day. Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. Look out below. Look out below.
Go looking for trades. You're going to find them.
Sheesh. All right. Gold is in a free fall now. Gold down. Oh boy. Gold down $50 in the last couple of minutes. More than that. Gold down. Yeah. It is in silver. Here we go again. This is like Friday. Oh man. Oh boy.
Gold down 1.6%. Silver down 1.8.
Oh, here she is. She was trading silver before it was cool. She trades copper. What is up, D? D, welcome aboard. Good to see you. The star of Euro Trade 3:30 a.m. Central Time on Topstep TV. D, thoughts on what we've been seeing in the metals? Just let me hear it. This is insane, D. Absolutely insane.
Mayhem. That's all I'm going to say. I'm going to stick to micro copper because out of all of the domes on the metals, that one still has some sanity in it. But at the same time, I'm also staying really careful with my trade locations. I might just move away from metals and go into natural gas or something. At the moment, there's nothing, like really nothing. We are, we are in the middle of the middle on nat gas. We are consolidating on copper. So gotta be patient and not chase trades. Now, I was meant to lock myself out up until this time. Unfortunately, I locked myself out for the extra hour, which is not great. But yeah, you will see me for group coaching today as well. So maybe we'll find a trade when things are a bit calmer and when I figure out what it is that they're trying to do here. Because right now, I don't know. I have no idea.
What is your best guess? What is your best guess? Because I don't either. Very, very intelligent. If you look at these markets for, I'm not gonna date you there, but you've been looking at these markets for a long time. You are a trading veteran. What is your best guess as to what is going on? Weakness in the dollar, strength in the dollar. It was just an absolute meltdown.
I think it was the problem with margins and the difference between physical and paper contracts going completely haywire. What they want to do now, I don't know. It was the end of the month as well. Did some profit taking aid in the mayhem? Probably. Right now, on a 4-hour chart, gold is consolidating. in an enormous range with no liquidity on the dome, so that's another issue. But if I was really going to kind of go gun to the head, what do we do? I think that they are maybe consolidating so that they will run it back slightly slower, back upside. But it's literally just a guess. So, we're building some volume here. It found a temporary bottom, it seems. But yeah, how this week is going to play out, we'll see. I'm being super cautious. I'm trading super small. And we need to wait. So whenever I'm looking at the chart and I'm like, I don't know what they're trying to do, that's not the mindset to trade from. I want to be super clear on what direction I want to take and where do I want to do that. If I don't have an answer to either of those questions, I shouldn't be in a trade. Very simple. So until that clears up and until I'm like, oh, right, okay, so now we're hitting, like for example, in copper, if we get to 6 evens and some other level sits there this week, that becomes my area of interest. Gold, I had 48 as a 4,800 as a level, but just as a level, not to trade it because the range is insane, like absolutely insane. Even on a micro, you would still need to risk like 350, 400 ticks. And with the dome non-existent, I'm not doing that. So we need to wait. So some juice to come back into the ladder, and then we may have something, but that might happen towards the end of the day. Things are a bit less scary the closer we get to power hour. But yeah, I'm not really itching to do anything here. The only thing I'm noticing is the volume is being built, and that could be a sign of some kind of an accumulation again. Otherwise, they would have smashed it even lower. This is COMEX we're talking about. But there's a behavior that I noticed whenever Asia and London are pretty lively, COMEX tends to be a bit meh, and vice versa. So if COMEX is super lively, then Asia starts off a little bit strange and quiet. Yeah.
Interesting.
So right
what time
now
would
we're
that
quiet.
be? What time?
So
the New York session.
Yeah. So London really shouldn't be doing this on gold. So London should be fairly muted because technically we don't really have many people who should be trading at that time. Tokyo is closed, Shanghai is closed, LME not open, COMEX not open. So what the hell is this? What are you doing? So yeah, this is outside of the statistical behaviors. And when I see that, I'm very careful not to get involved in the middles. Copper, again, if you look at copper, let's go to this chart. It did pretty much the same thing, but slightly less crazy. So right now, we're looking at only 672 ticks on copper for 4,824 ticks of gold movement. So copper is still kind of contained, and I would say a bit more sane than the other metals at the moment. So yeah, we need to be really careful here. But yeah, some consolidation. We have neutral day in gold now. So extensions on both sides. Yeah, maybe they want to run it back up.
I thought they wanted to slam it. I thought they wanted to slam it lower there for a second. Back about 4,700s. Jay, what are you seeing here? I see it looks like the buyers are jumping back in the NQNES. Little pullback.
Yeah.
There.
Looking at that here, I want to see how we respond to this initial balance high of the day now. That did. Oh wait, let me pull up the right chart here. Let's take a look at the ES actually.
For clarity, IB high in the Nasdaq 25,912 and a quarter. IB high in the S&Ps 7,005 even. Right there.
Yeah.
What do you got for lows, Hoag? Really quick. What do you got for lows? ES 41 the orders.
Yes. 69.41 on the orders.
NQ
Nasdaq
539.
539 on the orders. Yep, you got it.
Good morning.
Just you know, we were talking about it before, Dre. How do you get into something like this? And these pullbacks have been it. You know, we just had a $10 pullback in the S&P, a 10-point pullback in the S&P, 50-point pullback in the Nasdaq. But as we get this high, I'm looking at where VWAP is, and it's a lot lower. So again, just reasonable expectations. Could it keep going? It could. You know, this market can continue to run. Usually, what I look for later in the day, we were talking about it earlier, Dre. That first minute to 5 minutes is my best trading time for the day, because the markets, when they decide a direction, kind of why I was upset I dropped the ball with that Russell trade, because look at where it is, right? But what I look for later in the day is another type of volume anchor to say, okay, this is where I'm going to frame the day from. A lot of times what happens is like there's, you know, we'll see a 1,000 lot on the S&P that fills, and then I frame, okay, how is the day trade from that point? So at this point, that's what I'm looking at, right? A pullback to get in long, could that be a winning trade? It can be. I just know from my numbers, it's just, it feels very 50-50. So right now I'm looking for a very specific volume signature. If we get it, I will take that trade 100%. But unfortunately with trading volume, sometimes you don't get to choose when that happens, right? Somebody else is going to come out and say, okay, I'll trade that much size, move the markets around. I just got to wait for them.
Ride the wave. Ride the wave.
Yep. I do like these shorts though, but I'm looking for somebody else to like them.
S&P's just put a 2-tick selling tail above the IB.
Yes, they did. What does that tell you? What does that tell you?
It's a potential failed upside auction. You know, two ticks is excess, very small excess, but it's still excess. So is this putting in the high right now? I don't know, but it's cheap.
And
Nasdaq did not take out the IB high.
Did not. Let's see in the chat. Dow strong. Dow strong. Dow is strong. Dow up 600 points. 600 points. We bottomed out around that bell ring. New York bell ring. Sellers did come in. Took Dow down to 48,813. We're about 600 points higher as we trade 49,413. Call it. D, I was going to ask you a question. You're saying if I think the market, just rephrase that, how you're saying, like, I think, do you not what if the market's telling you which way it's going to go? Like we've seen the big run up in silver and gold. You can't really wrap your head around why it's doing that, but it just has been doing that day after day, week after week.
Hey, as long as there's a setup and a level and a trend, I will trade with that. But when it starts doing weird stuff outside of the normal time frames that I've been watching for 19 years, I typically don't do very well on those days. So, you know, I take whatever I can, and then I stay out until the picture is clear. But if we're in an uptrend, and let's say we are ignoring the average ranges, so we go above the ADR high and we keep going, you will probably have another call wall that was broken, and now we can use that as support. You can use initial balance high as a bounce. You can use VWAP inside initial balance for a continuation upside. You know, there's many. I probably have about 7 or 8 playbooks that I can apply to almost any situation if there is a decent amount of movement. But, you know, when I start looking at a potential failed auction in copper that did not completely rotate through the initial balance, but instead stopped at VWAP, if I'm looking at doji candles that are just completely directionless, can I short it here? No, I can't. Why? Because we bounced a VWAP, so we didn't even melt through that. So what are they trying to do? Are they going higher? Well, what sort of setup is that? Is it bounce from VWAP? Maybe, but that's where we started the day. So we have value low. If I go to the previous day, is this Friday? Let me just.
Oh, this last Friday.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
So the value
was
low is up
wild.
at 6 evens, slightly above that. So if they have stopped for the day and they actually want to go into a continuation, we should really see it up at least at 6 even. Not here. So why did they stop here? Does that mean they're going to go down to retest Asia low and ADR low? I don't know. But right now, I don't have a setup. So if I can't define a playbook, where I'm doing it from, why, and how it should look, there's no setup, right? So I shouldn't be trading. If I can't name it as one of my core 7 playbooks, it's not a trade for me. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
How long did it take you to develop those 70?
So I started with market profile in 2013. I think it was probably about 2 years. So 2015, I had it all pretty locked up.
Okay.
So not,
Gotcha.
and then obviously that's not counting the 5 years that I spent as a swing trader. So
Yeah.
so 7 years, let's say. Yeah, 7 years for 7 playbooks. Interesting.
Failed upside auction here, Hoag.
I was just gonna say, I know what you two are thinking, Hoag and Jay over there. They're talking about the ES. They're talking about ES and the NQ. We're rolling over here.
So Zeno the Thinker says, when you think Joe Black, it's funny, you think markets care about your calculation, volume levels, sticky levels. There's only one indicator, volume. Not some random lines.
I don't disagree.
Well,
volume does tell
but
the
if
story.
those lines are based on volume, as a result, as an aftermath of volume, isn't that line then saying the same thing?
Yep. It's an aggregation of the volume, right? Like a VWAP
exactly.
is an aggregation of the volume.
Yeah.
There are those that say time is also an issue.
Yeah.
Indicator, Hoag.
For market profile,
Time
it's
is a
time.
level. Yeah, I mean, I have a concept called time is a level for a reason.
You're talking about the London close. You're talking about the closing bell for New York. Time can be a level. You see they're up against the clock.
Yeah, Shanghai opened as well. Doesn't have to be the close.
There you go.
That's where my short in gold came from, D.
There
Shanghai
it is.
opened.
Well, there you go. Yes, that's where the most volume smashes in. I'm not surprised. I mean, I knew that it was going to be something like that. Because before, like when Tokyo opens, it's like meh. And then suddenly Shanghai starts trading. It's like, whoa, whoosh.
Yep.
And if you don't know that, they're like, what is happening? It's like
What
nothing.
happened?
It's just a major
Know the
exchange.
Know the clock. You have to know the clock. When you heard D saying it's changed because I didn't do very well in this scenario, which means like that is you lost a lot of money. We learn lessons. You change your habits when you've lost enough. You lost enough money doing it a certain way. That's at least
Strangely, Dre, my biggest losses never came from that. It was always like one of the biggest losses was getting stuck in an FOMC position on ES when I was in it, like 100 and something contracts, and there was nobody there to take my order, and then it went against me. So that was the worst thing. But you don't.
Are you seeing
what can you learn from that? Yeah, I'm watching it. I actually have 3 evens. As my area of interest, I have it in the other screen. I mean that open was hilarious. I have ADR low that just got smashed, but again, nat gas has a short bias. So again, if I can find something towards the end of the day, maybe there's a fade somewhere in there. If it just carries on and it doesn't stop anywhere at my levels, then we leave it until tomorrow. You don't have to trade nat gas today.
Right.
But yeah, it's just decided to take all of the, like literally all of the advancement that is done.
Yeah.
It's a funny beast, nat gas.
Might be look up below again here in silver. Silver trading $76.60. Saw gold bottom out again, 46.68 or so. Very, very thin on this ladder. We might be seeing another roll. Question in the chat for you, Jay. I still struggle to understand what is a failed auction. They're asking you, Jay, not Hoag. Hold on. We'll have to get to that question. We'll save that for group coaching because it looks like these metals are about to pick up again. Yeah, we have a successful downside auction right now.
Ask D.
Ask D. We'll hold it for group coaching because markets are moving. We got D, Anne Marie, Gabe will be joining us in group coaching here, but markets are looking like they're going to pick up to the downside. Very good question, though, and something we have to keep an eye on.
I should really do a YouTube video on that because nobody's really explained properly. They're all like, "Yeah, it's failed the auction. It's failed." It's like, well, what does that mean?
It's like when the auction doesn't succeed, then it fails, and that's a failed auction. It's like you can't.
Yeah.
But then what happens when there's a successful auction, but then they still fade it even after you're outside of the initial balance?
Yeah.
Is that still a failed auction?
Well,
so many questions.
We might be confusing them more than we are helping now, so we might as well get into it, D. We got to talk to him. Well, with group coaching, we'll have.
So, yeah, let's go to ES.
Check out ES because it may not have been a failed upside auction.
All right, let's do some markers here.
Okay.
I have some old
I got to jump in if gold and silver start getting destroyed again. I got to jump in, but please, failed upside, downside. Go ahead, D.
All right, so we have the initial balance. That is the first hour of trading. I'm gonna mark it off like this with an extra candle because obviously otherwise it's gonna cover it up. So you have initial balance high, initial balance low. And actually, this should be a little bit lower. So
2 ticks above.
Yeah, tiny. Yeah. Now there is the 7,000 level, which has been a very, very big level. Can we fail this? Well, possibly. But one thing that I'm looking out for as the auction is failing is that once they basically the first thing you need to have is the initial balance extension outside of the initial balance, however small. I prefer them to try and spike it, almost like a liquidity spike, and then a failure to close technically the next 30-minute candle outside of it. So if we are back inside that range, you now have the possibility of a full rotation right back where it came from. But in order for that to happen, that needs to be accompanied with volume. So I actually differentiate between true failed auctions and failed auctions, where we just try to go outside, pump back in, and then we carry on higher. I'm at the moment seeing a huge increase to the downside. In fact, we're losing volume. So I wouldn't be calling this a true failed auction. So for a true failed auction, you need to have a committed move back down that has follow through pretty much immediately after. None of this hanging forever. But because we have the 7,000 level, which is the level from the options, it's possible that they might want to fade it a little bit. Do I think this is going to rotate all the way down? I do not, because it just doesn't, volume is not supporting that. So I match all of those to tell me whether the failed auction is true or not. But the first primary thing, if you want to be super textbook, is that after the extension, let's say upside, the next 30-minute TPO has to close back inside the initial balance. So once you have that, you have the true failed auction potentially, because it means that we've held both on the time and the price back into the same range. They haven't moved it to any new levels. Does that make sense? Is everyone following?
Look at Hoag.
Makes perfect sense.
Proud Papa, man. Look at that.
Hoag approved.
Yes,
Hoag
absolutely. All right. It looks like we got the gold thing going, picking up here. Gold is down. Oh boy, gold is down about $100 in the last 15 minutes or so. We just bought about 46.49. Now we're trading 46.62. We are absolutely, yeah, that was a great explanation, D. You need extension. You need more volume to push it.
Yeah.
Successful auction needs volume to continue to push price higher or lower.
Yes.
Why do we call it an auction? Hoag, those
You need
questions. Why
eyes
do we
on
call
it.
it? Why is it called? Why do we call it an auction?
Well, what are we trading here?
Auction.
Auctions.
No. It's
It's a good question.
No, it's a legit question because it does sound.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Auction.
It is 100%.
What the hell is look at that size they trade in gold on 46.60? Because this is an auction for gold right now, right? That's a bad example. There's nothing in there. Buyers and sellers don't want to.
Yeah, there's nothing.
That's a bad example.
It's
Do not look at
empty.
gold right now.
It'll be
Now,
the
buyers and sellers.
empty floor.
Yes, what buyers are willing to pay versus what sellers are willing to sell at, and those prices continue to move. Do you have that gold ladder up?
It's just like it's just like an art auction, right? I mean, they bring a piece of artwork out and they tell you about the artwork and how important it is from the artist's point of view and blah blah blah, and they start the price. And if people aren't interested in buying it at that price, well, they're going to have to auction price lower.
Short the Nasdaq.
They're going to have to lower the price. And if somebody does come in and say, yeah, I'll pay that, now the downside auction is over. And if people say, okay, that's the base, that's the cheapest it's going to go for, and I want this piece of art, so they're going to start bidding the price up. And the more people that are interested in buying this piece of art, the faster the bidding is going to come. That's volume. And as price continues to push higher and higher, fewer and fewer people will be willing to bid for it. That's volume dropping off. And when the last person pays that price and they say sold, that is the end of that upside auction. Because what's going to happen when that guy stands up and says, hey, I just paid $15,000 for this piece of art. Any of you people want it, I'll sell it to you for $16,000. He's going to hear crickets. If he really wants to sell it that day, he's going to have to auction price lower. He's going to go, all right, how about 15? How about 14? How about 13? He just made a mistake. He paid the high. He was the laggard. But this is a little bit different than trading, but still the auction process is the same. When we see a failed upside auction, the bidding slows, the last person buys it and then says, I'll sell it to you for higher. And if nobody wants it, he's going to have to auction price lower to attract buyers, which is what the S&Ps are doing right now.
Jay?
I'm short the Nasdaq from my 846.
846, man. Nice.
Let's see if we get to yeah, stop's already in profit on this one. Again, this is a counter trend trade for the day time frame, so I'm not going to take any losses. Like I was saying, you may see multiple executions if I go through what I did last night, but one of the things is finding a way to take risk off the table, or accepting the risk up front, but once the market goes in your favor, right, I could always get back into a trade.
Jay, you sneaky trader, you.
I may continue to add to this one if we see continued breakdowns, but let's see here.
I got my eye on these metals.
Here I am yapping, you're trading.
Six. Wow.
I got another stop sell in at 814s. I'll add to this trade if we do get this breakdown.
We're just about to confirm the failed upside auction in the S&Ps. $30-minute bar closes below the IB high. Confirmation.
Metals are in trouble. Metals might be in a lot of trouble here.
Yes, they are.
Metal, gold trading 46.50, not 46, 42.
Copper is not falling though.
I was just going to ask, D, is copper watching the party going on over there? It's like it's not.
Yeah, I mean, usually it's been going in the same general direction with slightly less volatility, but still volatile. Like on Friday, I think it fell 1,800 ticks, which is very unusual for copper. Usually we stay within 200 to 300 range, and 300 being on the higher side. And then Friday It just all went very wrong. And I couldn't trade much on Friday because I was with my dog in London. And then I came back and I was like, it's like, what are you guys doing over there? But yeah, today it's not following. Gold is falling, silver is falling. I have 75 as a loose area of interest in silver. Gold, don't know whether I have anything. I'm about to lose all levels here on gold, and that's again another cautionary tale that if you don't have levels, probably shouldn't be trading it.
Wow. Okay, that went quick. Okay, we got D coming. D, are you? Nice trade. Nice trade.
Yeah.
All right, D, couple words. We're gonna see you in group coaching, but it looks like we metals are in trouble. 3:30 a.m. Central Time Euro Trade. You'll see you in group coaching. What can they expect when they tune in at 3:30 a.m. Central? And then we'll get you out of here and we'll throw it to James. But go ahead, D. Couple words. Thanks for jumping on.
Thanks, Trey. Sure, always a pleasure. So I look at my stream more as a class where we talk about the levels that may come in through the day. So I give you the call walls, put walls, ADR high-low areas, which are statistical extremes on the day, and maybe some ideas of playbooks based on previous day's value areas, which are important to determine the sentiment on the day, usually already at the open. And then we talk. We talk about a whole bunch of stuff. I take quite a few questions. We have a very nice crowd during London. Everybody's super polite and just wants to learn. So, that's always good. And because it's a quieter time of the day, we get a chance to go over many things. In the past, I've even done like stats reviews from people. And it's a beautiful time to just set yourself up for the day. The levels that I call out are typically in play for the entire day, sometimes even the entire week if we don't have madness happening. So it's valuable from the point of view that the levels I look at are rooted in either gamma exposure or statistical extremes. And however you use them, they're just another level at the end of the day, but there are some probabilities attached to them. They can provide situational awareness. So it's a class, it's calm, it's fun, and it sets you up for the day.
Awesome. Thank you so much, D. 3:30 a.m. Central Time, the Euro Trade, but we'll see her in group coaching. But you don't want to hear from me. You want to hear that, too, from Dr. Volatility himself. James, come on in. Happy Monday. What do we got on tap for today?
What's up, everybody? It's Monday. You made it through the weekend. Hope you didn't stay up too late watching the Grammys. Congrats to Bad Bunny and Kendrick. But we're talking about TopstepTV on X right now. What I mean by that is we have an account on X and you should follow it. By following TopstepTV on X, you get live reactions, hot takes, and TopstepTV highlights that help you stay in control and confident no matter what the market throws your way. We have updates, highlights. When we have sweepstakes, you can find information there. There's so much going on the TopstepTV X account that if you're not already following it, you're actually already out of the loop. Sorry to tell you that. But if you want to get caught up, click on the link we're dropping in chat, give us a follow today, and then be sure to stay in the know. While you're on the X space, go ahead and follow the core account at Topstep, follow our new support account at Ask Topstep, and be sure to give Michael Patak a follow as well, because you never know what he might tease next. You can find all this on more on X, so go ahead, click on the link, join us in the Wild West of the props room space, and never trade alone. And then Andre kind of hinted at this, but yes, today at noon, we're having group coaching with Gabe, Deanna, and Anne-Marie. If you liked what Deanna had to say here on Fast Markets and you can't stay up till 3:30 in the morning, Deanna on group coaching is your next best thing. You have a question for the Metal Master herself? Well, go ahead and click on the link we're going to pin in chat that says group coaching questions. This is your form to get your group coaching question in for Deanna, Gabe, or Anne-Marie, and then you want to tune back in here live at noon today for group coaching. Don't let the sign there fool you. It says 12:15, but shoulder tap is still on hold for now. So group coaching kicks off at noon p.m. Central Time today. Again, we keep all questions and we try to get through them all best we can. So if you don't hear your question read live on air today, well, you gotta keep tuning in all week long. You never know what you might find out. You never know what you might learn. Group coaching, noon o'clock today. Now, before we get back to Fast Markets and welcome our last guest, pay raises have turned into pay cuts for most states. Now, most Americans have lost spending power in the past 5 years. That's not new to most people, but here's the interesting thing. Nationally, pay rose by 18% between 2020 and 2024, while inflation went up 21%. But where you live can significantly impact things. My Perfect Resume drilled down Bureau of Labor Statistics data to identify the 9 states where purchasing power actually grew. It went up 3.1% in Iowa, 2.6% in Florida, and 2.3% in Washington. Montana, Wyoming, the Carolinas, Tennessee, and Maine also saw net positives. The states that saw the worst declines were New Jersey, Rhode Island, and Maryland.
Interesting. Thank you, James. Look at that.
Oh, here we are.
He's joining us.
Here we are. Okay.
Here we are, jumping
so,
on
right.
a moving train. What's up, Dakota? What's up,
Go.
Jay? What's up, Hoag? Dakota,
Let's
what's
go.
up, man? Thoughts? Looks like we were in free fall for a second there.
I knew
What's
he
up?
was short. I knew
Short
it.
the
I knew
Nasdaq.
it. I knew it. I knew it.
What you Jay, you know me too well, man. You do it. Know me too well. You know I was gonna be short the Nasdaq. Is that what?
Absolutely.
Yeah, I was short a little bit earlier. You can see it last night during slow markets. I was down like $200. Yeah, I'm up 150 right now with this trade going on. I'm looking for us to come back and retest maybe 750s, 780s, depending on how like this market's volatile. These markets are absolutely moving. Last night they were moving. Gold, silver, like all the markets. It was just the volatility is man, it's there. It's a great way to start February though. That's for sure.
What price you short from, Dakota? Last trade 813, 25,000, 813.
Yep, two contracts left. Short from 820. Yeah, let's get it. Jay, am I reading that right? Plus 30,000.
You are, man. You are.
Yeah.
Great
My
work.
man.
Thanks, man.
Absolutely.
Best trading day? Best trading day?
No. And it's close. It's close. It's close, but it's not the
Leave it
best
right
one.
there. Leave it right there, man.
All right.
What's up, Macro? Hello. We got what's up, Macro? 77% short tilt in the ES right now. 76% short tilt in the NQ. Average price in the NQ 25,804. Average price of the short in the ES 69.88. Again, heavy short tilts ES and NQ. Look at look at
well, I'm here. What did I miss last night when I left everybody alone? These markets were down like 2%, and I log in
right
and we're
back
up
up.
6.6. What am I missing? Is there news? Why are we up?
No, there hasn't been news.
Just
Resilience.
Resilience.
Which
Yep. I
market
knew
are
you were going to
which
say that,
market are you
Jay.
talking about? Oh, you talking about equities?
Yeah, just markets in general, right? Because Bitcoin was below Michael Saylor's MicroStrategies. It was below their entry price. We were down to like 74,000 spot on Bitcoin. Now we're up. Bitcoin's now hanging around 79,000, that's interesting. Gold, man, gold was just insane last night. I was just chatting back and forth with Coach Hoop throughout the night. I didn't go to bed until like a London session, the London Open. But I ended up buying gold around 4,450, and it was just the definition of if only you had a runner. And then the silver, same. Like these markets are so freaking volatile. And just watching this here, we had that nice big rally this morning for whatever reason, like you guys said, and we got up to this level, these 25,800s. I'm looking for this to be a lower high. We had that major selling pressure basically Thursday and Friday, big sell off, and then we've been rallying since we hit last night. This was last night. The 25,200s. We even got into the 25,100s, and we're up 700 points overnight. And so I'm looking for a little bit of pullback here on the higher time frame, maybe a retest of these mid 700s. I could be wrong. This market just keep going. We've done it before.
Let's check back in with gold. Gold with an $80 turnaround. $80 turnaround as we trade 4,700s. That $80 turnaround occurred in 7 minutes. And silver with a $2 turnaround. Metals are just
absolutely insane.
I thought it
They're
was
trying
low.
to find some sort of balance. They're just, it's so illiquid. It's going to be hard to find balance.
That is a V. That is the V right there in gold.
Yep.
It just, yeah.
How many times has it done it today? Right. It's because, like you said, Dakota, you got long last night or during the London session. I did as well, man. I couldn't sleep, and I'm like, oh, this market is in a V-shaped recovery. There's an opportunity to maybe buy this. Dre, unfortunately, we didn't hit the 1,000 like goal, but I know Hoag has to get out of here for a morning recap, and we want to add this to the morning recap. So I can break the trade down if we want. Or we can get to 1,000 likes.
No, you don't break anything down until they get to 1,000 likes. There's over 3,500 people watching. The
He
least
really
they
wants
could
to
do.
break
We can
down
figure
this
it out,
trade.
right?
He really wants to break this trade down.
So the funny thing is, anyone who joins at the buzzer knows exactly why I took that trade. And we've broken down this trade for the past 2 years, and nothing is different, right? Dakota, process over profits. And
What market was it? I probably know exactly what this trade is.
It was gold.
Oh, okay. Was it before London Open?
Before London Open, Shanghai Open.
And it was a short then.
Yep.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. I know
That's
the way
what
you
about
trade,
8
man.
o'clock p.m. Central.
8 p.m. So it's right here on the screen. We'll just do it here. So 8 p.m. And I like I said, I took a couple trades before this. There were a couple scalps before this one, but this was the bigger trade, right? It was a 6-minute trade. Ultimately, it ended up being a 2-lot. But here is the Shanghai session open, which is 8 p.m. Eastern time. I'm looking at it on a 1-minute chart, and we have the red line you can see above is VWAP. So we had VWAP from the Shanghai session. We had, and Hogu, you hear me talk about this all the time, price advertised higher, but volume didn't go with it, right? What do we also have here?
There you go.
Big fat round number 4,800. So price advertised above 4,800, volume didn't. And this is a market that's been beaten up over the past couple of days. So when Shanghai opens, and that's when the most volume comes in for the day, when they can't push above the full session VWAP, that is where I got short. You can see I got short 47.96.20, and then just let the market do the rest of the work, right? So, you know, again, it's something we talk about all the time. Paul and I, D just said it, time of day is a level. That 8 p.m. Eastern time is a level in the metals right now, right? Dakota, you see it for slow markets all the time. That's when the volume starts to pick up. And I, like I said, I took a couple scalps, but this was the cleanest trade where it's like, okay, you get an in short and it goes, you guys have seen me, I just cut that Nasdaq trade, right? When the flow in the market isn't there, I'm okay saying, hey, I'll take a couple bucks and I'll get out. But once the volume starts to flow in one direction, it's my job to just let the market do its job. And you can see the last exit on that trade was 46.63. So this trade with a 2-lot was about 20 grand. And then later in the session where I woke up, we took some longs on the way back up here. 45.78, shout out to Coach Paul, was the first level of support if you look at pivots. So when we bounced off that pivot, I woke up in the overnight session. This candle is my risk limiter. Anything below that, I want to be out, and I'm getting in long off of that. And you can see I'm scaling in and out of position on the way up. Yeah, but that was really it. It's nothing different. And, you know, we try to repeat the same things day in and day out. Sometimes the markets, when you're good, you get lucky. That's all it was.
What do they say? Luck is between the crossroads between preparation and opportunity, or something like that.
Oh, yes, it is.
Right.
That's it.
We got a headline here about regarding Iran. U.S. envoy and Iran's foreign minister are expected to meet on Friday in Istanbul to discuss a possible nuclear deal. Also, Zelensky, Ukrainian team to also have bilateral meeting in Abu Dhabi. This is just hitting the headlines now. Very little reaction in oil and crude, but we are starting to see some headlines regarding the Middle East as well as what's going on in Ukraine and gold. Popping here, gold up $100. Gold up $100 in the last 14 minutes. Now trading 47.19. Silver up
insane.
$4 is silver up $4.
Gold turns, I don't know if gold turns green today. That's something else
right there.
because like at its low when I decided to get in long down there from those 44.50s, I think we were down like 7.5% at one
Yeah.
point. I'm just like from 7.5% down to
Now
turning green, and it's silver just went
it's
green.
only down 0.4% now. 0.4%.
Yeah. Yeah,
Wouldn't
silver
take too
just
much
went
to go green.
Yeah, same thing with silver.
5,000.
Yeah, it did.
I mean, still a possibility.
We were trading at
New highs
120s
down.
in silver last week. We were trading at 120s in silver last week. Bitcoin catching a bit too. Nvidia's down. Nvidia's down 1.3%, which is interesting. We have Amazon earnings later this week, which is going to be pretty big for the Nasdaq and the tech market. Was it Thursday? It's also non-farm payroll week, new month, new week. Feels nice that the data is on schedule.
Finally, we are back in rotation. Yes, we also have Google earnings this week. We have, like Dakota said, Amazon. We got Palantir after the bell today. Chipotle this week. Also, AMD, I believe tomorrow. But yes, new highs Dow. Shout out to the chat. New highs Dow, 49,484 would be that price. At 77% short tilt, now back to 50-50 in the NQs. It pushes higher here. Gold on the turnaround. We got London close in 14 minutes.
I might have to get out.
10-year yields. 10-year yields been going up, up, up. Dollar index, dollar strength going up as well.
Dollar's starting to strengthen a little bit.
Yeah.
Failed auction in the S&Ps, Dakota. The failed auction in the S&Ps is not doing what we want it to do, and that's roll lower relatively quickly. So it's just hanging around. It's not doing what we want it to do. So shorting is a little tough here.
Same with the Nasdaq, Hoag. Like I still like the short on this side. Maybe we could put in a lower high that we were doing right here at these 860s. And I'm sitting here watching the Nasdaq. Nvidia's down 1.25%. We got Tesla down 2. There's no other big major stock that's pushed like holding this market up. So I'm not opposed to holding this trade a little bit longer. It's just like you said, caution. Usually when we get pullbacks, they could be, with this type of volatility. I mean, since the New York session opened, that's what 370 points straight up, and now we're not getting a big pullback. We got down to these 25,800 and just bounced. So time can be a part of this, a big piece of this. If we don't go soon, then just bail out. If I wasn't in the short now, would I be looking to get into a new short? No, not until we start to see and maybe some more selling pressure, another 3-bar reversal. But so far, that 3-bar reversal at the top, it's still valid, right? We had that all the way up here, highs 25,009, 912s, lower 900s, and yeah, that one paid pretty well.
And this is one of those we want it now.
Yeah,
100%.
The Veruca Salt trade.
Veruca Salt, wow. Andrea, Andrea, I knew it. Dakota, you still are short, correct?
Yeah. Two micros. Micros are so comfortable to trade in the Nasdaq compared to what we've been used to for the past few months in these metals.
Man, seriously.
All right, London close in about 11 minutes. Yes, pin to the top of the chat. Coaching forum. Get those questions in. We'll have Gabe, D, and Anne Marie taking those questions. Get those questions in. We are seeing some buyers jumping in here in the ES 70.02 last trade, about 3 points off session highs.
You want the world?
This is wild.
What a market. Oh man, gold back down. Gold getting smacked again.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. If you blink, yep.
Yeah. It's the grass is greener. It's hard to not get distracted by what's going on in those metal markets.
Yeah, it definitely is. It is, I want to see if the ES, yeah, we got the London close. We were talking about Jay's putting up big numbers today in the XFA. We saw some big numbers from our live funded traders on that leaderboard this morning as well. Very interested to see JD. Come on in here. Come on in. Top live funded P&Ls and payouts from Friday, last Friday. Crazy volatility. How did it look from your end there, JD?
Looking pretty good. We got some decent numbers to share from Friday here. Let's take a look at those P&Ls first. Top 5 live funded P&Ls from Friday. Up at the top, we've got Ray trading the Nikkei gold and silver, eligible for another payout after Friday's trade. 5 winning days, over $150, eligible for a payout, $20,488. Mixing it up between those 3 markets. Selvin A, $17,696 in profits trading the gold, silver, and Nasdaq. Needs 1 more winning day to get to that payout status. Ken H, $10,938 trading Nasdaq products, NQ and the MNQ. 24 winning days so far for Ken H in this live funded account. Getting closer to daily payouts for Ken. Alfredo, one of our legacy traders here, 160 days in this live funded account for Alfredo. Picked up $10,560 trading the S&P and the micro S&P on Friday. And Azamat, $10,126 trading a bunch of metals. Gold, silver, and copper. Also ready to take another payout. 7 days, 7 winning days over $150. So, Azamat, throw some of that money in your pocket. All right, next up, we've got some payouts from Friday. More impressive numbers. Take a look at these. Great way to start a weekend. Mark M, $26,070. Kyle B, $20,340. Dayang, $11,430. Anastasia, $11,364. And Keely, $6,077. It's a great way to end a trading week, putting that hard-earned money right in your pocket. These are live funded traders pulling money out of the live markets too, folks. An inspiration to us all. All right, back to you guys.
Wow, great, well done. Friday was a doozy. Good job. We have all right. 8 minutes till London close. Bottom of the hour. Hoag, I want to get your quick check-in on Delta, ES, NQ, and gold for that matter. We did have a Delta divergence in ES. That means Delta negative. Sellers are market orders coming in, selling, market push higher. That flattened out. How are we looking right now in Delta?
We're back to a divergence in the S&Ps, Andre. Negative 4,000. And here we are, right back up against the highs here. So possibly a hint of some stronger buyers below the market here. Be careful being short, even with the failed upside auction. Being short with that negative delta makes me a little bit nervous. We're positive delta in the Nasdaq, about 1,500. It's been positive all day. It's not a very deep delta. The Nasdaq, however, has kind of lagged behind the S&Ps a little bit, if you would say. And in gold, negative 70. 70.
Just 70.
Very little.
70.
70.
We go change it.
Flat,
Change it ourselves.
basically.
Negative.
So, yes. That's regular trading hours.
I had a feeling that there was a Delta divergence going down in the ES. Shorts tried hitting that bid just to see that sucker turn back around on them. Trading 7,000 even right now in the ES. NQ trading 25,877. About 30 points off. 40 points off the session highs. Gold trading 47.19, $100 off the lows that were just put in about 20 minutes ago. Silver trading $79.27, about $4 off the lows that just session lows that just printed again about 10 minutes ago.
Yeah, for all those correlation traders, gold's down 0.4 and silver's up 1%.
That's how my account goes red when that happens.
Yep.
Doesn't make sense. Trade until it breaks. Looks like ES looking to print some new session highs. About 2 points to go there.
Same with the Nasdaq.
So, yeah, I don't like being short, but where do you get long? That's the question.
What market, Hoag?
He's talking ES.
S&Ps.
Yes, S&Ps, okay.
Well,
remember
average pullback has been about 20 points. No, 10 points. That's tough.
Almost
initial
rather
bounce
catch
high.
the breakout above the IB high.
I was going to say, I think
At least
that's
that gives me risk. Yep, maybe negative 3,500 delta now. I'm off
they're gonna
just a
pop
little
this
bit.
thing. There's got to be some stops above this thing. You can play the quick stop, Hunter. You know, squeeze 4
Buy
points
stop
out
above
of
the
this.
high.
You buy right here, hoping
Yeah.
stops get popped. Buy 2s to sell 7s.
Would you buy it here or would you buy it on the break of the new high?
I'd buy it on the break.
You got to. I personally preempt it. I mean, yeah, there's risk. It's got to go now.
Yeah.
But the problem is, where's the risk? I mean, it could go all the way back to 69.88.
30 seconds later,
finally come
Hoag.
back
The
up
risk
and
is
knock those stops.
wherever it is. 30 seconds later.
30
is the
seconds.
risk.
Time is an indicator.
Yeah, I mean, if you do this trade, I'm not suggesting you do. It's just if it doesn't go, it doesn't go. Scratch. You see how it? Yeah, scratch it, puke it. Try to get back in. You see Dakota do that quite a bit. Doesn't get the move. Get out. Wait for the move, but it's holding bid right.
All right, I'm taking this risk again. I'm short from 877.
Short
877.
877. Yeah, I'd be doing myself a disservice by not taking the trade that I actually see. So it's just micros. I don't want to say it's just, but a micro in the Nasdaq is nothing comparable to where I've been trading silver. So I'm short from 877. Pretty tight stop when it comes to these micros. Stop loss above the highs. This could be Hoag. I've seen this happen before. I mean, knock on some wood. The market pops up, hits these stops just above all these session highs, and then reverses. But no, seen this V-shaped rejection here. I'm okay with. I say here, but you can see we just made it over the last 5 minutes. I'm okay with getting into a short. Nothing bigger than just 3.
3.
Yep.
Awesome.
All right, short 2 MQ 25,877. 3.
Yeah,
short
3
2 or
from
3 to go. Thank you.
3.
3877. Jay, what do you got your eye on here? What markets are catching your eye?
I'm looking at the equity shorts also. 846 is where I was short before. So I like this trade that Dakota is in. I've taken it once already. I'm looking for now that kind of volume signature that I was talking about, right? Like I haven't seen that exhaustion blow off top kind of volume yet, which when it happens, a lot of times it's like, okay, that is the definitive high of the day. I'm not seeing that yet. So for me, I mean, there's still a 50-point trade here, which I like, but I think I may be slowing down here. We'll see what happens at the London close. I do like this trade though.
Yeah, you haven't traded much today, Jay. It's been a quiet day for you. So
hey, he ain't done counting that money. He ain't done counting. He's only at 8,000. He's got 22,000 more to count. 8,001, 8,002, 8,500, 501. All right, yeah, London close. We'll see what happens here. Bottom of the hour, 2 minutes till then. We do have Bostic scheduled to speak in about an hour. Yes, 11:30 a.m. Central Time. Raphael Bostic scheduled to speak.
Let's see if we can get this sell off. Maybe a 3-bar reversal if we can close below 871.
The timing might work out for you. See what happens here in 90 seconds. Day trading daddy. You do not. Stay tuned this week. Wink, wink.
Something's going on in crude oil right now.
Wink, wink.
Talking.
Maybe it's that.
It's Iran. Yeah, it did just pop. Popped about 20 cents. Yes. Any more charts up? Nice catch there, Jay. 60 seconds till. No, Muhammad in the chat. This is don't cry to me selling ES type of day. You heard Mo. Mo's letting the people know, letting the shorts know. Where's Jack? We'll be seeing Jack after morning recap, perhaps. Hoag after London close. A couple words and we'll get you out of here.
Sure.
London closed in 30 seconds.
Yeah.
Fire stepping right up.
We got some size in the ladder here. I'm blowing smoke. I think I'm nuts. 70.03 last trade. 70. Yeah, that's why I'd buy into these shorts. That's just me though.
Blowing smoke. Where there's smoke, there's fire, Andre.
I see what you did there. 3 seconds. What happens here? And all right, London's closed. Coach still in these shorts. All right, with that being said, Hoag, you got morning recap coming up in a bit. Couple thoughts before you get out of here, Hoag. Fantastic stuff as always.
Oh, thank you, Andre. Jay,
you're welcome,
Dakota,
man.
always a pleasure to see you. Let the trades come to you, folks. See you in just a few minutes for the morning recap. Blessings to you all.
Oh,
excellent.
What is that?
It's Andre blowing the smoke.
What was that?
They're going crazy. I mean, they're lighting me up. I mean, lighting me up on this one. Yeah. All right. We got Dakota. It feels like it's a slow markets because Jay and Dakota. Well, it's slow market 7:30 p.m. Central Time, Sunday through Thursday. Who will be joining you this evening, Dakota?
Jay, you're going to be joining me, Jay. You talk about trading the Asian session.
For sure.
It's gonna be a good one. It's always a good one when you're on, man.
It's
absolutely.
So
It's gonna be a fun one.
I'm just kind of like a slow markets, but it's fast markets. They're letting me hang out. Great, much appreciated.
We could do a 3-man weave for slow markets, right, Dakota?
Yeah, you could come on. You could join us, Andre. Permission.
It's I don't know. It's I need to
live streaming from the dinner table is a little bit different than being in the chat for sure.
And that's just a bit. I'm not actually watching from my dinner table. I'm watching you guys. Sometimes, actually, one time I did, and I got called out for it by. But yes, Delta on the gold now. It was -70. Again, man, just changed too much. We're talking 1s and 2 lots on that ladder, so that I'm not going to move too much.
Yeah,
I'm scared.
much.
Tova trades. Tova used to light me up. Also, Tova trades. Andre, you're scared. I am scared. I'm not trying to reject you guys. Andre is whipped. Oh wow, it is coming in hot right now in the chat.
Yeah,
Chat is absolutely fired up. We need to get to 1,000 likes. 1,000 likes. Yes, the Ground-Hoag did or did not see their shadow. Yeah, 6 more weeks. Jay hit me with the 6 more weeks.
Jay hit me.
6 more weeks. 6 more weeks of winter. The Russell looks like it wants to sell here. We just saw a big burst of selling coming in there.
Yeah, Nasdaq trying to sell off here. We're trying.
Just trying.
Let's see if we could get it.
Let's see.
I'm watching silver. I'm watching gold. Crude right back to $62 even. You got Jay watching the Russell, watching silver, watching Nas. You take an ES trade yet today?
Me?
I don't think.
No.
When's the last time you traded the ES?
Last week. Yeah, last week. But no, not today.
Oh.
Honestly, that Russell trade was the best. The Russell trade this morning was the best one. I just cut that short.
No, we know that gold trade was the best one.
Yeah, I was going to say, Dakota.
For this morning. Who
you crafted on that one?
For this morning, fast markets. So, real talk though, and Dakota, you do this all the time, right? Like, I'm very proud of having a big trading day. But the one time I ever saw how much my trading mentor made in a day, he showed us his P&L. We were trading stocks, and dude made like 800 grand in a day. And he showed up the next day and did the exact same thing. Like nothing changed. And from that point, I was just like, oh shit. Like, yes, you can be proud of the work that you do, but trading is a game of what did you do for me today? What have you done for me lately? And, I think when you take too much time to celebrate, and maybe, I've done it. And it's like, oh yeah, I'm better than, I'm better than the markets. I'm very conscious of that because it might not show up on camera, but I could be a very
Say it.
Ego-driven person sometimes. So
No.
I'm very conscious of that. Very conscious of that.
No, over this weekend, I don't know if you guys follow boxing. Shakur Stevenson, such
He's
an
amazing.
amazing boxer. Everyone criticizes him how boring he is to watch, but he just shows up and gets the job done. And it's just like, at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter like anything else besides just showing up, doing the same thing over again, no matter how boring it might be and how routine it might feel. Sometimes, man, just waking up doing the same thing every day can be very boring and feel like routine. And we're lucky because these markets, it seems like they're never boring. But following that same process over and over again, day in, day out for years, it can get boring, man. And sometimes that's when a lot of the best trading's done.
I would
100%.
agree. Also, don't get lackadaisical. Boring. Like Jay was saying, the market will humble you quickly. And yes, that's awesome, Jay. Like 100%. But it took years and years and years to pattern recognition and screen time to see this setup. You saw this setup. You've seen it in the past. Perhaps you've missed the setup in the past. You were on the wrong side of the setup in the past. Finally, all that preparation, all the time, all the repetition paid off in that moment of truth. So that's what it's all about is you finally, you got the setup. It finally got the setup. You have the experience. You got the account balance to pull the trigger on that trade. So job well done, man. That's absolutely what it's all about. And
thanks, man.
To that point of Trading Mentor, biggest day, I guess quick story. Not that anyone asked, but I figured I'll just shoehorn it in here.
Let's hear it.
My trading mentor, one of the trading, when I first got started on the floor, I didn't know what I was doing, but he'd give me a ride to and from work every day as a neighbor. He was a local in the pit. Ferrari pulled up next to us on the way home, and I looked, I go, man, that's a nice car. I was talking, his name was Tom, my boss. That's a hell of a car. That's really sweet. He goes, what does that cost? I'm like, I don't know, about 200 grand. He's like, I just lost that in the last 15 minutes of the trading day. I'm like, oh shit. And he didn't flinch. He showed up the next day, didn't stress it as if it was just part of it. And I'm like, damn, this guy can lose 200 G's and take it in stride and show up. I know obviously his lifestyle, nice things. I'm like, man, oh man, I want to be able to do that because he can lose 200 G's and still just, keep on one foot in front of the other.
Show up the next day.
So 100%. And I'm like, man, oh man. He's like, yeah, you still want to get lunch? I'm like, man, oh man, yeah. So that's what that was eye opening for me. The biggest was eye opening. Like, damn man, this guy's got a lot of money if he can take that.
He asked you to pay for lunch. He's like, oh, I forgot my wallet at home.
No, he's like, you still want to go to lunch? I got Portillo's or something like that. But yeah,
right.
I was like, what's that Ferrari cost? He knew how much that Ferrari cost too. He just wanted me to say the number so he could tell me how much he lost that day. Yeah,
There's always bigger fish. It's all relative too.
More impressed by I saw the chat. Traders' losing day, biggest losing day in their careers, and then how long they've been trading for. It tells you the whole story. Tells you the entire story. All right, Dakota's still into short.
I'm now flat, minus 270 for the day. I'm just, this price is not doing what I want it to do when I want it to do it. So being down 270 on this account is just a little scratch. There's a little scratch in this price action. I don't mind it.
I like it. All right, let's go around the horn. Keep an eye on that 10-year yield. 10-year yield going higher and higher and higher. It was above 4.25%. Last time I checked in on that, it is now, it did not like that PMI number. It is now 4.275%. 10-year yield up on the day. A good amount. Dollar strength as well. Dixie dollar index close to the highs also. And possibly we're keep hanging around these highs in the ES, hanging above 7,000. I'm pretty much trading 7,000s right now, 4 points off the highs. NQ, about 30 points off the highs, trading 25,887.
Yeah, I do like what the Russell looks like right now as far as a short goes. I did just take one. I took it off for scratch, but right as so this 1 minute candle right here, there was a spike of volume in that candle. About 240 contracts traded in a second. 60% of that in negative delta. And if we attach a VWAP to it, it's starting to leave that range to the downside. So this may be one of the last trades I put on. We were talking about looking for that volume signature before. The Russell's the only place I've seen it show up in the equities. So the risk would be, selling against this VWAP potentially and then risk above this high. In the Russell, that's like 140 points, $140. But yeah, I think I'm going to lock out for the day. Why don't we do that? But that's the only thing I'm looking at for potential trades. But I'm going to hit that lockout button.
Hit that lockout button. It's one of people's favorite features on Topstep X.
There we go. Great day, man. That is the way to end a good day. Just lock out.
Big time.
Don't get
for sure, man.
Yeah. Yes. Oh my. Okay. That was awesome, Jay. Question about we say volume signature. Volume signature. What did you mean? What do you mean by that? You looking for a pop in volume? Or are you looking for?
Yeah. So you know how Jack will go down to the 1 second chart and say, "Oh, we just had 1,500 contracts, 2,000 contracts trade in the S&P." That's kind of what I'm looking for. I'm using a platform that filters that for me, so I don't have to stay on a 1 second chart. But that's what I'm looking for, right? Where if that amount of volume trades, that means somebody somewhere, Dre, I don't know, I wish I knew where they were. I wish I knew where their desk was, but somebody somewhere said, "Hey, I'm going to trade a ton of volume here." So I'm just trying to find from that point, what are their intentions, right? If they are going to follow it up with enough volumes for a follow through move, then great. I just jump on board with them. But yeah, just looking for, okay, especially at the highs, if we see a big burst of selling coming in, then that could be, someone getting short up here. That could be someone taking profits, and then just following the flow from there.
I like it. When you see that pop in volume or pop in price, do you look to see if other markets react with it? I typically, first thing I do, I see oil pop, I see gold pop, and then I look to see, or one or the other, to see if there's follow through.
Yeah.
Is there anything that or you stick to the Rusty? Do you look for the correlations? All right, Russell pops. Does anything follow or lag behind it? I guess is my question. Have you noticed anything?
Yeah, for sure. So I have all 4 equity markets up at the same time. And let's say I see a pop. If I see a pop in a market, I try to trade that market because speaking of the correlation trade, right? Oh, the Russell moves, so the Dow should as well. And sometimes I get you caught in a shitty market. I've done it recently. Actually, one of my last trades in the S&P was exactly that, right? I saw a pop in the Nasdaq, and I'm like, oh, the S&P should follow, and the S&P did absolutely nothing. But yeah, you look for it, because sometimes there's an opportunity for a catch-up trade if the markets are all moving in the same direction. When they're not moving in the same direction, then I pay attention to wherever that volume spike happened. But yeah, like you said, do you see a pop in equities, and then you look at crude oil maybe, or the metals? Yeah, definitely. Because then it could be, okay, there's a headline coming out that's moving everything.
Right.
Yeah.
My headlines. All about the headlines. All right. Markets are in a holding pattern right now for the first time. All fast markets. We have gold trading 4,700 and now 4,705 now 07's trade. Gold with a over $200 range here in fast markets. We have silver with a $9 range in fast markets, low of 75.20, call it, high in silver of $84.33. These ranges are massive, but what happened on Friday's got us numb, callous to this. Yeah, these ranges are massive.
$9
old
range,
$200 range.
That was like a monthly range, like a few years ago for silver.
Yeah.
Man, oh man.
The craziest thing to me, Dre, and somebody said it, the sell-off in gold on Friday was bigger than the move, dollar-wise, bigger than the move of gold in the first Trump presidency.
Wait, say that again?
So the 4 years of the first Trump presidency, the dollar-wise move that we had in gold on Friday was bigger than that entire 4-year span.
Oh my goodness.
Just one day.
It was like
4 years of price action
bucks, right?
in one day.
What was it?
I think it was $800, right? It was
$800.
I think so. Yeah.
Man,
one day. Wow. I mean tonight, yeah, even the volatility we've seen last night, right, from 44.50 all the way up to what 48 and back down, and
yeah, it's
And
it's historic. We've never seen anything like this before, ever.
Oh,
I mean, look at that. We're gonna be talking about this for years.
oh yeah.
Easy.
So
And
the one thing Coach Paul was talking about is, have we seen what the outcome of this are? Like there's definitely some entity that blew up on Friday, right?
Oh,
has anyone seen any
definitely.
headlines yet? Like
I
a
think
bank
there was a
or something
bank
like
in Chicago. Is there a bank in Chicago that went under?
really?
Based on what on the liquidation of all those
Yeah,
positions, and
somebody had to be on the wrong side of that.
Oh yeah, there's definitely someone on the wrong side of it somewhere.
oh yeah, yeah. If you can't, I don't. Yeah, we'll be talking about this for. I don't have words to explain. I can't figure out why. I cannot figure out what it was about.
Well, you know what would be more insane if we go make all-time highs next month by the end of the year.
Would you be surprised? Be honest with me. Would you be surprised? Would you be
No,
surprised if we made an all-time high? Not me neither.
If
Not
we
at all.
push through all-time highs,
Not at all.
I'd be speechless.
I would not be surprised whatsoever if those all-time highs in gold would be the price of 56.26.80.
Coach Hoop saying that there was some in
Just
Japan
$1,000.
that lost 144 million.
That's nothing though. 144. That's nothing.
That's like a Metropolitan Capital Bank and Trust. It sounds something very similar to that.
Oh my god, we're $1,000 away from all-time highs in gold.
Just Thursday, just Friday.
Those all-time highs are on Thursday. Yeah,
40% in silver.
yeah. Let's take a look at that. Because markets are in a bit of a holding pattern right now. Dow 50, 60 points off the highs. ES could not uptick those highs. 10 points off the highs in the ES. 69.96. Last trade. NQ might be rolling over a little bit. 60 points off the highs there. Trading 25,852. What are all-time highs in silver?
120.
121. Call it 122. So we're $50 lower. I wouldn't be surprised. Would not.
Still up on the year, which is crazy. Like, okay, yeah, we haven't.
Still up.
We traded these prices January 2nd.
Yeah, that was rolled.
It depends where you are in that on that ladder, right? If I'm a buyer at 60 in silver, do I care too much? I probably do.
Depends why. I mean, if they're sovereign funds, if it's sovereign funds and countries buying this, they don't care about price. They just buy it. What's here? Buy it.
Yeah.
Tomorrow, buy it. Oh, we lost money? Buy some more. Better prices.
Just keep buying.
Yep.
Here we go. Those equities.
Yep. Starting to look lower here. Picking up some push to the downside. A couple more minutes here in fast markets. Got Dakota in the house. Got the best in the biz. I'm honored to be joined by Jay and Dakota. Yeah, man. Big numbers.
We got that sell-off I wanted. Got the sell-off we wanted.
No buyers above 900s in the Nasdaq.
Should have had a bigger position is what I... That's all right. That's all right. I can't argue.
No headlines. No headlines. Been pretty quiet on the wire for now. That could obviously change in the blink of an eye. They're going to keep pushing this thing lower. When I say this thing, I'm talking about ES and the NQ. NQ held the highs, held initial balance high.
Mm-hmm.
Or so some people might be seeing, this might be a bull flag, depending on how you look at it. We got 71% short in the tilt in the ES. Is gold going to roll over now, man? It's just like it continues to. We had that. They're chilling for about 2 minutes, 2-3 minutes, and it looks like things just start picking up. Jay, you were locked out.
Yeah, locked out. That Russell trade is doing
You're still talking about this Russell trade, man. He's still talking about this Russell. Yeah, I love you. It's a trader, man. It's a trader. Same way. Is it
Working
cooking
out.
right now?
Working out. It is, I mean, a little bit. It still has some room to go down and view up, but
I might join you, man. I might join you. This price actually starting to slow down a little bit. You know?
Yeah.
Go ahead and lock myself out too.
There we go.
I got what I wanted. I got what I wanted, and that short, and that's all I was wanting. That's all I was wanting. Not gonna ask for anything more than that. So I'm gonna call that one good.
Good stuff, man.
That's very that's wise. Man, you guys are showing some experience right there. That is experience to the max. Jay, I mean, you got the setup, you took it. Regarding that gold trade, lock themselves out. Dakota, what emotions did you feel right there? What was the self-awareness that made you say, you know what? Well, or was it your trading buddy Jay making the first move? But what were the triggers, or what did you notice about yourself saying, you know what, I should probably do this as well?
It was just this price action. The price action's king for me all the time. I wanted to pull back earlier. I ended up getting short a couple times, right? A couple paper cuts here and there. And, you know, this thing might continue to sell off, and I'm going to look back and say, you know, it did hit my target. But it's the end of fast markets, and I'm not going to give anything back. It's only Monday. It's a big week. You know, need to take into consideration everything that's going on. We got earnings throughout the week. We got non-farm payroll. We got, you know, so much stuff going around in the world that's moving these markets and all this volatility. Best thing you could do is end the day green. End the day green. Jay, great trading. Absolutely. I've been trading with you
Thanks,
for
man.
100%.
2.5 years now, man. 2.5 years already.
Yeah, it's been a while.
And you know just as much as I do the importance of just ending a day green, starting the week on a positive note, and not giving back some profits.
For sure.
Yeah,
for sure.
Jay, I got a question. How do you manage the rest of the week, knowing that there will be opportunity, there will be volatility? We got headlines, like Dakota said, biggest number of the month, non-farm on Friday, major earnings.
Yeah.
How do you manage the account for the rest of the week?
Continue to trade. Continue to take setups. Be aware of the risk. And I see some people in the chat saying as well, you know, you can only take it because it's an XFA, you can only take out X amount of dollars, right? My goal is I'm not pushing for a live account.
Aside from that, Jay.
Yeah.
Just in terms of trading, not XFA. I'm talking markets, your executions. XFA, I'm talking just say you're up 30 on the week. How do you manage that? Because the goal is to go live. The goal is to be live in the markets. How does a trader?
Why not be up 100 on the week? If the setups present themselves,
right?
If the setups present themselves, why not be up 100 on the week? There's somebody who's up $30 million in the markets right now, right? So this 30K, you put it in perspective, but it's because I understand that the 30K came from process. I'm just going to go back to my process tomorrow. Obviously, I don't want to go down on the week, but tonight at 8 p.m. or 8:30 Eastern, me and Dakota are going to be on the slow markets, and the markets are going to be moving again. So I'm aware of how much I've made on the week so far, but why not be up 100K this week? Why not be up $31,000? Why not be up $31,000 this week, right? Like, I don't know what the markets are going to present. There could be a trade tonight in the Dow that presents an opportunity to make more than that today, right? If I execute it properly. So you kind of just have to go to next play mode, and that's probably the most robotic. And trust me, guys, were there emotions with this trade? Absolutely. As soon as I got out of the trade, poured up a glass of wine, was making some dinner, you know, we celebrated it, but then it's okay. What do you do tomorrow? A little bit, yeah. Fist bump. I have a mirror over here to the side of me, and every time I put on a big trade, I look at the mirror and just let's go. Tiger.
How many mirrors? How many mirrors are in Jay's house? Stay tuned to find out. You can find out how many mirrors are in Jay's house. That is at the buzzer. Him and Paul will be all over those Palantir earnings. You'll see these two guys in slow markets as well. Dakota, a couple words before you get out of here. Dakota, I'm supposed to see you in Power Hour today.
Yeah, I'm going to join you for Power Hour. It's going to be good. Jay, did you grab the puppy and just show him the trade? You just had to.
No, he was asleep,
All
man.
right,
He was
all
asleep.
right, all right, all right. These
He was
guys are the
asleep.
absolute best. Absolute pleasure working with these pros. But we got more of them coming up all as well. We got morning recap coming up after this. Then it is Trade with Topstep. Jack, you're asking where Jack is. Jack and Dolby will be joining us with a mystery guest, scouting out the markets for more trades. Again, markets are rocking right now. We got Boston coming at you in about 35 minutes. It looked like gold was going to be in a free fall. It looked like silver was going to be in a free fall. Looks like we want to keep holding these highs here in the equities. Topstep TV, let's go. These guys are bringing the heat. Great start to the day. Come on.
Click subscribe. This is Topstep TV.
One of my next favorite features of the new Topstep dashboard is the Reset Rebill extension. When a trader purchases a reset of a trading combine during their active billing cycle, they're no longer stuck with the original purchasing date. They now get 30 fresh days to trade and to work towards getting to that express funded account, removing some of that pressure of time.
All right, it is time for the morning recap. Interesting trades, man. Interesting trading day. Well, metals are really trying to find some sort of balance where they can kind of find two-sided trade again, bring some liquidity back into the markets, but they're still very illiquid, especially if you just take a look at the gold dome. You'll see how far apart the bid and offer are. I mean, it's getting a little better, a little better. Things seem to be calming down a little bit, but still very illiquid. You're going to see a lot of slippage, still a lot of possibilities for some volatility as well. So let's take a look. We didn't take any opening range trades today. We just opted out in gold, which was a good thing. We would have been stopped out on it. Probably would have been stopped out in gold and crude oil as well. So good no takes today for the house trade, but a very exciting trade for our good friend Coach Jay. Man, did he knock it out of the park last night trading gold? Um, I've got a pretty good idea of what he was looking at. He did talk about it during fast markets. We'll review it right now. But what a great move by Coach Jay. So it was the Asian Open. I got to go down to the 1 minute chart here. And we're going to take a look at what he was looking at. So on the Asian Open, he anchored VWAP. This is the anchored VWAP here, right on the Asian Open. The market tried to push higher, but wasn't able to hold and wasn't bringing in volume after the Asian Open. That was telling Jay that the move to the upside was relatively weak. So this is where he says he got short. Two, and we saw it on his charts too. Two, gold, 47.96. We broke below VWAP, giving him confirmation, and just held on to that. He said it was like a 8 minute trade. Got out at 46.63, $20,000. That's volatility for you, folks. The great that it worked out for him this way. Absolutely fabulous. But you're always taking those big risks when you do that. But great trade, Coach Jay. That was just awesome. Later on, he came back. He said he woke up and started looking at the markets and started looking for opportunities for longs. I think he took 3 longs on this push back to the upside. I didn't grab all the levels and everything, but just right about here, I think was the first one. Let me see. 45.78, I think, was the first long, but started taking some profits to the long side as the market continued to stair step higher for another 10 grand. I mean, what a fantastic evening for Coach Jay. Great job. As far as context is concerned, in gold, again, the market is trying to find some sort of a semblance or something that resembles two-sided trade here. It is seeking balance. We got a big push to the downside yesterday below the weekly kickoff low. Regular trading hour session traded right to weekly kickoff low. The market is trying to find some sort of balance in this area. We'll see if it succeeds. It's going to probably take some new information or something else to happen to create the kind of volatility that we saw last week. Let's take a look at crude oil. Again, just in context, because, again, we did not take the opening range trade today in crude oil. So what we were looking at was some pretty deep overnight inventory with a weekend gap that was left up there. We have been rallying. The trend, I think, is still to the upside in the short time frame, and we've been by and large holding the weekly kickoff low 61.80. We've looked at it a couple of times during regular trading hours. Haven't been able to see any sellers coming in down below that level. If we were going to be in the opening range trade, we probably would have been long. I think that the market triggered us into a long, and just probably enough to the downside for us to get stopped out on down here at this level, which is really just a kind of a support level, if you ask me. So we didn't have really good trade location based on the position of the weekly kickoff low here. Probably would our stop would have, I'm sure, been a better execution level, a better way to get in. S&Ps, no trades today. But again, just going to take a look at some context. So let me get to the 30-minute here. All right, so an inside day on Friday. We opened inside range below value. The first thing we did was leave the opening range at the dead low of the day. That tells me we should be looking for longs right away. We found acceptance and moved all the way through the area of value from Friday. Value low on this platform, 69.47, value high, 675. We've been seeing some continuation in that move to the upside. And now, finally, we're starting to see those stops get taken above the initial balance high. We were at about 4,500 in negative delta right before I think we popped this. We're popping all the stops now. We're down to negative 1,200 in delta right now. So the delta squeeze that's actually started pretty early in the session. We've been getting negative delta readings all the way up, which indicates longer time frame buyers against shorter time frame sellers. Guess who usually wins? The longer time frame. So now we finally got our pop. We're popping all those stops up there. Now we just monitor for continuation. How do we monitor for continuation? One of the things we look at is how robust is the dome? Are there a lot of orders being canceled and placed? Is price active? Is price moving? Maybe not necessarily directionally, but are you seeing a lot of eyeballs on the market? At this point, it's a little early to tell, but it does look like we are seeing some eyeballs on this market, increasing the probability of continuation. I mean, we're all-time high, 70.43. Is that what we are targeting? Is that what our target is for today? Who knows? Now, Nasdaq. We did have some trades taken in the Nasdaq today, although the Nasdaq is and was in a different situation. The market opened below range from Friday, creating a session gap. First thing that happened was we closed the session gap. Actually, the first thing that happened was, again, we left the opening 1 minute opening range at the low of the session. Tells us, all right, well, we're seeing some buyer control right off the open. The market has traded into, accepted, and traded through the value area from Friday. Value low, to be precise, 25,650 on this platform. 25,866 is the other extreme of value. It has completed the value acceptance play. Now, again, we're just getting our first look above the initial balance in the Nasdaq. We'll have to monitor and see if we do see any evidence of continuation. We are looking at the 200-session simple moving average right above price here, 25,933. That could be a bit of a stumbling block for continuation to the upside. Now, 5-minute chart. Jay was the first one with his toe in the water. We kind of get a little kerfuffleation here with my little arrows. But Jay first tried a short on the way up that didn't play out for him. He lost a little bit on that. He's trading the Nasdaq, short one Nasdaq, 25,744, right about there, and got out of that. Good cut. Jay got out about 25,780. We had Jay come in again looking for shorts. I got short one at 25,846, got out of those 25,838. He was looking, I'm sure, for maybe a little bit more on that, but when the market wasn't giving him what he was looking for, he cut that trade. We had Dakota come in short 3 MNQ, 25,877. Ended up taking a little bit of a small loss on this. And again, I apologize. Sometimes these little arrows kind of move around as I go from different time frames. But there it is. A small loss on that one. Actually, prior to that, he took a short here at 25,820 for another small loss. Dakota ended the day down a couple $100. Nothing that Dakota can't make up in no time. So those are the trades we were taking. Another congratulations. I don't know if that's the right thing to say, but great, Jay, great job on those trades. Fantastic. Great to see. Couldn't happen to a better trader. And let's take a look at the quotable quote for the day. Today's quote could really come from Tom Hugard's book, The Best Loser Wins, but it comes from Marcus Aurelius, who says, "Get rid of the presumption you have been..." Let me try that again. Get rid of the presumption you have been harmed, and you'll get rid of the harm. Best loser wins. We know we're going to take losses. And if you don't look at them as harm, look at them as information from the marketplace, look at them as opportunities to learn, you'll all become better traders. So there we have the morning recap. It is time to trade with Topstep. We got Jack, we got Dolby, and a mystery guest. They'll be looking for opportunities and more profits in these markets. Folks, you're in the right place. TopstepTV. Let's go.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Trade with Topstep. We got the three-man weave going. In the large hat on the right side of the screen, we have Nick Dolby Time, and Gabe will be joining us for about a half an hour here. Gabe, how you doing today?
Man, I am doing swell. Looking at these equities just continue to bid higher here. How are you guys?
I'm doing
Great.
excellent. Yeah, I had my yearly physical this morning. That's where I was. So
Nice.
everything seems to be in order. You'll have to deal with me for at least another year, everybody. Sorry about that. Dolby, have you taken any trades yet? Have you made 30K today, like Jay?
I have not. I don't know. I make 30K in a day. I might take PTO or a sick day or something. That's a hell of a trading session. Could not happen to a better person, though. I mean, Jay is talking markets constantly. He deserves a 30K day. He works his ass off, providing knowledge to all of us, to all of you. So, Jay, congrats. Don't spend it all in one spot. But his risk management's pretty good, so I think he should be good to go. These markets are moving, though. Yeah.
Yeah,
What do
you
you got?
guys are going to have to help me a little bit get caught up here, because it seems like a couple completely different markets from the open last night. And then when I was going to bed, it looked like our pets' heads were falling off. And then I woke up this morning and it was all good. And it looks like it's just kept on running. We're near the highs of the day right now in the ES. We were down like 91 points from settlement at one point when I checked last night. What's happened here?
V-bounce.
Gabe? Bounce? We're just buying stocks? Okay,
Great
cool.
question. Great question. I mean, it just looks like a strong bid higher. I mean, we basically rallied from the open. And we had no pullbacks. We made the lows in the overnight. Bounced off, what, 25,200s?
Looks too like we like those ISM numbers. Those came in strong. We're kind of bidding up now. I mean, like, I've just kind of shown up at this moment, and we're kind of in striking distance of a huge level in the ES, i.e., we're about 14 points away from SPX 7,000. So what are we thinking right now? Dolby, we going for long, shorts, or just trading the chop range?
I'm leaning bullish. I mean, we're up almost 1% in the micro Nasdaq. We're kind of at a high of the 30-minute range right here, right now. So I have that as 25,800s up to 25,000, let's say like 900s, 910s, give or take. We've had a really nice series of higher lows within this range. So I want to see if we can get long, actually. Maybe we can get a pullback to like the 50%, not that one, to like the 50% retracement of this range, which would put us at around 857 to maybe like 870 could be an interesting spot. If you like cheap shorts, I mean, it'd be kind of right here, right now. But I mean, I am not one to be betting against a V-bounce in the NASDAQ, not in the slightest.
No, sir. A little bit of news off the wire. Some people talk about it in chat. According to Barron's, the BLS won't release January job reports on Friday. Hope to hear more information on that because that is not expected. Interesting.
Okay.
I just got long 1NQ from 25,903 quarter. I'm going to see if we can go take out there's a nice little high from the 30th around 940. We're so close. I think we could easily get another quick 40 points higher just to take out that high, see if there's any stops above those 940s. There's another swing high at 26,050 from the 29th that I'm eyeing as well. So, I mean, I really just want to continue to get long until this exhausts. If we end up pushing back lower, look for a better opportunity to bid below the 800s. But for right now, let's see if we can get a continued push higher here, see if these 900s hold. Targeting 940s.
Nice.
Okay, well, as we are kind of an interesting thing here, I'm getting my bearings right now. So I'm looking at the Hateful Eight stocks, and alphabetically, the top four are having great days, and the bottom four not so much. So Apple, Amazon, Broadcom, whose ticker is AVGO, Google are all up, Amazon's up 2.3%, Apple nearly 2%, Google over 1%, and then Meta, Microsoft, Nvidia, and Tesla all down. Tesla, the only one down a little bit over 2% right now. 10-year yields look like they creeped a little bit higher again, 4.27, and Bitcoin seems to have bounced. Man, it traded below 75,000. So we did, in fact, temporarily at least go through the strategy break-even price in Bitcoin for what it's worth.
Did you pour one out for the crypto whale, Jack?
Oh, did you guys talk about that yet?
Not yet. We're waiting for you, buddy.
I wasn't on Fast Markets this morning, but if no one mentioned it, our crypto whale is no more. This individual who I think I know on social media, I think you can find who they think this person is, but they got liquidated on Saturday, I believe, on the large part of the Ethereum position. They started taking some off, but then took 100,000 Ethereum to the auto lick. It's hard without a spreadsheet to calculate what they lost, but I think well over $200 million. So tough weekend.
Yeah. That's I would have to take a month off after that. I don't know if I could go back to the well right away after that.
That is ridiculous. Yeah, Jay's 30K doesn't look so big up against a loss of $200 million. That's pretty insane. That is pretty insane. We've got some bids in here. The micro Nasdaq 865 down to 845. 3 micro Nasdaq. We'll see if we can get filled on a pullback to middle of range.
So somebody said, they could be short in other accounts, and they're just trying to lure people. It's possible. I am a little bit skeptical of that. I thought it could have been the case before if they were way short, because it could be some OG Bitcoin person who's got billions of dollars of Bitcoin. So them going short is a hedge. What confused me about the whales position is that it was giga long, and they held it for I sensed some tilt going on. They held it for a month, and those perpetual futures, that's an expensive way to go long for a month. I mean, they lost, $10 million in straight cash just to finance that position. I don't know. Maybe we'll find out at some point.
What a trade.
Sure, that's
you actually think they lost? They literally lost 200 million. Maybe they made some somewhere else, but that's what they lost. And listen, also, you wouldn't, if you're just trying to be a lure or whatever, why would you take 100,000 Ethereum to the auto liquidator? Think about the slippage on that.
I wish I had that much money to lose. That sounds like fun. Not losing that much money, but having that much money sounds great.
Now, Jack, the auto lick in crypto, so that was a perp futures trade?
Yeah.
So the auto lick, would that be essentially no cash, not enough margin to keep the position open, so essentially a zero to balance?
Yeah. I think they had it with $53.
Oh my gosh,
40 million in the account.
That's insanity.
Yeah.
That's not good.
Anyway,
unless they have $1 billion, then they don't even care. I mean, they probably care.
I mean,
but,
even if you have $1 billion, if you lose 250,
that's a 20%. That's a 20% drawdown on. That's quite the haircut, Dolby.
All right, how's your position doing here, Gabe?
We're hovering about 7 points above my entry.
Nice.
See if we can get some volume back through these 20s. I'm not looking for this to sustain much above 940, to be honest with you. I think that Dolby, you're likely to get a pretty decent pullback off those 940s. Just think that the closer we get to taking out this previous high from the 30th, I think we're going to get a little bit of maybe a bull trap at the highs of day here. So I'm not looking for this to run. Might look to get short if we see a little bit of a reversal pattern form around those 940s. How far away were we from that 7,000 SPX level, Jack? You said 14 points in the ES?
Right now, we're trading about 16 points away. So we're at 69.84 right now in the SPX. And there is, as one would imagine, looks like a lot of the old upside gamma break there, where I don't think it's just going to breeze through that level if we get up there.
Okay.
Yeah, Jack has been spot on with those SPX levels. Missed that analysis this morning.
Well,
We're kind of
you
stuck
look
the
at
initial
today
balance right now too.
You would have lost on a short, but you can see like there were, we had like a heat check here at at the 69.50 SPX, and you'll notice that overnight, after about 3 a.m., we were hanging around. Like if anything, once again, the buys are all seeming to come before fast market kicks off, but it looks like 7:30 a.m. or thereabouts was a good opportunity to buy the 6900 SPX support.
Nice. And of course, Jack is getting those from services that he currently can't name. But they are out there, chat. If you're interested in getting those. Love that every trader brings in something a little bit different to TopstepTV.
Indeed. NVIDIA OpenAI deal is still on a table, says CNBC. On the table, not a table.
The table, Jack. It's the table.
The table.
All right, making a little lower high here on the 1 minute. Not a huge fan of that. I was looking for that break. 920s. Those are holding pretty well. Risking about 25, a little over 25 points on this. A little over a 1-to-1.
Nice.
See.
Yeah, we've been stuck at the initial balance high currently in the Nasdaq. The first hour of the trading session, have that at around 913.25. So maybe it's bumping up against that, but I mean, nice little stair step forming too, Gabe. I mean, little 5-minute pocket, kind of forming above previous resistance on 2 different occasions. Hopefully these buyers come in for you, even though I would love to get filled, Gabe. I would love to get filled down here.
Yeah. Wouldn't want to stay in this very long if we close back underneath the IB high. Sure, Hoag would have some context to provide us. Comes to maybe a potential failed upside auction.
Actually, a nice little bid here, though, off these 900s. Big round number. It is bouncing. I think Mo's in chat. I'm going to give props to Mo for winning 3 reversal challenges in a row. That is no easy feat. He is in the Hall of Champions now. Yeah. He did it. He went for the 3-peat. Him and I battled in the 3rd game to the bitter end, but he came out on top. Well done, Mo. Well, fun little game we play on Fridays at 2 p.m. Don't want to be risking real capital in these markets. There he is, happy as a clam in chat. Mo, hope you're trading well. So we're gonna have Gabe on air quite a bit today. Thanks to Gabe for hanging in there today, filling in. We'll be leading group coaching.
Yeah, y'all are stuck with me for 3 hours.
Oof.
Buckle up. It's going to be a fun one.
Yeah.
I can attest. It is. Yeah. Well, thank you, Gabe, for accommodating. I got 2 days of my yearly checkups. I try and schedule all the doctor's appointments for right after sober January, just to see, like, I want to see my top line, not my, bottom line.
Good move, Jack.
If you haven't, a lot of you guys are guys out there who are maybe approaching 40 or older. Get a yearly physical. Can't hurt you.
You get blood work done as well, Jack, around that 1 year mark?
Yep.
Labs?
Got all that.
Nice. Yeah, I've been trying to do labs once a year. especially if I make any sort of kind of dietary changes. See how my body responds, see if I'm getting the correct amount of minerals, liver and kidney function, after the holidays.
Always good to check on.
Like that January play there, Jack. It's like what was that KV's advice about getting a haircut like right in the the early middle of the day, so that way your barber's fresh. That's another little pro tip. Go after dry January. Make sure the blood's in tip-top shape. Your doctor asks, "Have anything to drink this year?" You can just say no. No, I have not.
I'd be like, the past 2 months is very, very little.
Yeah. Very, very good. On my best behavior. And these markets are stuck right now.
Yeah, we're kind of contracting here on the 1 minute. Some lower highs and higher lows now. Something's bound to pop here. The question is, where's the volume going to come in? Like what side?
Yeah, not getting a lot of action. It's kind of about a 20-point range here, stuck between these 900s and 920s. Ooh, shout out to TD, who had some beverages last night celebrating their first payout. Hopefully you are not trading today.
Or trading while you were having beverages in the reopen.
Don't mix your celebrations and your trading out there. Keep those separate. Hey, where's your stop on this guy? On the screen, what is that?
874 half.
74s.
Putting it right below the 50% mark. I mean, knowing this is an aggressive long, obviously I want this volume to come in and just take out those 940s. Preferably, I would rather try to get long at least near or closer to the midpoint of the previous leg. The previous leg is from the low 835 half to the highs of around 924 quarter. So midpoint would be roughly around 880. So knowing I'm getting a little bit more aggressively, I've got my stop just a little under that midpoint in case we come back and retouch that, kind of balance that little recent move.
Well, the next few minutes, we should have Mr. Raphael Bostic is talking. That could give us a little bit of movement.
Let's hope so.
Put up a picture of him.
He is retiring at the end of his term.
What is that, February, Jack? When's the timetable on that typically? Is it a month after the new year?
I just, off the top of my head, I only know that Powell's term as chair ends in May.
Right.
Sail off into the sunset. Beautiful. Job well done.
When is Bostic retiring? Let me know.
Crypto Trade says a little early on the long. Can you explain your entry and why? I'm simply just looking for this to push and take out the high from the 30th. I mean, we've been struggling to see any sort of meaningful pullbacks in the equity so far this morning, and there's a pretty obvious pivot or swing that was made on the 30th, which is only about 30 points higher. I was just looking at a simple retest to this level that we just broke out above, which is essentially the 900 level. So what some might call support, potentially. Previous high, saw a nice little breakout, little push above. So some demand was building around those 900s. So very aggressive, right? Buying the highs a day. But managing the risk, 25 points of risk, a little over a 1-to-1, which is typically what I average. And if it breaks down, it breaks down. And I get a better opportunity to get a more discounted price if we trade lower.
Nice little momentum trade. Where do you see the momentum?
Yeah, I was about to say momentum trade if there was momentum, but there's currently is a lack of momentum.
Yeah, I think maybe we're just waiting for Bostic. This is kind of crazy. This 20-point range has been rock solid so far since we pretty much just came on for this segment. Right at 11 o'clock, we're just like 20-point range. Let's just set up for that. Almost no price action right now. RTY looks pretty similar as well. What's Bitcoin up to? Trading 79,265. But a pretty gnarly gap down for the future session. Can we get back to 80,000?
It always happens, doesn't there? Was so much chat over the weekend among the trading Twitterverse of people being like, it's going to be Black Monday. Everyone's getting cross margin called, silver stuff and Bitcoin. And it looked like in its defense, it gapped down on the open and then rallied to break even and then kind of crashed again. So everybody got a chance to get whaled on there.
I mean, silver, I was looking at the reopen last night. Silver opened where the futures closed, not where the futures settled on Friday, but where we closed. We really didn't have a whole lot of a difference between the closing price and the reopen price on Sunday, which I think I was a little shocked to see. I was anticipating a little bit more of a gap on the metals, but
yeah,
kind of a calm reopen for sure. From what people were anticipating, I should say. I think people, like you said, Jack, were just looking for worst case scenario, and it disappointed those expectations for sure.
Point to the meme, nothing ever happens. And it's just like, social media is just so extreme with everything. That's how you get the clicks. It's a nice bid here in the Nasdaq.
It sells.
Well, the money. Yep.
Getting a little bit of a push here, about 15 points off my target. I would like to see a candle body to close above the previous high of 924 quarter. If we reject here, probably just going to end up taking my profit and moving on to the next trade. Can't find a bid above.
That was the most momentum we've had thus far.
Yeah.
Man, fast markets was wild. I mean, hopefully the rest of the day has some action. It is really, really slowed down so far. Even the dome feels pretty pokey right now in the Nasdaq. Do you have any size worth a note here?
Let's take a look.
Not really seeing a whole lot.
Not really.
Yes. Nothing too much to report on. We got like just 240 lot, a little bit above the highs of the day here in the ES. For me, kind of joining at 11, I'm really looking at that top line here. About 70.25 in the futures would be SPX 7000. That is both, I would say, a target, kind of like with what Gabe's doing, and then perhaps some strongish resistance to get above that level.
Good. I mean, that's good analysis. I mean, we have Bostic talking yet. Where do they speak at? Is that stuff even filmed, or is he like in some room somewhere talking to like a handful of people who?
Yeah, I mean, he's probably on at some think tank or college campus. If you look at it, like usually they don't put that in the headline blurb, but you can usually look up where it is.
Exactly. Okay.
I went break even, by the way. Just going to remove the risk here. Trying to make an attempt above these 920s, but not doing a great job so far. Create a little bit of demand here between 917 and 909. To see if that'll hold. So break even and I get stopped out. Look for a re-entry.
So is the government partially shut down now? I'm trying to get caught up on this.
Dude, I've been curious about that because I don't think I've actually gotten a clear answer on whether or not we're actually shut down or what is particularly out of operation.
Let's ask the internet.
All right.
Who says yes? Internet says yes. A partial U.S. federal government shutdown is currently underway and is in its third day as of Monday, February 2nd. We're in day 3.
Tomorrow.
Barely even noticed.
I know the DHS, I mean, the clip we ran in opening call talked about mainly the DHS being the one that's kind of the outlier in terms of how much extension and possible budget there. Oop, here's a little volume. All right, trying to break through these 930s. Let's see if we can come get these 40s.
Got a 600. Oh, that's MES.
That is not
a lot
what I
of
wanted to see.
MES.
I mean, even like the perfect short, you're only up like 10, 15 points, which is not a lot for Nasdaq. I mean, what has this market in a bind right now? Is it just Bostic? Is there? I mean, Trump is signing something later.
Well, I don't think we need to be in a bind. We're up 0.2% in the ES. We're up 1% in the NQ. We're up 1.35% in the Russell. And the NQ was down close to 2% last night at one point. So had quite the vicious rally. Like nearly a 3% rally is no joke.
But I want the volatility. I want it now.
Well, the party can keep going because there's no NFP on Friday.
Hey.
Which don't know.
Right, I just added one.
Ooh.
I just added one. It's basically still retesting those kind of 909s and 917s. This flushes, it flushes. I'm in 2 from 910.
2 from 910. Nice. Is your stop adjusted at all?
I've got my stop at 907s, just below this level that I'm looking for us to hold very aggressively. Take a little small paper cut, look to re-enter lower.
Nice. Playing along here.
Our LOL stock of the week, I would say, is SanDisk. After earnings, they were up 20%, gave it all back on the sell-off on Friday, and then is up 16% today. That is your cardiac stock. You want some volatility. Yep.
Marking up those SD cards.
Yeah, right.
Dude, SanDisk is up like 1,200% since not too long ago. It's wild.
Yep. Manufacturers of flash memory storage drives, such as SSDs, USB flash drives, memory cards, and portable external drives, probably turbo bidding, because everyone wants the chips. They want the RAM.
They do.
Data storage.
On Monday, August 25th, what, like 5 months ago, you could have bought SanDisk for $40 a share. Right now it's trading $667 per share.
Oh my lord.
Crazy.
That is a hell of a move.
Bandit says my $50 RAM is now $450. That sounds about right.
Yeah, RAM prices are out of control right now. Hobbyist PC builders are not too happy right now. Not too happy.
No, I will not be upgrading any of my parts until prices stabilize. Got my build about a year ago put together. I'm content with it. Does exactly what I need to do, but no way in heck I'm paying any of those prices right now.
That's fine. Your PC should last a good 5 years, and honestly, graphics aren't even making that big of a jump these days. It's not like the 90s and early 2000s. Whatever. Everyone's only playing like Balacho or Minecraft anyways. You don't need a gray card for that. Market pullback, we're stuck in this range. That is right, TD. Those cat videos require lots of water, lots of RAM.
The AI, was it like the AI videos are doing this?
Mm-hmm. AI everything.
Where are these buyers at?
Dude, where's anyone at right now? This is very, very tight. The entire range so far has just been 896 up to 933. And that's if you were trading it just perfect. RTY is starting to settle down as well. Nice little 5-minute range at the high of the 30-minute range. Mogum
in chat. I definitely take losses, man. There's some days. I mean, the other day I took a pretty fat L on silver, but typically my win rate ranges between 50 and 70%.
Oh,
At least in the
Is that
last
one-
XFA, I was chilling around 75%.
Wow.
But
Is that
my
1-to-1?
reward to risk was reward to risk was a little over 1-to-1.
Wow, nice. Some trade location for you right there.
Our buyer's really struggling to show up here in this 909 to 917 level that I was looking at. I think we're going to flush this and get a little bit of a better location. I'll be back in the 1 p.m. hour to trade it up some more. So we'll see if it does flush. I'll probably exit from here. And
You still rocking that same account?
no, that XFA got blown out last week.
Oh, silver?
Yeah, I have a new XFA that I've got ready to go. And then right now, though, I'm in a combine looking to see if I can get a second XFA.
Nice.
All right, so there's the 907s. Stopped out, little paper cut, minus 150. We'll see if we can get a better location. Wouldn't mind. Dolby, you said your bids are in the 60s?
Yep.
860s?
865 down to 845. We're going to see if we can bid kind of the midpoint of this 30-minute range, as it also aligns with the higher lows that we've been making from these buyers. So we're trying to see if they'll come back down there.
Listen, I know I'm a curmudgeon. I would be just looking at least at the options landscape and stuff like that. I would be a little hesitant to pull the trigger on like an aggressive dip. Now it's easy for me to say because I came in after we had 12 straight hours of rallying. There doesn't seem at the moment like a lot of support that's going to keep us from having a little more of a pullback here. My ideal was I would love to sell anything near like the 70, if we had kept rallying there, selling around that 70.25.
Okay, so you're looking for shorts at 70.25, Jack?
Yeah, but we're getting further away from it.
Yeah, we are now. Any other levels that you have there while I'm on this chart so I can mark it up? I got 70.25.
Oh, for Jack?
I was talking to Jack, yeah.
Well, that's kind of what I mean. Let me check the 0 dates. Oh, 70.25 really stands out to me. And then it's like, there's not a lot of structure below.
So you think there's way more room to the downside?
Yes.
Got it. And that's because you don't see a ton of, call volume beneath?
Yeah, just a lot of indecisiveness in general. Like, I don't even see it's too far away right now. I guess you could see it show up if we start selling off a little bit.
Mhm.
Like before that 69.50 has been, and we did give it, a little sell off, very slight. These are 5 minutes. At least put the brakes on, but I'm hands off for the moment.
Daniel in chat asked, what happens when your XFA gets called up to live? Do you keep your XFA balance for payouts? So typically what happens with that is when you get called up to live, they'll give you an opportunity to take another final payout before a transfer, depending on the account size that you're in. So if you're in a 50K XFA, the cap that you can bring over across all XFAs that get transferred or called up to live would be 50K. 100K XFA, you have a 100K cap. So if you had, let's say, 4 XFAs and they had a $12,000 balance in each of them, you're getting called up with 48K. That's the balance you had spread across the 4. And it's below that 50K cap if they were all 50K XFAs. If your total balance is greater than your cap, let's say you have 3 50K XFAs with 30K in it each, you'll still start with the 50K cap. That's what would get called up to live. And then once again, you get the opportunity to take another payout upon call up typically.
Nice. There you go. Ask and you shall receive, chat. Great question. Well, Gabe, it looks like it ran down, grabbed your stop, and then decided to hang out. Kind of at your
Yeah,
entry.
we're still
And
stuck in this chop, 890s to 920s.
This might be a good time for you to peace out to get some water and get ready for your next couple
rest up.
hours here, Gabe.
Sounds good, guys. Appreciate you having me. Nice to be with you. I will see y'all back for group coaching in just a little bit.
Awesome.
See you later, Gabe. All right, Dolby, it's just you and me.
And then there were two. Yep.
I'm theoretically not supposed to take a trade, so I'll just whisper poison in your ears.
If you see anything great, let me know. I'll put it in there for you. Probably not seeing a whole lot across the board right now until we get some sort of volatility. MES is holding up decent. Kind of formed a nice little range over its 15-minute, let's say 15-minute range. So certainly looking more bullish. Not in the MES, only in the MNQ for right now. RTY has just completely flatlined. I mean, its range is 26.58 up to 26.63, so about 5 points, and those are the candles that really made some action. Most of these candles have done much tighter ranges, like 61s down to 59s, almost a 2.5 point range. And RTY kind of stuck at its 30-minute range high. This is
we got Bostic talking. Just a few
good.
Quotes from there. The outlook for 2026 is continued resilient economy. A strong economy will limit extent of disinflation. It's two things. Nothing world shaking there. He's retiring at the end of the month, and there's not another Fed meeting before then. I don't think he's even a voter right now. So,
what do they get paid? You know, I wonder what like their work week is like.
Now this is what AI is for.
Fed governor.
How much do
chat? What do you think a Fed governor gets paid? Put some guesses in there.
No, typical like a slightly higher end federal employee stuff. I mean, it is one of those jobs where obviously anybody who has the credentials to be a Fed governor could make a lot more money.
Mm-hmm.
It looks like Powell gets 203,500, and it's about $1.80 for board members.
Nice. Some decent spending cash. It's probably like, I don't want to say ceremonial for them, but they probably got some pretty thick wallets. Like Jack said, if you're getting that job.
I mean, well, they all come from usually like banking. I guess, you know, some are economists and things like that. But
oh yeah, Dan's right.
I think Powell's doing okay. Warsh, you know, was the executive director of M&A at Morgan Stanley, and that was before he married a billionaire. So he's doing okay.
Doing just fine. Just fine. Yeah, it's the speaking engagements. That's right. That's where the real dollars and cents come into play. Well, these indices kind of just batting back and forth right now. Bitcoin's pretty slow. RTY catching a small bid here. Trading at the high of its range, 26.61.8. Maybe we can break out of that. M&Q kind of hanging out just enough to go and stop out Gabe and maybe bid up a little bit. Gabe was saying that he had a XFA in the wings. Chad, I was curious, if you have a XFA on standby, does it impact your trading at all? Does it make trading easier? Is it easier to take on risk? Are you more reckless with XFAs, you know, in the back pocket? I'm kind of curious to see what y'all's perspectives are on that. Obviously, it's a great thing because it means traded well in the trading combine. Todd B is upset at the price action. You can always lock out, take a break. Maybe we'll get some price action at 2.
Listen, we're on all trading day here because that is our commitment to the markets. But this, you know, the middle of the day, I'm not on at 11 a lot, but I am on at 1, which is the friggin'.
That's tough.
Let's put it this way: the best TV, but like not the most ideal market. I mean, there's usually not too much happening unless you just happen to be around to catch something weird that happens.
Yeah, I mean, I always say that if the first half of the day is slow, sometimes you get the price action in the second half of the day. But I think, I don't know if you'd count this slow because we bid up just an extreme amount on the open. But it had slowed down quite a bit since then. Classic dip. Why was NFP canceled? I believe.
Because
Jack,
the
correct me
government's
if I'm
partially
wrong.
shut down.
Government is currently shut down. We're on day 3, Classic, of a government shutdown. You telling me you didn't notice? Didn't notice?
Partial government shutdown.
Oh, partial.
So no soup for us.
Nope. We want our numbers. We want our numbers.
It looks like I'll have to wait for South Korean CPI tonight at 5.
Oh, yeah.
Or the Japanese monetary base, 550.
That's where all my Kalshi bets go, Jack.
Why is this marked as red for Australian building approvals? What the hell are we doing?
What? That's pretty funny. What day is that on?
Tonight. One for
tonight.
the sickos. This is a new one. At 2:30 today, we got Trump participating in signing time, is what it says. So we're making signing time happen.
That is different from bedtime. This is when he's signing stuff, I believe. Although I wouldn't mind a Trump. It would be nice to know if he did have a bedtime so he could actually just trade without, for fear I'm sending out a tweet.
It'd be awesome if there was a 5-minute counter, it was some kind of setting on Truth Social they had, when he tweets or truth something, it immediately is it's coming in 5 minutes just to get everyone ready to roll. You don't know what it's gonna be, what's in the box.
Ooh, I kind of like that.
You find out. That'd be fun.
That'd be great. That would be really, really good.
I mean, it'd be great for TV. So if anyone's in the Trump White House or works for Trump Media, whatever it's called, how about that? I think Trump would like that.
I think you would too. Might get some bait every now and then, but it's better than nothing. Starting to see him start tweeting about Diet Cokes or anything like that. But it would be great for TV. Ooh, finally got a bid here in the Nasdaq. A whopping 12-point bid. But we got finally a long green candlestick on the 3-minute here. Maybe testing those highs or other markets bidding as well. Yeah, ES is on the up and up. So is the RTY. Still looking for range breaks though. RTY needs to get above 2663. Micro Nasdaq needs to get above, let's say, 25 932s or 933s. MES, it did break its
Just made new
3-minute
highs.
range. Yeah, let's go.
ES right now. Man, could you imagine the volatility trading off in it's coming in 5 minutes. You don't know, you go in there selling volatility. You don't know if it's going to be a tweet about some runoff election candidate in South Dakota or that we bombed Iran. And
it'd be so good.
That'd be.
Would there be a poly markets for that, Jack? Think there'd be a poly markets for that?
Of course.
5-minute tweet timers? Oh, that'd be so good. Nasdaq, new highs.
Just a PSA as we're doing this. If you are involved in I'll call it charitably trading event markets, you have to be very knowledgeable about what the settlement procedure is. Because I've seen people on Polymarket getting wiped out because there's weird settlement procedures for the contract and stuff. That's why, for instance, that market about Jesus Christ returning in 2025 went to 50%. Was because of the wording in how that market was settled. So look out.
Let's say, do you have any funny examples of someone getting potentially screwed on a bet because they didn't read how settlement was decided?
It happens all the time. They can be settled for the dumbest reasons. Hey, they're yanking us with the
all right, flashing the lights on
Dolby.
us.
So that's all for Trade with Topstep here. Dolby, thanks for stopping by. We'll have a lot more Gabe coming up. We got group coaching with Anne-Marie D, and Gabe will be in the house.
Nice.
So stick around. We got 3 more hours to go here on Topstep TV. Let's go.
Even, quarter bid, half bid, the orders bid, even bid. Now I'm a seller, quarter, half, the orders, and even.
What's up, traders? It's Mick here with Topstep. The best program to get you funded is now built around you. Topstep's got a new offering, and it isn't a one-time sale. It's the best all-in price, and it's going to be here every day. Now there's 2 paths to funding. The new and exciting path is the no activation fee path. This is where you're going to pay a little bit more upfront, but then pay nothing when you pass the trading combine. You've got your standard path. It's a lower monthly cost. Then when you pass the trading combine, there's an activation fee. That activation fee is actually coming down in price. Topstep's got the best program, the best payout policy, and now the best all-in price. I can't wait to see what it offers our traders on their way to a better lifestyle.
All right. Good afternoon and welcome back. It is time for some group coaching. I am joined by two lovely ladies. We got Deanna in the middle, coach of the Chameleonaires, and Anne Marie on the right hand side. We have an hour together compared to the usual 45 minutes, and I'm super grateful to spend it with the two of you. Deanna, I know we saw you briefly during Fast Markets. How are you? Welcome back.
I'm very well, thank you, Gabe. Lovely to be here. Always good to see you too. We're going to answer some questions, maybe find a trade. So yeah, happy to be here.
Indeed. Perfect. Anne Marie, good morning, good afternoon. How are you? You staying warm down here in Florida?
Oh man, right? I saw it was like 30 in my neck of the woods. So what were you, 20?
I've been dealing with some high 20s, low 30s, wind gusts up to 30 miles an hour here off the airstrip. It's been cold for sure, but I think my body's gotten adapted to the south. He likes it, but when it's windy, all he does is sneeze when he's outside because the wind just smacks his face. So he's sneezing constantly. But I think it's an excited, he likes it for sure. Well, let's take a brief look around the markets before we get into some questions for the day. If you have not done so already, if you have a question, make sure you hit that group coaching form up there at the top. It's pinned to the chat. In the meantime, the equities are continuing to slowly grind higher here. S&P's trading 70.15. We got Nasdaq trading 25,935s. Dow's pushing highs as well around 49,528. Gold and silver taking a little bit of a dive here in the last few minutes since we started the top of the hour here. Last trading gold 46.77, silver trading 78.26s and moving quickly. And crude is probably the worst market of all of them today so far that I've at least looked at. We are trading near the lows of the session around 61.82 per barrel, but it is nasty looking on that 5-minute chart. Ladies, do we have any trades on? Deanna, you anything at the moment?
No, so I've got my day range fill XFA, so I'm stalking a potential long in RBOB. Crude oil is terrible, but RBOB still moves. However, we need signs of life in crude oil. We might get something in about 15-20 minutes. There is the former average daily range low in crude oil. And we already tagged average session range low in RBOB, which is a little more bearish than crude oil. But at the same time, I'm looking at a normal day type. Those tend to turn into kind of failed auction hybrids. So we'll see whether we can maybe get some movement above 185. And if that's the case, I may have a long there. But for now, I'm just watching, observing, and seeing if they do what I want them to do.
Awesome. And how about that natural gas chart there? We're continuing to push new lows here of the session.
Don't touch it.
Pretty big trend to the downside today. Anything you're looking at there? Well below your ADR low, I see.
Yeah, so that spells the outlier day. When the ADR low is not respected, and it just keeps ignoring it, or maybe has a little bit of a bounce and then starts ignoring it, that's my sign to stay out. So if we get some kind of a reversal, I mean, to be honest, I wouldn't be surprised to see this at 3 evens. So according to my levels, we still have a lot of room down. Do I want to just jump in and do a caveman short? Probably not. So we had a very, very big gap down for the weekend. That was like 700 ticks, about 16% down, and we haven't even touched it. So Natty is in one of its weird days. So maybe I'll just leave that alone. But if it does start to turn around, I don't want to mess with the low time frames. I want to see a committed 15-minute reversal that prints, so that closes as a strong reversal pattern. And that should be followed by some longs. I was looking at Delta. There's just literally no signs of life there. The Delta is 2,000 negative. Maybe if they start to shave that off whilst we're making the 15-minute engulfing to the upside, that could be a fade into the end of the day. But for now, again, hands off. and we're just watching it, not trying to catch a falling knife, just waiting to see what they want to do.
I have a follow-up question on that. So Punxsutawney Phil came out today, right? Do you know Punxsutawney Phil?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Does that ever affect?
I mean, I haven't looked at I haven't looked at it that closely, but maybe I would need to go
I
back
don't know
through
what
the
he
years.
said. I don't know if he saw a shadow and went back in.
Yeah. Could
But,
be. You never know.
For the odd person who doesn't know who Punxsutawney Phil is because you live in another country or whatever, he's this groundhog that has had, of course, it's not, I mean, it's his descendants from however many years, and they always bring him out on Feb 2nd. And if he sees a shadow and runs back in, we have 6 more weeks of hard winter. And so I was, I mean, this thing's run up like a meme stock. So, you do have to wonder if it's just doing some kind of mean reversion. What is your thought about that? Because we do have some cold weather still floating around us, and certainly towards the Midwest and the Northeast for the rest of the week.
Nat gas is this weird thing, and every time you mention the groundhog, of course I think of the movie and Pastry Larry.
Groundhog Day. And that was a good
but
flick.
yeah,
Awesome
he was
flick.
amazing, one of the best.
Yeah.
So yeah, natural gas generally has a downward bias, like strong downward bias. Even when it's in an uptrend, you will still get days and even weeks where it just smashes down for no reason. Last year, I was expecting the run up to sustain a lot better, but we failed to do that. And one of the reasons why it might have been is because they had enough storage of nat gas. So they were like, we're all right. And all the way through this bull run, they were actually heavily hedged to the short side. So there was a lot of downside put protection. So obviously when they start to unwind it, all of that kicks in, and then you get these sorts of days. So I'm kind of guessing something similar is happening today. It went up way too quickly, narrowly missed the 450 level, which I was looking at. And now it's just one of those days where it's like, all right, let's take it down. We've come up too far, too quickly. Let's take some profits, and then we're going to run it back up. So that's what I'm seeing here. Maybe giving it a little bit of a breather. What's that?
Is the forward contract in contango or backwardation?
Ooh, I haven't looked.
Because
Two
CL's
words that I am not
contracts
familiar with.
the CL contracts are still in backwardation.
Yeah, spot over or under, basically, without going too deep into it. So usually futures should be above the spot.
Yeah,
and that's
should be
called
in contango.
Contango. But backwardation is when that flips. So naturally, you get this interesting. There's people who have spreads or based on that
weird
that idea.
things.
Yeah, exactly. It's a good thing to know about, because as we near the expiration of the contract, they should really flip back to where they should be. So the spot should be under futures. But if it is backwardation, then there is a hedging opportunity, which, if that's the case, it could be the reason for this as well. But I really haven't looked. Yeah.
I'm going to go look right now.
Yeah, please do.
All right. So, by the way, in just the last couple minutes, we did have crude. You find a little bit of a bid off the 6180s, now trading back above 6192. I know you were looking for a little bit more of a clearer 15-minute bar, convicted move higher, but you wanted crude to get a little volume in the meantime.
Yeah, we're coming into that time of day. So that's showing some life. We just need to finish this candle in a bullish manner without any selling wicks, because if they sell it again, that means the price can sustain into a larger time frame. So we've got 3 minutes until the 15-minute is up. That went weird. So we'll see in about 3 minutes. If this closes pretty strongly, then I'll pop in along and see what happens.
And to
All
answer
right.
that question, they're both in backwardation.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Okay.
Yeah. Good
We
to know.
found one reason. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Don't know what.
Well, are y'all ready to get into some questions? We have a few.
Let's do
Yes. Let's do it.
All right, let's
Yeah.
go. Saeed asked, "Hey D, what are the best times to trade copper, but in Central Time, and maybe some context behind why? Is there any way we can
Okay.
potentially get your daily GEX levels and ASR levels?"
Yeah. That's average
Not
session
sure.
range.
Okay, got it.
ASR. Yeah.
I typically see ADR on your charts. That's why I was confused. Is that something that you share in your Discord, by the way, in the Topstep Discord?
Yeah.
Your VIP channel?
Not in Topstep Discord, but in my
Got it.
Discord. Yeah, it's like
Okay.
a software development thing. So
Got it.
yeah, I don't really share GEX levels. We literally just print from the indicator data what the indicator is telling you, and maybe it's. I mean, that will, in order for me to print that somewhere else, like on Topstep Discord, I would need the admin from Discord, Topstep, to actually be able to do that. But I'm only the admin of our own thing, so it's like a utility thing. It's not always a community, and that it's just a utility. It takes the numbers and it pops them into Discord as a message. So at the moment, that's
Gotcha.
the only easy way to get them.
Unless you watch Topstep TV when Deanna's on, which
Unless
she
you watch
typically
Topstep,
There you
yes.
go.
will share
Exactly.
them. Yep, exactly. Well, how about
I share
the
them
root of
every
the
day.
question, which is copper, time of day,
Copper.
Central
Mhm.
Standard Time, and maybe
Yep.
context behind why?
Sure. So let me just get my time zone converter here so I don't get the times wrong. All right. So 7 p.m. Central, you typically get the first signs of life in Asia. So if you're looking for movement that is a little smoother, that would be the first time of day when I would look at copper. So why is because it's half an hour before the Shanghai exchange starts. And if we
Metals are selling off, by the way.
yeah,
Go ahead, though, D.
copper is not following though. A little bit, following a little. So this is Tokyo Open. Let me see if I can move this up. And then you have the first hour that seemingly does not a lot. Then 1 a.m. starts, and they give the first indication of where they might want to take it. And if you're going to get a committed movement, that is around about the time when they would decide on direction. Obviously, you have to still watch the context. You need to have some sort of a level that you're looking at. So you can't just go, oh, this one went up or down, therefore I'm doing this. But for time of day, 7 p.m. Central is the first time of day that I would look at things. The second time of day would be midnight. So I don't know whether you're a night owl or not, Said, but midnight you have the take profit move. So typically it goes the opposite way. And that's when you might want to look at the takeout of the Asia high or low, whichever one is closer, followed by a reversal. That's what I look for. I have an algorithm that looks for that as well. And it is reasonably profitable to about 60 to 70% of the time, depending on the volatility, liquidity, and all of that. But you're looking for a move in the opposite direction. After that, there's really not that much that happens until COMEX open. And that starts in and around 7:20 Central. But let's just say 7:30. However, I like to stay out of the first hour of COMEX. So my next day trading time zone, which is what I refer to times of day when I should be trading, is really 9 a.m. Central and after. That time typically includes the euro close. It's like 90 minutes when you're looking for fades to happen. So if you are seeing an extension of the initial balance in one direction, I will typically not take the extension, but I will try and fade it. Depending on the context, I may even try to leave the fade alone. Like, let's say we're super bullish and they pop it to the upside, but then they return to the initial balance, hit VWAP typically, and then they keep going higher. So there's two setups that I look for after 9 a.m. Central, and that's the fade after 9 a.m. and into the London close. After that, the day is pretty much done for copper on most days. So there's not that much happening. Volume dries out. LME kind of stops trading at 11 a.m. Central. And on most days, it would just be like watching paint dry. It's not to say that there isn't a trade, but it's one of those trades that if you do find it, it's going to take 2 to 4 hours to get you like 1 R multiple. So you might skim like 40 ticks out of it in 3 hours. So, and I've done that before, but you know, for most people, that's too long to wait. So those are your times. I think that's pretty clear. So Shanghai open, Tokyo close, and then post 9 a.m. Fade. Effectively, those are your times a day.
Okay. Sounds good. Thank you for that. By the way, the metals are finding a little bit of a bid here off that quick little sell-off. Silver's trading around just under $77 per ounce here, 76.87. Gold's trading 46.52s. See, maybe we want to make a run at those session lows. I know gold made a session low just underneath 46.20 earlier in the morning. Silver made a low closer to about 75.30. Maybe we'll see if we have a continued breakdown. Crude is popping as well, by the way, 62.08 per barrel. Oh, perfect. There we go.
Yeah, 185.
So that was enough. That was enough of a signal for you in the 15-minute there.
Yeah, something else happened. So we had the developing value area that was set at 184.70, and now we have entered the value area from the fixed profile, anchored to the start of NYMEX, and now we're going to see whether we can have a little bit of a pop towards the initial balance low, which is at 185.40 ballpark, maybe a little lower than that. Yeah, 85.37 to be exact. And then if it fails the auction, this is one of the products that can still keep moving, but of course we've got VWAP, and we also have crude oil VWAP, which could be an interesting correlated play. But for now, this is looking okay. Let's see what the 30-minute time frame looks like. Right, so if we end this is a nice bullish engulfing, that would be a nice price action pattern to say that we're fading the auction.
Awesome.
And
all right, so D is long 1 RBOB.
This is 30 minutes. I was on 15 minutes just for the earlier entry. Because if I wait for the full 30 minutes, then the location is gone. Yeah. Yeah.
And your target?
So target, I'm looking at the opposite side of IB high or thereabouts. It depends on how strong crude oil is. If it starts to really kind of run, then it's likely going to overshoot the IB high because they have this strong correlation since RBOB is a derivative of crude oil.
Right.
And a little bit crazier. So whatever crude oils, RBOB can do it better.
And that IB high was around 1.87. Is that what I'm seeing?
53, yeah.
Okay.
187.53.
Got it. Awesome. All right. Well, we'll keep an eye on that trade. Yeah,
We'll
good
see.
location. We'll see
Yeah,
if it
it's
holds.
really pretty entry.
We got another question from Anonymous. Anonymous asks, how do you trust your trading plan? Stay in your rational brain and not your primal one when you feel behind financially. In parentheses, outside of trading. I believe that's referring to feeling behind financially. How do you trust your trading plan and stay in your rational brain? How do you follow your plan when you're feeling the pressure of external financial factors? Anne-Marie, we'll start with this one with you. Any perspective that you want to share with our friend Anonymous?
Well, it's very hard to trade to try to make money when you're worried about having to make money. Or at least this is my personal experience. And so what I attempt to do is make sure that my brain is not getting hijacked by cortisol or anything like that. And when you're fear-based or you're full of apprehension, cortisol floods the prefrontal cortex and it stops you from level 2 or system 2 thinking. And so system 2 thinking is how you might balance a spreadsheet, or how you might balance your checkbook, if anybody even does that anymore, or whatever. It's complex thinking. And when that's short-circuited, there's trouble. So the hard answer is to say, listen, find another way to make money and then come back to trade when you're not going to hijack yourself. And I mean, I hate to say those are your choices, but you have two choices. Learn to manage yourself and go, okay, while I'm in here, I'm just focusing on process. I'm not thinking about money. But if you've got bills outside the door, that's very mentally difficult. So my suggestion is finding an ancillary revenue stream that can take the pressure off so that you are actually in thinking mode when you come to the desk. Deanna?
I like it.
Yeah.
Dee, what you got to say about this?
Yeah. So I had someone today on the stream who was asking the same sort of similar question. And then I said really the same thing. And Maria said, you need to sort yourself out financially, maybe start a business, find a better job. And they answered with, well, I already have 2 jobs. I work 7 days a week. And I'm like, yeah, but you're obviously working in capped positions so that it doesn't cover your bills and you're constantly thinking about it. So I'm totally with Anne-Marie on this. You need to sort out your financial life first. But you're probably, like, if you don't have high-level skills, you're probably not going to be able to do it by working a regular job. So you need to start some sort of side business that can bring money. That's like painting people's houses, clearing out people's backyards. Like, there's so many things you can do for extra money that are not capped. Ask around the neighborhood. That's how everybody starts, right? If you want to run some kind of a service-based business. And once you have a little bit more cash coming in, all of those worries go away. First of all, it makes you realize that you're more competent than you think you are. And let me give you an example of a guy who was stuck in a job that was making him 40 grand a year. So, pretty respectable. And he had a family, so he had to take care of them. He came to me probably about 7-8 years ago with the same issue. How do I get over this financial thinking? I'm in such a bad place. And I literally said to him, start a business. And he wasn't happy to hear that at all.
Yeah.
3 years later, he comes back to me and he goes, you said something, it really resonated with me. Guess what? I now have a logistics company. I have 3 trucks and I make 300 grand a year. And I still trade. And it's so much better.
I love that story.
So, it's amazing. Yeah, so he was very inspirational. And only when he sorted out that part of his life, he was able to kind of unlock the calmness while he's trading, and he started seeing success, right? But you won't be able to do that if all you're thinking about is where is your mortgage coming from? What's the, making ends meet month to month? How are you going to put food on the table for your family? All of that is going to come and get you, right? So it's never going to work until you sort yourself out. I'm one of the people that says, until you're reasonably financially secure, trading will always be a struggle because you will see it as a way out. But there's nothing worse. Trading is not a way out. Trading is a way to amplify other sources of income that you have in the beginning. If you then get successful and you sort out all of your trading gremlins, that's a very nice way to live, but it's a long road before you get there.
Yeah,
100%.
those are all great answers. I can really relate to this one, and I think the hardest answer that nobody really wants to hear is that trading isn't a solution.
Yep.
And it tends to be what people look to as a solution so naturally because they just
Yeah,
see
because it seems
how
easy.
potentially
Mm-hmm.
easy it is to make money and to pull money out of thin air. But in reality, it's in my opinion, the hardest skill to build. And then if you have all that external pressure, it just complicates things. That's why I know this, this is never financial advice, but we've had other perspectives shared about, some traders had asked, well, how much, when should I go full time trading? That's another big question that we get consistently. And the answer varies, but the gist of it or the context behind it is really how much time do you want to give yourself to make it work? And what are your expenses that you are seeing every single month? And how long could you sustain those expenses to give yourself that time to flip trading full time? But this business is not an easy solution by any means. Um, I've throughout the last decade and a half that I've been learning how to trade and to build this skill, financial pressures have been very, very apparent in my life in many seasons. And it's just done more harm than good. So I would also side with the keep a job, find some supplemental income, 100%, relieve that pressure off yourself, make sure you have the essentials covered, and then come back to the table when you're ready. But
And it gets
this
more
one hits home.
difficult. Yeah, it gets more difficult if they have a family as well. It's like you have a spouse, you have kids, all of them depend on
100%.
you. It's almost like impossible. And, today I actually ended the stream by answering the guy. Said, never mind trading, you're probably better off starting an OnlyFans, even though that also requires work, I hear.
We'll have to ask Andre if he still has his channel.
I know, yeah. And Dakota.
It's a good one. That's a good one. That may not be a solution for a good portion of the crowd here, but yeah, for the most part, it's a joke. But it's for some, it's actually it's been a solution. But yeah, ultimately, anonymous, following your plan, staying in your rational brain with that external pressure, it's very difficult. It's not impossible. There are people that can do it, but I think the majority of us side with the crowd that is unable to focus and to stick to a plan and to be rules focused and smaller positions, like people think larger size is going to solve the problem, right? It's going to create more money quicker. But that tends to also just complicate and dig you a deeper hole. So I would just be conscious of what makes sense to you.
Screenshot.
I know it's ridiculous.
Because I think I'd have better odds with a lemonade stand than
Hey, lemonade stand.
Just so long as you know yourself. That's all that matters.
It's
Exactly.
your business,
know yourself.
Yeah. Hey, could be good business. Lemonade.
Well, fantastic. Metals, by the way, are bidding up a little bit off those lows that we just made. Gold made a low of 46.40, trading 46.67s. Silver made a low just above $76 per ounce, and we were trading 77.40s. Crude also coming off the little 62.09 or 62.08 highs, trading 61.87 per barrel currently. We'll talk to Dee about her RBOB trade momentarily. Equity is still kind of building a little bit of a base consolidation around the 70.10s in the S&Ps, 25,915s in the Nasdaq, and 49,460s in the Dow. Dee, knowing that we're seeing a little bit of a reversal, that volume kind of failed to sustain on the buy side of crude, how are you responding, or what's your perspective on your RBOB trade, knowing you're not seeing continuation?
So I'm looking at the value, volume value on both. And whilst we are still inside the value area, we should be still okay. It's not yet the time for crude oil to really start moving. And even when it starts moving, because it's so slow and sluggish, even if it pops up a little bit, RBOB tends to follow with like more movement. So until we are, while we're still inside value, this purple area, we should still be okay. If we start to dip down outside of it and close one of the 15-minute time frames outside of it, that will be an early exit. But for now, we just sit and wait. Again, lots of waiting.
Sounds good. We got another question. This one is for Anne Marie. We got Mervin. Shout out to Mervin. A few months ago, excuse me, you mentioned reversal bias and momentum using a 3-candle pattern. Would you mind sharing any additional input on it and which time frames you prefer?
So I'm the kind of person that can't remember what I did this morning when I got up. So this commentary on 3 candles, the times that I use 3 candles are when I'm positioning in a trade and I want to manage risk. And so I'll be looking for where my 3-candle low is after. So let's say I actually enter on a specific candle. I'll count 3 candles back, and the 3rd candle's low will be my support if I'm going long. It'll be my resistance if I'm going short. So that's one piece of the mechanic to look at. Gabe, could I ask you to read that question again? I'm going to try and listen to it in terms of what this person might really want to have answered. I want to see if I can glean that.
Yeah. So a few months ago, you mentioned reversal bias / momentum using 3 previous candle patterns. Would you mind sharing additional input or tips on which time frame you prefer?
Okay. All right. So when I talk about things like that, what I'm talking about is when a trader gets in or the trader comes to the desk, they see a move and they think to themselves, I've missed it. I'm just going to plan to take the reversal. And so this happens to us a lot because we think, oh, I'm too late to the party. I'll just get it on the other side. And that ends up really being bad. But your brain, thinking you've already missed the party, thinks, hey, I'm not going to miss the next party. I'm just going to try and get in front of it. So you'll start shorting highs without watching for that candlestick rotation. So how a candlestick rotation works is the following, and we actually are getting something set up close to that on the 30-minute. Let me see if I can find it on the 15, and then we'll go forward, see if we can happen there. All right, so here's what's happened. We have a high more than 30 minutes ago. Since that last high, I anchored a VWAP right there at that high. And now I've got my follow-up candle is a high and then a low that just breaks that low. And then the very next candle is a low, a lower low, and a lower high. But the overall trend is up. And so thinking about a short right there puts you on the wrong side of the curve, because when trend is up, you look for weakness to go long. When trend is down, you look for strength to go short. And so the way that you can do that is you can count 3 candles back. And as long as, if you're saying, hey, listen, I want to catch the top, which I suspect we might be doing that, which is why I have a sell order right here. So I am looking for this area of resistance. I'm going to go 3 candles back, and the high of this candle is going to be my stop. But I'm not going to take the short on the breakdown in an upward trend, because statistically speaking, when you're moving uptrend, weakness gives you a buy zone. And so this was what I was generally speaking about. Hopefully, Mervin?
Yeah.
Mervin? That name?
Yep.
Hopefully, Mervin, that answers things. If not, hit me up in the Topstep Discord, and I'll be happy to go through it a little bit more completely.
Yeah, thank you. So you're essentially focused more on, one, you want data. So you want some sense of the correct party that you're trying to favor show up, and you're using that data to not only give you a location of interest, but also a really quick invalidation point.
Bang on. That's perfect.
So instead of
Used
going
a
with
lot less
momentum and
words than me.
sacrificing, so instead of sacrificing location and going with momentum, for instance, on the, let's say, the premature breakdown of that high, you're looking
Exactly.
for a retest closer to that high where you can get a better location to manage risk with
Yes,
the same kind of bias.
exactly.
Got it. Because you are more of a, I think both of you, honestly, are, to my knowledge, more mean reversion traders. So you're looking for reversals after a move once there's data to show
Yeah.
exhaustion.
That's me. Yeah, that's me. and Jen.
100%.
Yeah.
Okay. Awesome. Well, Mervin, hope that gives you some context. And like Anne-Marie said, if you need some additional help or you have some comments, feel free to jump in our Discord and tag Anne-Marie. Sure, she'd be happy to help. Fantastic. Let's take a brief look at the markets here. So the metals have found definitely some buying. The gold contract is chilling right around 46.82 half. Silver's trading back above $78, 78.26 last trade. Crude's not doing a whole lot, 61.91 a barrel. Probably a good thing right now since we're not seeing a major breakdown for these RBOB trade. Equities are still struggling to find any sort of direction right now. We're kind of consolidating in the last 20 minutes. Still 70.10 in the S&Ps, 25.913 in the Nasdaq, and 49.475 in the Dow. So maybe we'll get some volume near the top of the hour as we go into the next segment. But for now, go with another question. Sweet. Okay. So this one is, I think both of you have some experience with this one. So Aaron asks, how do put and call walls affect the futures market? I've heard you all talk about them frequently, but I do not understand it. Where can I go to learn more about this? So let's just generally lay some framework, maybe some simple framework on just why you look at call and put walls, why they're important to you. I know some people probably have different use cases for them, but Dee, why don't you start with this one for Aaron?
Yeah, sure. So we have to go back to the dealers and how they look at the market. The market makers are not there to make everybody's life miserable. They're there to create liquidity for us and everybody else. And they're also there to make a little bit of money for themselves. So what they do, they will typically, if they're selling an option to a retail person, they will then go the opposite way. So they will be long gamma. That's what it means, right? So they will take an opposite position and then they will actively hedge around the areas of high open interest, which is your GEX levels, the gamma exposure levels. Now, that's what happens when they're long gamma, right? So that means they need to maintain neutrality by doing this. They're not looking for any particular direction. They just want to remain market neutral or delta neutral as best as they can to their ability. And that's what creates the intraday movement. It is not your mate Dave down the road, unless he's a dealer. Forgot about that one. But that is literally the role of market makers. So they will use these areas of higher liquidity because that's where everybody and their mom are looking for shorts or longs or whatever they're trying to do. And they will use that to try and hedge as best as they can. Now, if you have the opposite situation where every retailer is long, they will be short in the options. So they will be short gamma. Now that amplifies the GEX levels, the gamma walls, calls and puts. So in that case, that negative gamma condition means that those levels will act as accelerators. Why? Because they either have to keep selling or keep buying in order to remain neutral. That is all there is to it. That's all. They're not trying to mess with your heads. I promise. They're just trying to remain neutral. And that's what creates the intraday movement. So I don't know whether I can simplify it any further.
Fabulous explanation of what happens when you're in positive or negative gamma flow. That's absolutely fantastic. But you knew that because you're D. I'm just saying.
I just try and explain it to myself, you know, because when I first started with options, I was like, what? Just not getting it. And then I really dug deep into it some 12, 13 years ago. And once I realized what it is, I was really shocked that nobody explained it simpler. They're all like in this verbiage of whole bunch of meta language and stuff, and nobody understands what the hell they're talking about. But that's what's happening. They're just market neutral. They're trying to do it against the retail positions, and that either causes hedging or amplification. The end. So once I got that, I was like, oh, I see. So yeah, I'm just trying to explain it the way I understood it as well.
Thank you. Anne-Marie, anything additional you want to add to that for Aaron?
No.
Why those levels or calls and put walls are important to you?
Just rewind what Dee said and then stop after each sentence and go, did I get that? Because truly I could not add any more, but it sounds complicated if you're maybe listening to it for the first time. Just go sentence by sentence and you'll see. You know, at the end of the day, those walls end up just being caution signs that go, hey, watch out, you know, there's either a runaway train or an embankment that's waiting for you. So just realize that's what they are, and then you'll get better at, I know the Queen of Darkness comes in with the embankment or the runaway train. But that'll help you understand the framework a lot better, I think.
Okay. Awesome. Thank you both. Markets are getting a little bit of a bid here. Equities are finally making a move or an attempt back up to the highs. I know Anne-Marie has a offer in just a little bit above the market right now in the S&Ps. 70.12.5 last trade in the S&Ps, 25.928 3/4 in the Nasdaq, 49.503 in the Dow. The gold and silver also, still making a little bit of an attempt here. Gold's trying to stay above 46.80, but failing to do so far. Silver's trading 78.56 per ounce, and crude oil's still doing absolutely nothing, 61.89 a barrel.
Rude being rude.
Rude is being rude indeed. Dee, what was your invalidation to that RBOB trade again? What was the level that
if
you were
we go out, outside of value? So it's not going to be a level. It's just a situational awareness where we're tracking how the value is moving, and if we start to dip below it, that'll be my exit. So far it's just trickling, slowly, but it's building value even more. And we'll see. Sometimes they don't move it until like the last 2 minutes of COMEX, which is super annoying because it used to happen like 90 minutes before when we had more liquidity in these products. Having said that, RBOB still has 500 ticks on the day, so it's not like it's not volatile. But if crude oil moves even a little bit to the upside, technically, RBOB is 5 times, but 4 times more volatile. So whatever crude pop you see,
I did not know that.
RBOB goes more. Heating oil is even more, but it's a little bit crazier and very, very thin. Like, it's always gappy on both heating oil and RBOB. That's it's normal state. But yeah, so all we need is just slight commitment. So it doesn't really matter the crude oil doesn't move much as long as as long as it rolls a little bit higher, and that will give RBOB a good push.
Okay. By the way, real quick, we have 816 contracts sitting at 70.19 3/4 in the S&Ps, and at 70.20, just a tick higher, you have an additional 248. So a little over 1,000 lots being offered just above the market by about 6 points.
They're gonna hunt that.
Let's see if we go for
I
it.
just went short.
All right.
same.
Anne-Marie's in. Now, with that information now, Anne-Marie, though, so your previous invalidation was a technical level, which is a break of the previous high of that bar that made the current session high. Knowing that information, that there is some size at the 19s and 20s, are you going to account for that, or are you going to stick with your current plan?
I am going to watch for the motion. My suspicion is that it will create a gravity event and get sucked to that area, but it's what happens just before or just after. We might fade here and they might walk it down. That's always
possible.
A thought.
For sure.
If I could, and I do this trade once in a while, I could do a stop buy and reverse the direction, chase it up for
wheel
the 3
trade
points. I don't know who calls it. I heard you guys call it a wheel trade. I have never called it that. That's
Andre's favorite trade.
terminology.
Yep.
Yeah, so I like that trade a lot because remember, I'm taking a counter trend move. So if it doesn't immediately do what I want it to, I'm wrong. And so turning around in the opposite direction isn't necessarily the wrong thing to do. So I did this in at market kickoff last night, and
yeah,
I tend to do it a lot, to be honest. So certainly with those numbers up there, instead of just waiting, expecting the chart to rotate down, I'm going to put the reverse order up there and chase it up into that edge, hoping that it'll, move at least into that. What is it? 21? Did you say?
19 and 3/4. 19 and 3/4 is where the 820 are, and at 20 even, there's 256.
Okay, 19 and 3/4. So I'll front run them if that happens. I'll get out in there. But yeah, that's what I will do. Knowing what the dome is setting up, then potentially I will do that. And if it immediately begins to fade again after the fact, then I'm going to turn around and go short again, because that, to me, would be an exhaustion event. So
okay,
that's my thought. But I do look at it. I think it's very important to look at what's sitting there in general.
Yeah. All right. Well, we'll see what happens. Will the market come and go get that, or will we fade it prior? Will they try to follow the market and that order down? We'll see. I do have a time and sales up now too, so we can see if we do end up getting up there, if it trades out, if it gets pulled, whatever that looks like when the situation arrives. But for right now, we are a couple points off the recent little 5-minute high, so we'll do a little turnaround beforehand. I think, we have a few minutes left. I'm trying to figure out, there's a question that we could fit in the last 5 here. Anne-Marie, this one's actually for you. Let's see if I can full extent to this question. It says, you discussed a mega move and a switch into metals last week during group coaching. Looking for you to potentially comment on it further and describe what it meant, what that. So a mega move and a switch into metals.
A mega move. Okay. That word feels unfamiliar to me. Not that I didn't say it. I just already told you what my memory's like. an old lady. So what we have is a super cycle. And so maybe the person, I say super cycle, and maybe they thought mega move. And certainly that
Essentially.
can
Yeah.
be similar. So a super cycle, a commodity super cycle, is a time where physical assets become higher priced in the relative environment. And so the fades that we see in silver, we could come all the way back to 58. We could really come all the way back to 40. This is not unusual for silver. And we're approaching new volatilities. So what we have to realize is the moves are not going to aggressively go in one direction forever or the other direction forever. The market's going to take a breath when it gets overheated. You know who does a really, speaking of the master of doom himself, George Soros, you can go on YouTube and look up George Soros and see what he says about equilibrium and out of balance equilibrium making the bubble possible. And so it explains the dynamics of what went on with silver and gold. But, the last time Dee and I were on together, I said, hey, you know what? They're going to come out and they're going to raise margins and they're going to bring it all back down. And lo and behold, Friday, they waited until the end of the month. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. That's because they're all helping each other. Hey, listen, I know you're going to be upside down in this trade if we close the month here. So going to raise margins to get liquidity sucked out of there and everybody's fine and dandy. And so they raise margins on Friday. And so that pulls everything in. At some juncture, because we need silver, we need copper, we need platinum, we need palladium, and gold is a reserve currency, they're going to be able to have a dip to be bought. And so that's what I mean about a super cycle. And those last about 7 years.
Gotcha. Dee, by the way, I saw that. I know we just had Crude make some new lows of the session here. And I got out of that RBOB trade.
Yeah, so it went below the value, and that was the exit. So nothing more to see there. So so no more setup here because it's now too late to start looking for something else. And because of what happened here, they're probably going to push it even lower now and then maybe bounce it towards the end of the day, those last 2 minutes. But I was really looking for this fade to hold much earlier. So I don't know what they're thinking here. But yeah, they're just jumping around the average session range low. I can't be short here. And at the moment, I can't be long here either. So no trade.
Okay.
That was it.
All right. Well, ladies, it is time to move on. What a great hour. Thank you both for your time as always. Stick around, y'all. We have another great segment coming up. Let's see who we have cooking for this next hour. I believe we have JD and Hoop will be joining myself here for Trade with Topstep. See if maybe some volume comes back into the market here on these equities. Anne-Marie, best of luck on that short there in the ES. We'll see what happens there as the afternoon progresses.
Yeah.
Any closing comments, Dee, before we get out of Dodge? This is the last we'll see you today.
Closing comments. Be careful of the metals. Things are a little weird. And just size down. Don't get caught in a circuit breaker if they start going crazy again. Where there's chaos, there is also opportunity. I know, but think risk first. That's the only thing I have.
Sounds good.
100%.
Anne-Marie,
Same.
anything you want to add to close out of here?
Well, she put the cherry on top for us.
Sounds good. All right. Well, you two have a great rest of your day. Thank you again for joining us. And stick around, y'all. We're going to take a brief break. This is Topstep TV. Let's go.
What's up, everybody? This is Dolby Time from TopstepTV, here to talk about some of the cool new features that we have for the new dashboard. My favorite one is going to be reset banking, something that did not exist back when I was doing trading combine. So what you can do, you can bank a reset with every trading combine rebuild, and you can use it on any active account at any time. So that means if you're trading in the month of June and you don't use any resets in June, that means that free one that you typically get on your rebuild date is going to get rolled over into next month. So how cool is that?
Good afternoon, friends and traders. Welcome back to Topstep TV. It's time to trade
Steep.
with Topstep.
Steep.
TV. All right. I'm JD. We got Hoop, the man in the middle. Over there, my other bookend, Gabe's been around for a little bit today. Gabe putting in the marathon session. I love it. All right, guys, what's going on? Gabe, you're just talking about getting to a trade. You got the keys. What's going on? What are you looking at?
I'm long the S&Ps from 70-12 order. There's some size above the market. Now, there was, as of literally a minute ago, some size above the market, but that 800 got pulled and the 600 that showed up as well got pulled. So now I'm not sure how much I like it because I was looking to see if we're going to make a run, go reach for that liquidity. My invalidation is just going to be these 70-10s. So quick move. Let's see if we can go take out the previous high, 70-17. But that size has been pulled, so not too
I'm looking up the ladder now, trying to see if it moved up. It really didn't. I got a couple 350 lots. One offered at 50, 70, 50. Another one offered at, oh, that one pulled. Another one offered at 70, 25. So it looks like every 25 points we got some size building to the upside.
Whoa.
What are you seeing, Hoop? What are you want?
I went knife catching right there. Natural gas. Why not, right?
Uh-oh. Tell us everything.
I got my, I'm going to, I'll shift charts. Hold on. Give me a second here. Yeah. Whatever. Give me 1 second here.
You're looking at spot Bitcoin there?
And I saw natural gas turn around. Hold on. Go to Gabe's a minute. Thank you.
Going to Gabe's. Here we go.
Sorry.
Right. Gabe, long the S&P. What's the risk on this? What's the target?
Risk on this is 70-10. So I'm really just taking a couple points. This target's going to be trying to break above that 70-17 quarter high. I'm a little over $100 of risk. Not a market. I really don't trade the S&Ps, but I was really looking to just trade the potential breakout just to go get that size. Now that size is not there, I'm considering whether or not I should still even be in this. And there's still 356 contracts being offered at 70.25, 267 still at 70.20, but that's nowhere near the 1,000 that was there previously. Yeah, I mean, quick invalidation if this breaks down. Obviously, I am buying the highs of session. So sacrifice location, looking for momentum.
Got it.
All right.
It didn't look like any of those orders went to the market. You're good, Hoop? All right, let's talk about it.
So
catching the knife in natural gas. Why are you doing that?
Gap opened up lower. It's been getting absolutely its ass handed to it all morning, down 20, almost 27%. Am I knife catching? I had a number down here at 3171, and I'm like, man, I'm counter momentum big time. I peeled one off. I have one down, risking a new low. You know, I'm counter momentum, so it's definitely more scalpy for me. Yeah, I mean, at this point, 26% down on a day. I'm willing, if I can manage the risk, I'm willing to take a shot down here. So, and I had a level down here. Yeah. Yep.
Just because you see 26%
it feels very
lower.
uncomfortable too, JD.
Yeah, I believe it. I believe it.
Yep. So, but that's maybe the good one. Who knows? We'll see.
Maybe that's it. Have you tried before today? I mean, have you put on other trades today trying to catch that knife also, or have you been waiting for this?
This one I've pretty much been staying away from because it's been so momentum down. Like, this is a huge move, you know, in a day, especially coming off a huge rally on Friday. But this is very nat gas, right? Gap open up higher, gap open up lower over a weekend. We're still, to me, you know, the cold weather's not out of the realm, but what it looks like 2 weeks from now, you know, guys got their sweatshirts on in Florida. It's going to be 80 here. I can't control the weather. All I can do is control a little bit of what I'm seeing with price action. And I just think we're a little overcooked here. And as long as I manage the risk, you know, the metals I'm kind of staying away from, man. They're just so volatile. The ladder is so thin. I mean, give it another day or two, maybe. I don't know.
We held off on the opening range breakout trade in gold this morning. The opening range, 1 minute opening range was $23
Nice.
230 ticks in a 1 minute opening range. That means with a single micro contract, you can be taking anywhere between $250 and $300 worth of risk, which is just way too much for a single micro contract on risk. So we stepped away. We didn't touch that market today. Coach Jay had a good night, trading it overnight though.
Killer
All right, Gabe.
night.
How was your killer night?
You define the risk, right? Yeah.
Yeah. Define the risk and then let the trade play out. Simple as that. What's Hoag's line? You don't get any smarter. You don't get any smarter when you put the trade on.
Nope. Hell no.
Let it play out. Gabe, how you feeling about this long in the ES right now? You still like it? We're just creeping towards that high.
Yeah, we're building some structure here. I like the higher low that we just made around the 70-11s. It's a small amount of risk, so I'm okay with this location. I'm going to follow that plan. You just said accept the risk and let the trade play out. I accepted the risk. It's a small amount. See if we can break a new high of session here.
There we go. Gabe long the S&P, Hoop long natural gas. Looks like both trades are all right now. You're in the money right now, right, Hoop? It's looking good so far.
About break even right now. I peeled one off up there. I'm long right at $3.1778.
Got it. Let's take a look at this tilt real quick. We get about 58% short in the ES, 58% short NQ, 57% long crude, and 50-50 in gold. Tilt's just a little bit negative in the S&P. I'd still kind of call that flat, though. 58% short. That's pretty flat. A couple ticks from new highs in the S&P. 70-17 quarter is the session high. What's up, Hoop?
Bitcoin. I'm going to bring. I brought this chart back in here. I just got stopped out on that. So I'm still up in a day, but I was risking a new low on natural gas, so I'm flat. Bitcoin. We've been talking about it. We had some people. Obviously, our whale took a beating at the end of the month. But once again, we're traders, right? I kind of mapped this out. And, this is the beauty of VWAP sometimes. I attached a anchor to where Bitcoin originally broke out. It's back in October of 23. We were trading at like 28,000. And if you look at this whole legs up, we kind of, this is how we're looking for supply zones, right? I attached one to the president election, right? And we've kind of got some structure all the way up to when we hit was 120, 126, 296. And this is spot. And last night, overnight, we came all the way down and tested that original breakout VWAP, which was down there at 74, call it and change. And I'm like, once again, when everybody kind of gets out, is that the area to look at? Once again, this is for a scalp. And I'm just like, there's some more room down here to 65. And we've bounced for now. I don't know if we hold, but this is kind of an interesting point, right? The RSI was down to 20. So a lot of things kind of looked, once again, last night, everything looked kind of nasty. Looked like things were going to roll over, but I don't know. We'll be interested. We'll see if we get any more liquidation in here, or could we get a short-term bounce? But that's kind of what I was looking at.
Very good, very good. Thank you for that, Hoop. Son of in chat, are you trading Bitcoin futures? Are you in that market? We're a couple ticks away from new highs in the ES. 70-16 last trade. 70-17 quarter is the present high. Slowly ticking higher. Slowly ticking. Gabe is long the ES.
That dome's.
How many long?
Yeah, that dome's thickening underneath.
It is a little bit.
Yep. Zombie mode, maybe.
Rolling down. I don't see any real big size down below. a couple hundred lots.
No,
sprinkled
we're
in.
just stacking.
Yeah. Upside, still got those offers at 25 and 50.
Yeah.
A couple of 350, 400 lots up there. That's about it, though, as far as size goes. Still ticking higher. Still ticking higher. 16 quarter last trade. About to take it half bid. Feels like it wants to take it half bid.
Let's do it. Let's pop it.
Let's do it. It's going to pop. Let's go. Let's go. So Muhammad won the reversal challenge 3 weeks in a row, huh? I wasn't here on Friday. Who played with him, Gabe? Were you in there?
Who did play with him last week? I think it was
Dopey, Mandy.
Andy. Yeah, it was Mandy.
Yep.
Okay. So decent
Hey,
competition.
does everybody remember he reset 3 times with one reversal challenge too? Nobody's talking about that.
Muhammad cheated.
Remember
Was
that
that
one?
last year? Was that last
Yeah.
year?
I was joking about that. I'm like, we let him reset 3 times one time.
I'm sure there was a reason.
I know.
The reason is we let Mo do whatever he wants.
It's damn straight, right? We love Mo.
We do love Mo. Well, if you're listening, we're just joking. Still trying to take these S&Ps 16 half bid. Hasn't happened yet. Let's see. There it goes. Here we go. Little pop coming. Couple ticks from new highs. Sony remembers. Looks out of his nat gas trade. Say again?
Ladude in chat. How do I get to the practice account? Get to the practice account, you need to go into your Topstep dashboard and go to add-ons. We'll see a practice account available to enable. You need to have an active subscription in Topstep to be able to activate the practice account, excuse me. And then once you're in the platform, just hit that top left account toggle to find the practice account. You'll see it in blue. It'll be a 150K practice account.
There you have it. Thanks for the explanation. Pretty simple, guys. If you have a Topstep subscription, you have access to a practice account on your Topstep X platform. Take advantage of it. Still just ticking higher slowly. This thing wants to make new highs. It's going to make new highs.
It does, man. The fact that we're not selling off.
Yeah.
Yeah. The fact that we're not selling off and we're kind of building a base up here makes me like it even more for a potential little push higher. Question is, how high are we going to go? So I've got my current offer to flatten this position at 70.23 half. But I will be responding accordingly to see how we trade if and when we get back above the session high. 70.17 quarter.
Sounds good. Sounds good. Who you wanted to talk about crude oil?
Off. Go ahead, though. Go ahead, JD.
Just a couple ticks. I wouldn't call this a sell-off just yet. Who wanted to bring up crude oil, huh? All right, let's talk about crude. Yeah, sucked everybody in long. We did not take that opening range breakout trade during the opening call this morning. Triggered along. We held off. It triggered along by just like 2 or 3 ticks. I didn't think was convincing enough to jump on. And
I get it.
It gave and it took it right back.
Yep.
That's what the crude does. Crude doing crude things, right? It likes to sucker everybody in and then just melt right back. But if you look on a long enough timeline, you know, I mean, it's been rangy since 10 o'clock last night, 10, 11 o'clock last night. This has been a sideways market. We talked about that also. Do we want to get long right at the top of this 5-minute range that we were looking at? And that kind of kept us out of the trade too, because we know when crude ranges like that,
it's just
continue
it's
ranging.
a fundamentally tough time of year for it to rally. I mean, it is. You know, as you get into March and April, you get more into like when people, they start loading up for driving season. It's just fundamentally, RBOB tends to be a little friendlier than crude here, but once again, this was my whole thing originally when we kind of looked like we broke out above, 65, and here we go, we're going to go, and then I won't, once again, this market tends to always stick a fork in itself pretty quick, and fundamentally, there's a lot of supply right now, so it's not surprising we pulled back here.
Mm-hmm.
And this ocean and ES is just slow.
Back down to 1475, 14.5 last trade in the S&P. What was your entry price again? One more time, Gabe.
12 quarter.
12 quarter. 70-12 quarter.
Yeah, she's not NQ. She's going to make you stay a while, Gabe.
Yeah, this is going to help me build some patience.
Sorry, man. That's a yeah. She's going to make you stay a while.
Yeah.
On the S&P Tango here. Yeah.
I have to channel my inner Jack and just be patient.
We got to stop looking at it. You look at every tick.
I know.
Twist yourself up. What do you want to talk about, Gabe? What do you want to look at?
Yeah.
Let's talk about gold for a minute.
How about that?
What's gold up to this afternoon? How about that Super Bowl? Does anybody watch the Pro Bowl? When's the last time you watched a Pro Bowl? I have not done that.
Who puts the Pro Bowl on a Tuesday night though? What the heck's up with that? I was expecting a little bit. I was expecting a little bit of fun on the weekend, but nope, apparently not. Not like the Pro Bowl is really any fun to watch anyway, but still, it's technically football, right?
Mm-hmm. It used to be a real game, but now it's just like it's like flag football, right? Or tag. In touch.
Yeah, it's pretty lame. I'm excited though because hockey season is starting to really gear up.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
We're about to obviously go on a little bit of a break.
Yep.
Mm.
What do you like in the Super Bowl? Anybody got a horse in the race?
No horses.
Me either.
Preferably don't want to see the Patriots win. Yeah, I'd rather see Darnold.
I don't like either team. Here in Arizona, we have a ton of Seahawks fans, so they're kind of rough. We have a lot of Niners and Seahawks fans in Arizona. If you ever want to know that, or go to a Bears game.
Are they transplants from Washington and California?
Oh man,
they moved to Arizona.
I took my son when he was younger, and he's a Cardinals fan, and I'm like, you ain't gonna like this game when the Bears came here. 70%, Chicago fans out here. So, and they're not quiet about it either, JD.
I believe it.
Oh yeah.
My dad still watches the Cardinals too. They were still in Chicago when he was growing up.
Yep.
That's how old he is.
When did they move?
And we got a new coach, so maybe we get better again.
Early
Who
50s.
knows?
Cardinals, yeah. Chicago used to have 2 NFL teams. Cardinals moved out in
Gator
early mid-50s.
Yeah. Well before my time.
Yeah, all of ours.
Oh yeah.
Gold just can't hold a bid, man. Right back down.
Neither can the.
Yeah, I got the gold chart up right now. It looks like a heavy market. S&P's gone flat, just chopping around.
Bottom of the hour, you might get a little bit of
waiting for a catalyst. Bottom of the hour, 10 more minutes to the bottom of the hour. Pretty much done on news for the day. Let me just check one more time. What's coming up? Oh, we've got signing time at 2:30 Central Time. Trump signing some executive orders.
Did you see they kicked the non-farm number?
No, I didn't. What
oh
happened?
yeah, no non-farm Friday, BLS, because of the government shutdown.
Oh, right.
So they kicked it down the road.
Let me refresh all my calendars. We were talking about that this morning.
Crazy.
So that could affect some of the numbers because we got a lot of jobs numbers coming out this week.
Mm-hmm.
We got what do we got? We got JOLTS supposed to be out tomorrow.
Right.
ADP, we'll get that on Wednesday. We'll also get the challenger number on Thursday. Probably won't get jobless claims on Thursday. And then the January jobs report on Friday.
Rally now, aren't you?
But they officially announced it though, huh? It's official.
They did. Yep.
Okay.
It's on the juice there.
It's a bummer.
All right, I got a side trade cooking. I got an offer in micro gold 46.64.
46.64. We're gonna get in.
What?
We're gonna get in short, correct?
Correct. Yeah.
Down Dunk says, "Come on, equities." S&P's back to a couple ticks from the highs, but volume ain't too impressive right now. It's that we're in that zone for the day.
Man, that was thin.
We'll see. We'll see. No headlines coming out.
Missed me by a tick, JD, and now it's already $7 moved away. Let's see if it comes back.
Now it's
Volatility,
$7
man, is insane
away already. Unbelievable.
Oh, here we go. We might. Okay. All right, we're filled. Putting a stop above the 86s. See if we can get some continuation lower. Given this plenty of room to breathe, just one micro from
64 even
64.2.
Gabe, short one micro gold 46.6420. 4664.2. Last trade 46.6840. A little bit of a boost. Another uptick in equities coming. Right back to 70.16 in the ES. Oop, anything catching your eye over there? What are you looking at?
Yeah, I'm back in nat gas, micro nat gas. I'm going to manage the risk a little differently. Yep. Long 3175.
Oop, long 3, natural gas 3175.
Micro
nat gas. One headline came out earlier, 20 minutes ago, top of the hour. Oracle set to raise $25 billion in bond sales tied to AI funding. Oracle making AI moves. Who's in the market right now? Sound off in chat. What are you trading? What are you looking at? What's your position? What's your P&L? What's your mother's maiden name? I'm joking. Don't answer that last question.
What's your mother's maiden name?
What's your mother's maiden name? That's a good one. Do you shop Jewel or Osco?
Smoto is short the NQ. Showham's done for the day. Nice job. Locked it up. Attaboy.
Showham's my guy.
Founders flat, locked out up 8 grand. Nice.
Oh.
Big shout outs in the chat.
Nice.
All right, gold catching a little bit of a bid here. Not seeing any continuation. Those sellers.
Art Edge remembers the Dominics. How about that? Remember Dominic's hoop?
I love Dominic's.
It turned into Omni, and then it just went away.
And went by. What's the other one you guys have now? Marinos?
Oh, Mariano's, yeah.
Mariano's, yeah. Yeah, Marino. Dan Marino opened a franchise up there.
Dan Marino. Got any more of that gum, Dan Marino? None of your damn business, Ace.
You did that to yourself. No, but he had some isotonic gloves, right?
Vance Refrigeration says my mother's name is Long MES. That's a good one.
Yeah. Yes, it's just
Vance. Isn't Vance Refrigeration from The Office? Bob Vance.
Is it?
Yeah.
Vance Refrigeration. I really don't know, to be honest with you. There was a little selling in gold. You didn't get out of this trade, right, Gabe? Oh, I see your
No,
chart
no,
right
I'm
now.
not out. Yeah, my stop was above 86.
You got to
He's got a
widen
couple
out right
positions
now
on
there.
it. Gabe short gold.
Yep.
Long S&P. Oop, what's going on over there in natural gas? You getting chopped up?
Hanging out.
Or is this the good one?
Nope.
Is this the one?
Hanging out right at my entry. I was hoping a little crude pop there might pull it up a little bit, but a lot of times after NYMEX settlement, D's talked about it. Sometimes you get a reversal, but man, once again, being counter a bad downtrend today, so it's once again.
Very flat right now. Very, very flat in the markets. Up down Dunk says this is grueling. Surely is. Yeah, it's chalk that up to time of day. Time of day is a level, right?
100%.
Indeed.
Just like slow grindy is right now.
Mm-hmm.
With the ES.
This is chop. This is chop suey. That's it.
There we go. A little push in that gas.
Making you hungry? Let's take a look at your chart, Hoop. What are you seeing in that gas?
Well, might be getting a little bit of basing here. That's on a 30-minute. I'm going to pull up the 3 here real quick. And you got a green candle. What the hell you know? 32, 320.69. Kind of where I'd peel one off. It's 2-1.
320.69.
Yeah. It's always the weirdest market to say the price. $3.26.90. Yeah, okay. That's right.
$3.26. 0.9.
Yeah.
26.9 cents.
We'll peel one up here at a half. We get it. Leave the other two out there.
Check back in on the tilt real quick.
ES is trying to push.
Yeah, we get 63% short in the S&P now, so short side tilt is growing just a little bit. 68% short in the NQ. Crude oil building to the long side, 70% long in crude, as we're 1 minute from settlement price. I'm sorry, 10 seconds from settlement price. And still flat in gold. 10 seconds till crude oil settles. Let's take a look at
volatility. Where's the
man? Look at that
at?
crude. The low of that 5 minute range, Hoop, was the play. Just had to play the range today in crude.
Peel another one off. Got one runner. Just peeled 2 off. Got one runner.
Nice.
Nicely done. Nicely done.
I hate knife catching. But as long as I manage the risk. Micros is a little easier to manage the risk. The big naturals are scary.
Mm-hmm. A little bit of selling entering the S&P right now, but honestly just going sideways since we started this segment.
Yeah.
Coming up on Gabe's entry price, 70.12.25. Gabe's entry price in the S&P. Have you adjusted risk at all, Gabe? Or have you accepted? Have you adjusted or accepted?
Accepted. Risk is still at 70.10s.
Got it. Never got to the highs. Never put in a new high. 70.12 remains the high. I'm sorry, 70.17. 17 quarter.
Dan Emmons was looking for an IB high failure. The Nasdaq.
Yeah. Let's take a look at the NQ chart. Haven't looked at that yet since we got here. Got a 15-minute chart of the NQ up. What was our initial balance high in the NQ? $25,912.25. Right on top of it right now. Would you ever consider reversing this S&P trade, Gabe, if we start breaking down here?
Yeah, potentially. I mean, failing to make a new high.
It really felt like it wanted to pump or push the new highs up there. Pump to new highs.
Yeah, we did
Just
not
couldn't
do a
quite
great
make
job.
it. Nope, not at all.
And it came right to that 50-day. Stop.
In what hoop? What are you looking at?
Natural gas just kind of came right up to the 50-day on the 3-minute and kind of paused. And once again, I got a runner hanging in there.
Good. We're starting to see some sellers step into the S&P here. 70.11 last trade now.
Pull back, huh?
I'm going to give it one more tick. I'm not going to put mine at a dead even. I'm going to go 9 3/4 instead of 10s.
Yep. Save a few for slippage. Leave some room for the Holy Spirit, as they say.
That's what they used to say at school dances back in the day. Yeah, the
100% they did,
chaperones
yes.
kind of scoping out the, scoping out the
Oh, yeah.
dates. Get too
Leave
close.
some room for the Holy Spirit, kids.
Yep.
Yeah.
I went through the
Come in,
same
step
thing.
Those
in.
hands up. Get those hands up.
The nuns walking around. Yes, that was my childhood also. That was definitely my childhood. Back to Gabe's entry
All right.
price. 70.12
Added on the gold. Bring my average up a little bit. Short 2 MGC from 69.8. Stop still remains
Gabe short a
86,
pair.
above 86.
Gabe short a pair of micro crude 46.98. I'm sorry, 46.69.80.
Micro gold.
Micro gold.
I'm not
Did I say
touching
crude?
crude. Yeah, I'm not touching.
I was going to say Gabe's not touching crude. He needs a third market on right now. Would you take it after me?
Real Pack Show just says we aged ourselves, by the way, Gabe.
Let's see if we can find a wheat trade while we're at it. Throw another grain position.
Who's been looking at grains the last couple weeks? Anybody? Hope you keeping an eye on them?
I am. Wheat is the one I'm more interested in.
Yeah.
Fundamental guy I talk to every morning. They talk to grain guys, and I guess the South America crop is absolutely bumper. So we had a bumper crop. They have a bumper crop that probably, heavy supply. But this time of year, you know this, JD, it's kind of tough to be, like my buddy said, it's tough to be short grains in February, March. Just everything comes out, they're going to get in the fields late and all this stuff starts bumping around. But yeah, the only one I kind of like as an outlier is maybe wheat.
Okay.
WASD's next week. That'll probably dictate it.
Yes.
Right?
I've got my favorite chart queued up. Switch over
Bring
to
it
it
up.
real quick.
Corn.
Should I just show it real
Favorite
quick?
chart.
Corn, baby.
Want to see what 19 years of corn trading looks like?
You're on the gold chart right now, JD.
I'm gonna share a different screen. I'm just gonna flash it for a second.
Oh,
That
good
is
gosh.
a corn chart going back to 2007. Is that a range or is that a range? Is that market giving you the answers or is that market giving you the answers? You buy the low, you sell the high, and you stay out of the way in between. All right, I'm going to stop sharing that.
natural gas.
Oh, failing to see any momentum on either the ES in my direction or gold. Gold's catching a little bit of a bid here, back around 46.80. S&P is about to come take my stop here in just a couple of ticks.
Just a little bit of selling coming in to the S&P again. 70-10 half last trade. $9.75 is the CYA, correct, Gabe?
Correct, yeah.
70.0975. Oop, how's the net gas looking? Still cruising?
Broke
on
above the
autopilot?
50-day now, so might go up and test this 330 level. Gold just pushed right.
It's the dollar to tick value on that. Dude, grains trade in quarter penny increments. Every tick is worth $12.50 per one lot. So $50 per penny, $50 a cent.
A lot of volume.
Means
there.
a full. Yes. Yes.
Somebody want to give Trump a call? Get him to tweet something?
Can you tweet something for Gabe right now?
Anybody? Bueller?
He'll be on the podium in about 45 minutes or so. I'm sure there'll be some kind of Q&A, or he'll just start talking after he's done signing executive orders.
100%.
You gotta assume so, right?
100%.
Probably. Press is usually in there.
Man, it's we're really stuck in the mud. We're just spinning our tires right now in these equities. Not giving us any follow through in either direction. NQ looks like it wants to dump, but it just ain't dumping.
No. I don't know, man. Gold might have just that Friday move. A lot of people say, "Oh, could it rally back?" And I'm like, I don't know. That was pretty historic. Just liquidation.
Can it rally?
In that market.
Rally back. Gold silver ratio is right around. Gold silver ratio is right around 60 this morning during the opening call. Last week, towards the end of last week, it was about 48, 49, just under 50, right?
Yeah.
So, I mean, the only way to not get run over and make money off moves like that, with minimal risk, would be to trade. What do you say?
That left a mark for a lot of traders, as Chris Farley would say. Not here,
left a mark.
But right here.
Right here.
All right, there's the stop on gold. Gold's bidding up. We got 46.92s just traded out.
Yeah.
Gold, Gabe, flat on gold.
Gold finding some volume here. Finally, something moved.
Yeah.
What would have been the play on the gold silver trade, Hoop? On Friday would have been to buy gold.
I'll tell you one thing: if you didn't unwind it quick enough, boy, did you get wrecked. As one of our whatever his name is, Woo would say. If you didn't unwind that thing, you got wrecked.
Spreader's gonna get wrecked. Where's Woo?
Yeah, that's the thing, right? Trying to, if you had a bunch of spreads on JD, that was always the problem, right? Market gets moving like that. There's just air pockets. It's crazy.
Yeah. And that's all spreaders do.
Yep.
If you're buying gold and selling silver, it'll move like this, and they just wait for it to widen out, and then they capitalize and wait for it to come back into equilibrium.
Yep.
Basically it.
Tagged on the ES trade too, by the way. I'm flat.
Tagged on the ES trade. Gabe is flat.
Minus 612 combine.
Minus 612. Got it.
We'll reset, see if we have additional opportunity coming in here. We got about 20 minutes left. Top of the hour. We got power hour coming up.
Mm-hmm.
We do.
Someone poke this market with a stick. If only we could reach to the screen and start flicking the markets higher.
That doesn't work.
It would be the way.
Hit that thing.
Sometimes if I just draw a line on my chart, the market will stop there. It's kind of funny. I try not to use it I try not to use that trick all the time, but sometimes it works.
Man.
What's happening in that gas hoop? How's it looking?
Hanging in there. Just kind of leveled out. See if we can get a push up to 330. We're post close now, so the move tends to. Boy, gold. It was a good out, Gabe.
Was a good out.
Cooking now. Yep. Sometimes. Yeah, it was a really good out now. 47.13 quickly.
Yep.
That is quite a boost in gold. We got some volume behind it too. This might be a real push. We got settlement price of 47.4510. That's our next target in gold. And it's pushing.
Whew.
Gold not done.
Hello. Power hour might be interesting for sure. Maybe a rotation back up to 48.
Interesting.
Possible.
Watching. What's the tilt telling us? Tilt's
We closed back
57%
underneath
long.
47.10, by the way. I'm going to get short again.
All right.
Only
and an
if we
overnight
close back
VWAP at about
47.10. Go ahead, JD.
47.10 is the line in the sand. 47.06, I got an overnight VWAP in gold.
Yep.
CC 5930 is working against you.
I know I said that.
Praying to the trading gods
to pump on gold. So sorry, bro. It's okay, CC. I'm glad you got a winner out of that. I cut it quick. I was just trading the 1 minute high. Stopped above the previous 1 minute high, so avoided another 40 points potentially of heat by getting too attached to that short. So I'm okay with that. Glad you got your piece of the pie there.
Hope and prayers are not a viable trading strategy, by the way, folks. If you find yourself white-knuckled saying, please, God, get me back to scratch, maybe it's time to just get out and walk away.
Oh. With showing your face in the pit.
See the whites of their eyes, as Hoag would say.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, man. Pucker up, Buttercup.
S&P still doing nothing. 70.13 even. Last trade. Ticked lower, ticked higher, ticked lower. Now we're right back in the middle. Right back to where we started.
JD, pull up your micro gold chart up. Your profile up. Dom. Sorry.
Micro gold Dom?
Yep. Look at 47.20. Just look as you look at a histogram on the right. Look at that.
Oh, yeah.
Price. So that's sticking out like a sore thumb right there. That's why when we talk about reading the Dom sometimes, I mean, you're looking at all these, and like 2,000 traded right at that price. So might want to keep an eye on that.
47.25 just traded up quite a bit also.
Yep.
Every 5 points. 47.25. 47.28. 47.30, another 1,700 trade. Yeah. Every $5.
Whoa.
There's action. This market is just so wild.
Oh,
gold not done. We're gonna hit settlement.
Woo.
This is not trading advice. I do not know for a fact that we're gonna hit settlement. It just feels like momentum swung to the upside.
What is settlement, JD? Price?
47.45.10. 47.45.10.
Got it.
47.24. Even last trade. Man, it's bouncing around. Dome is like 6 ticks wide sometimes.
Yeah.
This is just a crazy market.
Thin. Yeah. Can do plenty of damage with a micro, for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yes.
Single micro, yeah. $23 wide, 1 minute opening range in gold this morning. $23 wide
nuts.
in a minute. It's 230 ticks traded in a minute, both sides of the market.
The Shanghai Opens are nuts.
Mm-hmm. The dude's still calling for a Santa Rally. Santa Rally 2.0. Start positioning for December. Is that Billy Madison? Hockey tryouts are in 360 days. I got to toughen up.
Nasdaq looking like it finally wants to break these 900s. Finally.
Yep.
$47.20 last trade in gold. Still looking at this dome is all over the place. You can't even track it.
Look at silver.
Like a giant.
Even micro silver is.
I got to get a
How many
giant 40-inch
traders
monitor.
have silver
Turn it
banned on their
vertical.
list in their risk settings? That's what I'd like to know.
What is it, Hoop? Do they have silver what?
Blocked.
Oh, silver blocked.
In the
Ghosting
risk
silver?
settings.
Yeah.
100%.
Couple people. Claire, Uptown
Yeah.
Dunk.
Yep.
Definitely
Don't
locked
call,
out.
don't text, don't email.
Kristen.
How many people fat fingered a big silver in their silver trading expedition? I did once.
Ooh. Who's trading mini silver anyway? Can I get a thumbs up in the chat? Are you trading minis or micros in silver? If
Who
you're
wants to trade
minis,
that illiquid
give me a thumbs up.
sucker?
Thumbs up for minis. Recently, I should say. I should throw some context in there. Recently.
Look how wide that is.
1,900 bucks on a single micro. Yep, that's the kind of market. That's volatility right there, guys.
Insane.
Slippage in the live market has to be just insane.
Sorry, I'll repeat, Dr. Dax. If you're trading silver, give me a thumbs up if you're trading the mini and not the micro. We got a couple minis traders in there. Danger. When someone's in there making $2,000 on a single micro contract, man, a single mini contract, one bad blip in the wrong direction, and you're hitting that reset.
Bye-bye.
Yep.
All right, there's a 5-minute closure under 900 in the Nasdaq. Let's see if it wants to continue breaking down here. Under the IB high.
Do we have any?
Still pushing in gold. 47.45.10 target. S&P back down to 11. Man, S&P spinning the wheels. Nothing happening. Stuck in the mud.
Looking to see if there's any earnings after the bell today. Nobody really. Palantir.
Nasdaq trading back inside initial balance. That was a good play. Dan Emmons was looking for that. Playing out nicely for Dan. I got to turn this. I got to get away from this gold ladder. Give me seizures looking at it.
Mesmerizing.
It's like a strobe light in your face. Flashing, popping.
Turn that damn thing off.
You need a 40-inch monitor turned vertical to keep up with that dome.
Yeah. Natural gas just went to sleep.
Got
You
about
still holding that
3
one micro?
minutes left.
Yeah, I'm just trailing that one micro, and it went night.
Oh, did it? Are we looking at nat gas right now? Nat gas?
Yeah, it's just.
Sorry,
I went night.
I will enunciate nat gas a little more clearly. I saw that comment in the chat, by the way, guys. I'm responsive to all types of feedback.
Natural gas.
Natural gas.
Well, crude is moving a little bit. Crude.
Crude's mid-range.
Yeah.
Back to 10 o'clock last night. We are smack dab. Smack dab is a very accurate official term, by the way. Smack dab in the middle of this range. 62.09 last trade in crude. We really did a good job staying out of the way. Those opening range breakout trades. Made a couple $100 for the month. We made about $800 trading 1 to 2 micros on those opening range breakout trades in gold and crude. Not too shabby.
Still negative 5,500 delta in ES.
Negative delta on the highs. Are we going to roll over? Is that a sign? 2 more minutes.
Speaking of rolling, gold is down about $22 in the last 5 minutes. Failed to break
Right
above
inside
the
the
previous
range
5-minute
of the
high.
30-minute candle.
Yep.
What is the ATR now?
In what hoop?
Come on. The 30-minute, the $65 is $68 is the ATR in gold for a 30-minute.
$68.
$68.
Crazy.
It is
high
crazy.
watermark
That's,
today was 100.
Is that at the
Wow.
Is that at the open? The reopen?
Yeah. Yeah.
Or a little after? Yeah. Gotcha.
A little bit after. Yep, a little bit after. $100.
Could be the VIX. VIX is down 7% right now, 1623. That could be the only reason these equities aren't dumping at the moment. Don't quote me on that. I just happened to think of it and checked it out.
I think the other thing.
VIX down 7%, 1622.
I think the other candle here.
1 minute to play in the period. All right, guys.
At least we're getting some volume
closing
in the
thoughts.
power hour.
Yeah, should be an interesting hour. We've got MOC numbers coming out in about 45 minutes. Closing thoughts. What are you guys looking to going into the close? Hope you're going to hold this natural gas. You're trailing the stop.
Leave it for the auto
confident on
lick.
it?
Yep. Right now, I got to stop in it. Yeah, I'm okay with it. Yep. And
Beautiful.
negative delta in the S&Ps ought to be interesting on the close.
Very interesting. Negative delta. We're tapping on the ceiling of new highs once again. See what happens in the last hour. Gabe, you got any plans for the last hour? You done for the day? You're going to grind it out?
No, I'm done for the day. Gonna hang out, watch the show. Got Dakota coming on, going Andre and Dolby. It'd be a fun hour.
Should be a fun hour indeed. All right, guys, that's all the time we got for today's edition of Trade with Topstep Hoop. Gabe, thanks so much for joining us. Like Gabe said, we got Andre, Dakota, and Dolby time coming up for Power Hour. We still got 1 hour of Tradertainment coming your way. We're going to trade it up. We're going to rip it up. We're going to do it all. Stick around 1 hour till the close. TopstepTV. Let's go.
Bam, just like that, we saw some volatility in the equities. This is Power Hour here on Topstep TV. In the middle, you got Dakota. To the right, you got my partner in crime, Dolby Time. Let's get right into it. Dakota, we saw that push lower there. Might be buying it back up. Not seeing anything on the headlines. We had that quarterly refunding announcement from the Treasury, but that was before the announcement. What's up, Dakota? Tell you fast markets. It is now Power Hour. What's happening?
I'm just kind of seeing what's going on. Like, just vibe check right now. Looking at these markets, we got Nvidia down almost 2%, Microsoft down 1.5%. Then we have Apple up 3 1/3, Google up 1 3/4, Amazon up 1 3/4. Earnings coming out throughout this week. Everything else is just mixed. And yeah, what a move we got there on the Nasdaq. Just puked. What, 100 points? No, not even. It wasn't 100 points, but it's still pretty dramatic.
Felt like it though.
It felt like it, yeah.
Yes, it did. They're talking about that sell-off right before we came on air. We dropped about 70 points in the NQ, bottoming out at 25,880. And I'm sorry, 841. And we are pushing higher here, 30 points off of that. Dolby Time, let's break down the ranges. We got some volatility here in Power Hour. See if that will remain the case. What do we got for ranges here in the last 57 minutes of the New York session?
Finally, we got some action.
Yeah.
We were looking at the 30-minute range at 11 a.m., which is also the initial balance high, which we were kind of playing around above and then sold off. The initial balance high was 25,912 3/4. The half an hour or 1 hour range, they're basically the same right now. I would say 25,800 up to about 25,000, let's say 945. I would be very interested in some longs if you get down to 800s, or some shorts back at initial balance high, because that is the range currently.
All right.
800 low end, 945 upper end of that in the NQ. Last trade, 25,877. Dakota, you know what the deal is right about now. We like to play a game around here called Above Below. I'm going to ask Dakota what he thinks the price will be on the close in the NQ. I'm going to put a poll up in the chat. Do you think it'll be above or below the price that Dakota is going to set right now? Last trade in the NQ, 25,873. Dakota, what will the price be on the close?
This is a difficult one. This is very difficult for above below for this Power Hour. But I'm going to leave it to where I think we're going to be split 50-50. I'm going to say 850s. So 25,850. We could do that as above below.
850. All right.
Yeah, I'm going to choose below it.
Well, Dakota, you set the price. You set the price, and they will.
I mean, above it. I mean, shut up.
You want to get 50-50. Ideally, you get 50-50. Take a look at the ES. ES also saw some selling right before we came on air for Power Hour. We're trading right up around 70.15. They sold off about 14 points down to 70.01. Much right back in the middle there, trading at 70.08. Poll is up. So we saw the big pop in silver. Last segment, we saw a big pop in gold. By a big pop, we're talking $70 pop. Last trade in gold, 46.97. 46.97. Poll is up. Get your votes in. Also, President is expected to do a quote signing time. Signing time at the bottom of the hour. Signing is closed to the media. However, we'll keep an eye out for any headlines. 73% short in the ES.
Wow.
On the tilt, nothing really besides that 50-50 across the board from there. Wow. Dakota, what do you have your eye on? You looking at silver? You looking at NQ?
I'm just going through, just like I said, vibe check, just watching how these stocks are hanging out. Like saying Apple's up 3.6 now. So Apple's strong. Nvidia's weak, down 2% still after that little bit of a shakeout we've seen. But what's interesting is we got silver up 2% and then gold down 1%. So correlation's not happening there. And these equities are holding strong. So kind of a buy the dip looks like. We came down to those 820s, and we're just headed right back towards 25,900. We do have 26,000. That's a big round number, just above these session highs. And I mean, that's been the line in the sand for quite a while. I'm very mixed. I'm very mixed in this power hour, and you could hear it in my indecisiveness. I'm still leaning towards the downside, though. I was leaning to the downside earlier on fast markets, and we're at these same prices.
Yeah, right off the opening bell, the New York bell ring, it was just up and away. A lot of buying in the NQ, talking about 300 points, and what we said, we've been in a bit of a range, big range though.
150 points.
Yeah,
it's been slow though. Like it took kind of no time to establish it, but spent an inordinate amount of time just kind of hanging out within it. And then even that sell-off was incredibly fast. That was like 70 points like within a minute. So I'm really just hoping we don't just chill out and just sail into the close here. I want more like the Friday power hour for reversal challenge. Now that was some good price action, y'all.
Yes, it was. We were absolutely rocking then. Again, Palantir earnings after the bell. Also, government shutdown. There will be no non-farm payrolls on Friday. It came out, I guess, earlier today. So we still get the ADP private payrolls, but no non-farm, no unemployment rate. And on Friday, we'll see. Dakota, we were just talking about that in fast markets. Felt like everything was back on schedule, and we may have jinxed it because there will be no non-farm on Friday.
Speaking of existence, just like the crude oil inventories. I'm like, that never on. And then that day was the only day it's ever been accurate.
Incredible, absolutely incredible. We'd still have a lot of earnings. We've got earnings tomorrow. We have AMD, we have SMCI, we got Chipotle. On Wednesday, we got Google, we got CME, we got Uber as well, and Amazon later this week. So we still have earnings. Keep the markets lively, to say the least. All right, Dolby time. Trading 25,893 NQ.
Chipotle earnings might get a little bit spicy.
Sleeping on RTY. Let's watch your eyes.
Sleeping on RTY. Uh-oh.
RTY is just chilling right now. Not doing a whole lot.
RTY.
Stuck in the range like everything else is right now.
Bit of a pop here in gold, about a $20 pop. Continuing to push high here, 47.19. We were just trading 46.91. 47.20s trade in gold. Very thin on the ladder.
Where do you lean in, Dakota? You said short?
I put the above below at 850. I was looking for us to maybe come down and test below it, maybe test 800s, and no, we're up closer to 900 right now. We have still 40 minutes, 50 minutes for power hour. ACH, baby, anything can happen.
Absolutely. Yep, you see the countdown clock, lower right-hand corner. 50 minutes till the closing bell, 40 minutes till MOC. Big MOC on Friday.
We got one person that caught that joke.
What was it, Dakota? It went over my head. What was it?
We're never good a second time.
Oh, come on. The Chipotle
that
earnings.
Was a good. Spicy?
Being spicy.
Nice. Wow. Dakota absolutely crushing it.
Sounds all right.
Yikes. Take a look here. That poll still is up. How we leaning? 20,000. 850. Pretty close to 50-50. Let that cook for a little bit. Now, but ES is about 30 points away. Yes, 30 points away from all-time highs. All-time highs in the ES is 70.43. 43.
I'm kind of liking longs. I just don't know best way to define risk. We've done a good job of making higher highs and higher lows so far within the 30-minute range. It'd be really nice if you get long at like 820s, but I just don't know if it's going to get back down there again.
So what did those sellers? What was that? Yep, maybe just a market order hitting the bid. Speaking of which, we're seeing delta increase in the ES, negative 5,600. However, NQ plus 1,200. Seeing a little divergence. When we see a short squeeze into the close in the ES, we trade about 6 points off the highs.
It'd be crazy if we get a short. I mean, anything can happen, right? These markets are
a little mini V bounce. They're relentless. They are absolutely relentless.
Incredible.
VIX was down. VIX is down. Markets are up. Last night, everyone was going crazy. I thought we were just sailing off. Saying Black Monday. No. Don't count these very resilient equities out.
Resilient indeed. Poll results are back. 56%. We're voting above. We'll close above the price of 25,850. Good right now as we trade 45 points above it.
Good so far.
Is it just the problem of like where else do you put money? Like, let's say you sell all your stuff and then you have a bunch of cash, but if you don't believe in cash and gold and silver are too volatile, you just go back and buy the Nasdaq again.
We're certainly buying the ES.
Equities. There's a lot of stuff you could do.
Cash ain't the worst place to be either. 10-year, take a look at the 10-year going higher. 10-year rate 4.271. 4.271%. Seeing the dollar, seeing some strength as well. Interesting times.
Yep. Ooh. 25,880 here.
For longs?
No. I'm no trade yet. If anything, I'm gonna lean towards the short side.
Short, yeah.
But not enough confidence to actually place a trade. So you could take that with, at face value. Usually those are the best ones too.
Yeah.
Just ones I don't trade.
What we got?
As we're down into these 70s.
And Q looking at the ladder here using that level 2 data on Topstep X. Nothing really jumping off. We did see, what was that, 1,100 lot, 1,200 lot on the bid, 25,400. That was filled last night. Right now, we might be seeing a little downside pressure here in the equities. MBT chop around the lows. 78,865 last trade.
All right.
A little sell off. Just evens are decent.
We've seen another push lower here. What do you like? Downside, Dolby, Dakota.
Yeah, I like downside down to test lower 800s. I mean, that was where we found buyers earlier this morning on that pullback. That wasn't as deep. I mean, there is a little bit of resistance there at these 780s, 790s. So I'm at 100 points lower, 90 points lower. I know, Dobie, you like those long targets for power hour. I'm maybe it's a little more realistic today.
Just
after that little spike in volatility.
A value trade somewhere.
Question for you guys.
Somewhere at the extremes.
Scariest trade. What's the scariest trade right now in the NQ? Long or short?
Anything in the middle of the range. That's my answer.
What rate? Between what, 800 longs?
It'd be scary to be long this market, right? You see what happened 10, 20 minutes ago. Just a dump, and we've seen it a few times the past few months. The market goes down like an elevator. I think it's harder to hold on to a short up here, but scarier to be in a long.
Harder to be short, scary to be long.
But if you have a stop loss, nothing scary. Besides silver.
A lot of head fakes, silver and gold. Absolutely. A lot of head fakes. What I mean by that, looks like it might want to break out to the upside, and nope, sellers come back in. Looks like it may want to push lower, and then buyers come back in. Just got to make up their mind right now. 76. Look at this. 76% short on the tilt in the ES. 76% short tilt in the ES with 43 minutes the closing bell. That's good. That's pretty good. 76% short. Yes.
See, how's everyone feeling on that poll now? We're getting closer to the
850s.
850s.
Mm-hmm. And Q
nothing on the dome.
Yes, nope. And Q. Very thin. Take a look at gold ladder here. Very thin, very wide. Silvers, take a peek there. Same story. Silver trading $80.64. What is the range today? Look at this. Oh, $11 range. $11 range in silver today. What is the range in gold today? It's crazy. Gold.
It's like a yearly range.
Zooming out.
Not too long ago. There goes Nasdaq. There goes Nasdaq. Into the 50s. I like it.
I mean, those 900s seem pretty scary. Kind of wish we hopped in there. Still stuck in the middle, though.
Middle.
Right.
We bounced right off those 50s.
It's twice now.
Above, well,
come on down.
A little tricky going into the last 30 minutes. MOC.
In just New York trading hours, gold has a range of over $200.
Oh,
it's wild.
Man, I was telling you in the green room, Coach Hoop and I stayed up a little late last night just watching gold, and I posted a few trades I did on the socials. It was insane. It was like, oh, I'm going to take a nice scalp here in gold, for example, and it'd be up or down $60 in less than 5 minutes.
Hey, we got President hitting Truth Social right now regarding the shutdown. From President, once it is through the House, I will sign the stopgap government funding into law immediately. Working with House Speaker Johnson to get a funding deal through the House. So President is speaking through Truth Social. Then at the bottom of the hour, expected to sign some bills. So President's just getting started here.
Nice 40-point bounce almost in the Nasdaq. These 890s. Ooh.
Those are head fakes. Those are head fakes we were just talking about.
Mm-hmm.
It's just the dome just feels so indecisive for NASDAQ right now.
What are you looking at, Dolby, that gives you that sense?
It just doesn't feel like it's really moving with any urgency. Like, for example, like Friday's power hour, like we were moving. Like you can feel it in the dome. There was like a certain amount of energy. Some of it's just like intuition too. You just stare at the dome long enough, you start like picking up some things. But it just doesn't seem like this market currently really wants to go anywhere. And the one time we do go anywhere, it happens super fast. Out of
got 175 line on the bid, about 4 points lower in the NQ, 25,875, and the orders 175 on the bid. About 5 points lower. We'll go get filled.
The dome. Coach Hoop, he has a few amazing quotable quotes. One of my favorite ones, Toby, intuition whispers, impulse screams, and
300 lot to the upside. 300 lot to the upside on the NQ. 25,886, about 3 points away right now. 300 lot to the upside and 175 lot to the downside. Looking at the NQ ladder, that level 2 data really coming in handy to spot those big orders. So
RTY is selling off a little bit. There might be a trade in RTY, actually. We're at the bottom of the range.
Hold
them. There's 1,100 one that got filled last night. For the night
400s, right?
Yeah. Yeah. That was wild.
That fill's looking pretty good right about now as we trade 25,883. Bottom of the hour, 9 minutes. president has started on Truth Social. Also expected to sign some bills at the bottom of the hour. ES Delta more negative now, minus 6,400. And Q minus 1,100.
Right.
Bids, what are we working at Dolby time?
M2K, 6 micros all day between 46 and 49.
Let's pull that chart up. What are you seeing over there?
Got a really nice 30-minute range. We're going to see if we can bid the bottom of it. We also have a pretty clean distribution on the volume profile.
Okay.
So we have we're going to try to get filled in this low volume area right here. And we have that 30-minute range as well, kind of formed around those 2646s. So we're going to see if we can sweep the lows and then bid back up again.
I like that play. I like it. That'd be like 25,800s in the Nasdaq, kind of.
Yeah, basically. But you know, M2K got there first. So if that's the best looking range trade so far, that is the one we'll try to get filled on.
All right. And gold pushing lower here. Gold 46.81. $20 lower in this 5 minute that it's up here. Just seeing a little pop in ES and NQ.
Nasdaq's holding strong. 300 coming in the Nasdaq at that.
There you are.
See if they'll get filled.
Filled this time. 895.
We did find some support like 876. That's the middle of the 30-minute range. Maybe that could have been a spot to find a long entry, maybe like just beneath the 860s for a potential. You're just your stop just ends up being in kind of an awkward spot because you're going to be so well within the 30-minute range.
Trying to fill that big contract.
Yep, 5 points higher right now. Again, 300 offered at 25,895 as we trade 892s.
Man.
Gold pushing lower here. Man, oh man. Gold down $40 in 3 minutes.
$40.
Wild. And silver, what's going on over there? Silver rolling over a little bit as well. Not as volatile as gold is selling off on the hour. 5 minutes now.
Nasdaq's hesitant to go fill that 300 contracts. See if we can fill it here.
Might run away from it. First price they came in at was 88.5. I do believe pulled it. Now they're up at 25,895. All right, now silver's starting to wake up, pushing lower here underneath $80, $79, 84 cents.
Okay.
Let's go on MBT. MBT getting smushed since the reopen. MBT kind of finding some consolidation, trading 78,720. It's going to move first here. Markets are in the chat sharing with Brad. Riveting range action. I mean, it's coiling. The markets are coiling here.
Coiling, yes.
You watching
Nasdaq staying away from that 300 contracts at 895.
It is.
I mean, you can tell that the market's pretty slow right now because that 300 contracts is only 14 points away. The Nasdaq, that's nothing for the Nasdaq to hop up and get.
No.
They feel pretty confident just having it sit there. We were getting 10, 15 point moves in minutes, last Friday.
Yeah, we were. All right. Nasdaq back down into the 70s, maybe?
Yes, we are. Ran away from that 300 lot. 300 lot's about 15 points higher now. We got within 2-3 points of it Price of 25,895. Currently trading 25,880. Something just came in on the bid.
Pretty
The
thin
NQ
dome
did get
too.
filled. Yes, it is. A little bit of a turnaround here in gold. What's going on here?
Bottom of the hour, yeah. Coming in.
What's going on in crude?
Move these
Nothing
much.
40-point range in
meantime,
Nasdaq.
Yeah, Nvidia is still starting to, sell off here. We're down 2.3 near its session lows.
Okay. Elevated Life calling for bottom of the hour fireworks. All right, that's about 3 minutes. We might as well see if we do indeed get those fireworks. When we started Power Hour, we did mention that non-farm has been put on pause this Friday due to the government shutdown. Let's get a little report here just to get caught up on the new developments due to government shutdown day 3, I guess. But bring that on in, James. Another shutdown.
Monday, the Bureau of Labor Statistics said it will not release the January jobs report and other labor market data this week because of the partial federal government shutdown. BLS officials say the agency has suspended the collection, processing, and release of labor market data until funding is restored. The government partially shut down January 31st after lawmakers failed to reach a funding agreement tied to disputes over Homeland Security policy. Beyond missing data, the shutdown is also hitting federal workers. More than 500,000 employees could be working without pay, and hundreds of thousands more could be furloughed.
Didn't we just go through this?
We did.
October,
I
November?
don't get it.
We just saw this movie. We just saw
Have
this
the
movie.
numbers.
Must be annoying to be a federal employee. It's like, oh, like every twice a year, we're shutting down the government, not getting paychecks.
Just release it.
Elected
Release it. I got
officials.
strong feelings on that one. Yeah.
Is this Trump's new hires first NFP?
For which new hires? BLS?
Didn't he just hire a new labor guy?
I believe so. Bureau of Labor Statistic, yes.
Yeah.
They moved that 300 contract down to 890.
Got a couple of days off there. Yeah, it was up at
He's
Good
still
Call
doing his
Dakota.
30, 60,
No, it
90s,
came out
right?
at 880. I think it filled. Yes, it started.
Down to, they pulled
We're
it.
pushing lower here. We're pushing.
It's going.
Yep, we're selling off here in the NQ to 25,868 last trade. Down about 30 points.
Let's go. 850. Let's stay around the 850.
850 is Dakota's call on the close.
Past the second combine. Nice work.
Let's see if we get those bottom of the hour fireworks here in 30 seconds.
Let's do it. Let's flush. Go retest.
Let's do a retest.
Negative
Break
delta.
these 60s.
ES is, they're seeing the push lower here. Where we got tilt? 71% short tilt in the ES. 67% short tilt in the NQ. Bottom of the hour incoming here. And President expected to sign some bills. What we got going on in NVIDIA? NVIDIA getting worked?
Ooh, it's flushing. Yeah, it's
Here we
flushing.
go.
It's
Yeah.
down.
Okay.
It's down
On the hour.
over 2.5% right now.
Interesting.
So could be why we're starting to see the Nasdaq start to get pressure. These 860s is a key level of support. If we start to break through it, looks like we're trying to. I really can see us retest these 820s. I should have just said, yeah, just get short.
NVIDIA's in a nice
72%.
range. Speaking of ranges.
What do you got, Toby?
Like 194s, 193s down to about 170. Spent a boatload of time within that range. So maybe we see some more selling this week in the Nasdaq if NVIDIA wants to go range to range. That'd get us down to about 170 to 175.
Starting to see more selling here in gold. Gold, 46.84. 83's trade.
Nasdaq trying to hold these
Closer, getting
and
filled.
Q
That's
and
possible.
Q.
Yeah, trying to hold
Right now we're
those
in the
60s.
Yep, now we're in the 50 handle. 28,858 trades in the NQ.
This might start to slip.
We might get a little slippery here. Buyers have come in pretty aggressively the past
Every
couple
time.
times. At
They just did it
10,
again.
yeah, 10 and 2.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe they try again.
11 hours came and gone.
And we'll see 18 minutes.
Yeah, NVIDIA just continue to get hit.
Is it?
Yep.
Oh. Selling that thing?
Yeah, down 2.6. 2.6.
Also, my all-time favorite market states was just looking at NVIDIA and then buying Nasdaq. It was just incredible.
Find the relationship. Feels like it wants to go here.
Exactly. Yeah, it's heavy. Buyers are trying to defend these 860s, but looks like we might just break.
Yeah.
25,850 is the line in the sand I had. So
NVIDIA is selling off indeed. Down about $3 in the last couple minutes.
A little bit of a break through those 50s.
There's some green on the screen. It's just Tesla, Netflix, Microsoft, Nvidia, Meta, not so hot, but Google, Intel, AMD, Apple look fine. Palantir's up 0.5%. They have earnings.
My good old Intel. It took the earnings on the chin, and it's at 5% right now too. Nasdaq holding these 850s.
Really is.
Yeah. So far, I'm still hoping we can get a pullback here in ITY.
Those orders still in?
Yep.
Say again. Okay.
M2K orders.
Okay. M2K.
See if we can sweep.
Just saw a 60 lot coming on the bid in the the NQ. Price was that 63s. Trying to hold the bid right now. Nvidia is continuing to get sold.
But Nasdaq trying to hold. Poor Nvidia. Yeah, down 2.7.
Yeah,
I wonder if it'll be at 3% here soon.
More selling in Nvidia.
Yep, Nasdaq's still up 0.75%. So, we got another big order coming in on the Nasdaq. Yeah, there's that 300 contracts down to 868.
It's 68. Still's not gotten filled. Continues to flash it. About 10 points higher right now using that level 2 data. It's going to blink. Who's going to blink first here? ESNQ will be the Dow. What's going on in the Dow? Dow saw selling right off that opening bell just to see about all the way back. Dow about 70 points off the session high, trading 49,534.
Was this 300 contracts here on the dawn before power hour too?
Came in right at the beginning, I want to say.
He's been chasing it. Whoever it is, they're chasing it down.
Ren? Okay.
You're in some M2K.
And there goes the Nasdaq too.
Long 2, 2649. Still have four on the bid.
Get it.
There you go, Emmons. Nice job, Emmons. Yes, broke. Initial balance high. Price is 7,005. Currently trading 70.04. 70.04. Long to Russell right now.
I like it. We're gonna 3 total, right? 3 total in the micros is what.
It's 6 micros all day, but they move.
Okay. 2, 4, 6. So it orders a 2. Okay.
Yeah. M2K is pretty tiny. I think it's 50 cents per micro. So we're doing 6.
Yeah.
So it's basically half a mini.
That's key part, right? Understand the market you're trading. You know,
Have
6
to.
micros in this market versus 6
Must.
markets, say like silver. 2 different stories. Yeah.
We actually decreased the size in RTY to give us a little bit more flexibility. We were trading 1 RTY, but
I like that.
I'd rather have the micros.
More room for the market to breathe. All right, that
Little
300
bit.
contract got pulled from the Nasdaq.
Yeah, again.
Yep. We're hanging out in these 50s, these 850s. With still
It's holding right
24
now.
minutes.
Into the 40s. That push lower, that big seller that came in the NQ, we bottomed out at, I thought that was an 841 or so, well, maybe even 820s. 820s? Okay. All right, so 30 points to go.
Big order now on the bid. There's 300 contracts on the bid now.
Come on, what are we doing here?
845.
5 points lower. We'll get filled. No, we got pulled, but we are going to continue to push lower here in the NQ. Same story, the ES NQ 25,847. We're down about 50 points in the last 15 minutes or so. 12 minutes till MOC. Gold taking a breather right now. 46.94.
Nasdaq right at 25,850.
Negative delta continuing to grow in the ES now minus 7,800. And Q, not a whole lot going on there.
There's not a whole lot going on. Just a slow
Something's
sell-off
coming.
right here.
Something's coming. The way they keep,
100%, Dre.
they keep grinding this thing lower. The buyer's going to give it a shot. It's that negative delta continues to grow in ES. When we came on, we were around minus 5,400. It's grown by 2,000. Downside.
And Dakota's above below is looking pretty perfect
Sure
right
is.
now.
850s, yeah. Yeah. I called it. Didn't trade it, though. Those are the best ones.
I mean,
yeah.
You know it. I don't know how many
hold?
conversations me and Coach Jay had off camera about, man, it's like, man, we were sitting here calling these trades out on air. And some of the best ones are the ones we just don't take, but we talk about them.
Yeah, I mean, we'll trade ideas, right? The trade ideas. Looking for that confluence lineup. You saw Jay with that massive trade overnight.
Nice day today.
Sure was. Saying in the chat, saying MOC going to be volatile today. All right, we'll see about that. We have 10 minutes. 10 minutes till MOC. Buyers, equities.
Buyers stepping in.
They held it. Yep, they held it.
They held. They know what the above below is. They know. They watch Topstep TV.
Market's just resilient. Just let's do it sooner than later, James.
We need Dr. Volatility.
Yes, we do need Dr. Volatility. Speaking of which, Dr. Volatility, come on in. Let's see what they hit us up with for hashtag fast markets, hashtag power hour, TopstepTV on the X. Did they come through, James? Oh, cool.
That's right. TopstepTV on the X. Guys, earlier this morning, we commanded you to go to our social media pages and tag us at TopstepTV using hashtag fast markets, hashtag power hour, or just tag us and share your wins. We'll find it. And here's what you brought today, starting with Sam Kicks. Locked in. You're sitting pretty in an XFA with $1,000 in your realized P&L. Good day for you, Sam. Keep it up. Be sure that you lock it up, and I can see you did. You can see the personal lockout feature there in the top right corner. You are using Topstep X risk management tools to your advantage, and it's paying off. Keep it up. Coming up next, from B Trading J, day 21, $331 locked up. Shout out to Coach D, as in Coach Dakota. TopstepTV is without a doubt the best instrument for learning day trading, and probably the only people who will show you without wanting anything but some YouTube likes for it. And he's right. We don't ask for anything in return but those yummy, yummy likes. So if you haven't liked the video yet, what are you doing? Please give us a like. And be trading. Thank you for the lovely words. Moving on from Baggy Capital, not a good exit on the second contract. I got scared of the volatility after the manufacturing report release. Lesson learned, don't touch the stop loss and let price do its thing. But happy to be in the green and done for the day. That is always something you're going to hear us say here on TopstepTV. Don't touch your stops. Let the price action do its thing. sometimes you can unintentionally be your own worst enemy. Moving on. From EFG Trading, I am a funded trader at Topstep, and today I'm sharing my day again. We love traders who love to share your progress, and we love traders that love to share even when it's not all green. The Nasdaq rose extremely long. I made all of the trades in my strategy, but unfortunately closed with a loss limit of negative $256. Not the biggest loss in the world, even though we do know red days still can sting, no matter their size. But the important thing is you stopped trading, you walked away, and you jabbed away for another day. Tomorrow's a brand new trading day. Come back tomorrow, do it all again. And last but not least, from Savage, forget jab, 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 hit it with a haymaker and an uppercut. He's sitting there with a realized P&L of $134,000 with a balance of $261,000. Now, you've left out an important detail. What account is this? Trading Combine, XFA, Live? You're hiding something. But either way, that's a crazy P&L. Congrats to you all, and thank you to everybody for submitting your hashtag fast markets or power hour submissions. We do this thing all week long, so if you want to see your stuff up here on screen, go to TopstepTV on X, go to TopstepTV on Facebook, go to anywhere we have a social media presence, share your wins, and tune back in Power Hour every day. Let's get these markets awake. Back to you guys. See you guys at the end.
$134,000
In
some account.
Yeah,
I love it though.
Hopefully that's in a good count.
Keep sending us that thing. Thank you kindly. Yeah, 136. Yes, incredible. Still got 2,500 people watching us all across the globe. Please click subscribe. Oh, over 200,000, 201,000 subscribers now.
Nice.
Kindly.
Those likes.
Nice.
Yes, let's get those likes to 1,000.
B trades, B trading. Shout out to you. Always love this community.
I believe a thank you and celebration is in order. Stay tuned this week. But right now, trying to hold. Buyers are trying to hang on for dear life in the ES. We're trading 7,000 evens. Let's take a look at the NQ. NQ continues to tap on the. Yes, it is.
Does it want those 800s? Sure seems like it.
6 minutes. 6 minutes till MOC.
Trying so hard to hold the 850 above below here.
What's NVIDIA doing? This might be the line in the sand here.
Just slow.
You got
slowly melting.
Got a pop here in the gold. Now 47.15 last trade. Little pop here in silver, $81 now.
NVIDIA
81. Okay. Yeah. Silver perked up. We're long 4. We did get filled on that extra 2. So we're 4 of 6 right now in M2K at 2648.3.
Okay.
And silver bounces might be in good shape here. It has been slow though.
What we got up here?
You're hovering around the 850 mark.
Yes, we are.
This is just 15 minutes left of the session. 5 minutes till MOC.
Yes, hanging on. This is hanging on for dear life right now. String 7,001, call it. Beneath initial balance high. Dow starting to roll over a little bit.
Just, here goes Nasdaq. Starting to see a little spike.
Yeah.
You're going to sell it into MOC and then bid it back up again?
Maybe. I'm not seeing that flush side.
What we got? 300 lot back? Yeah, 300 lot back in the NQ. About 10 points higher here. 300 on the offer. 45,865. Seen that throughout Power Hour. 72% short in the ES right now.
I still haven't seen that nice little flush in the Nasdaq that I want to see if this thing wants to reverse.
NVIDIA is still selling off on the 1 minute, just range under range. Yeah,
really hold this thing.
We're down 3%
right now.
Yeah, we're almost down 3%.
Yep.
In NVIDIA.
2.87%. Again, non-farm has been on pause now on Friday. And some Bit of a bid now. ES and the NQ. My goodness.
We'll take a bid. We'll take any bids right now. Give us price action. Damn you, markets.
Wow.
Yeah. 300 contract pulled. Yeah, it's just. Meh. Whoever it is, just coming in with those 300 contracts and pulling them.
Rude.
Yes, it has this negative delta, and it does not want to go. Are we going to see a squeeze here?
Squeeze or flush?
Downside? Upside?
Upside. Short squeeze. This negative delta
I would like
continues
to see a flush first.
Might see this thing pop. Yes, just popped $5 or 5 points there. Let's see, NQ popped about 20 points there. 3 minutes till MOC. Market on close. Gold, silver, taking a breather right now. Starting to see some of that negative delta unwind a little bit in the ES. Now minus 6,500. Was just minus 7,700.
Okay.
Squeeze happening.
Nvidia maybe making lower highs on the 1 minute. Maybe.
You're zoomed in there on the 1 minute.
I mean, nothing else is no other consolidations right now. The last 5 minute consolidation we had was 40 minutes ago.
You zoom in, you'll eventually get to a time frame where you feel like it's
sure, 100%. 13 likes away from 1,000. Click like, please. Help get some MOC, get some action here. How's it got long for M2K?
All right, Nasdaq, right back down to that 850s.
What's gonna happen here?
We're gonna just close out 25,850. Let's do it. We gotta go pop up and hit those take profits on M2K for you, Dobie.
There's a lot of work to do. We would need a MOC. We're about to get filled on our 5th and 6th here at 646. Our stop is at 43.5, sitting just below this 130 lot bid at 2644.
All right.
All right, there's our 6. Total risk 120.
We got the 1,000 likes. Think that means MOC is going to be a doozy.
See if we get some bids here.
Nasdaq pushing lower right now.
Hold them. Let's keep tapping on these 845s. 25,846 last trade. It's the last stand. 50 seconds. MOC. Also got long 6 M2K.
Yep.
There you go.
At 2647 half.
30 seconds here.
Yep.
Can we make it to
Nasdaq
MOC?
have a nice little flush and then bounce. We'll see.
Chapman saying big day in metals. Love it.
Every day is a big day in metals. Nvidia selling still.
Yes, it is.
Yeah,
down
here we go.
2.9.
Let's go NQES and then the YM. Market on close coming at you here in 3 seconds. Buckle up. What do we got? Not big number. Sell side 150 mil ES. Sell side 500 mil NQ. Essentially zero in the Dow. Those numbers can and will change, however. Again, sell side 150 mil ES, 500 mil NQ, and Dow pretty much zero. It's 8 million.
Nvidia just got crushed.
Yeah,
down
there goes
3.17% now.
Oh,
Just
really?
1 minute candlestick. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
This 1 minute candlestick's down 50 cents right now.
3.2. It's
What happened? You're the golden child. What'd you say, Jensen?
I don't know.
Oh, you need to stop doing something. Oh, back to break even here.
Okay. Yes, almost
More now?
7,000. 70.01 last trade. ES and Q. And keep grinding lower now into the 30 handle. 25,835 last trade. 834s now.
Yeah.
Now already 7,000. Already 7,000 in the ES just by a tick.
Now I'm okay if Nasdaq and we start to catch a bid here. Like that was kind of like the little flush I was looking for. But we need to do it soon.
ES flipped light buy side, ES, and Q still 400 mil sell side. Those numbers can and will change. We'll see what happens here. 55 after, 5 minutes till the bell. Another injection of liquidity. We'll see.
Let's get a bounce up to 850 in the Nasdaq. Come on.
Let's. Any indice bounce would be fantastic right now.
Feels like something's coming. Silver trading pretty much $80. Gold trading 46 and call it 4,700.
Go. There we go. Some buyers stepping in.
It's getting crazy right now. Totally insane.
It's coming. It's 10-year down.
That's a win for me on the above below. I mean,
whoa.
no
You're just going to declare victory just like that. I love you, Dakota.
I'm going to declare personal victory. The fact that we're close to 850 and we were up near 900. And
we still have 7.5 minutes, though, Dakota. I mean,
a tweet away from all this being wrong.
I hit my take profit. I'm flat.
10% rule.
10% rule.
Yields pushing higher here. Treasury yields upticking here. Pretty much 4.277%. ES flipped buy side light though, 260 mil buy side. NQ still 130 mil sell side, 72% short in the ES. Delta, we're unwinding it a little bit. Dow catching a bid.
Where's the Nasdaq at?
NQ MOC. Pretty much flat right now. 20 mil sell side.
Okay.
M2K bidding just a hair.
There we go, Dobie. Let's get it.
Oh,
there's the buyers.
Yeah.
There's the buyers. That's what I was wanting to see. You get that flush for MOC, and the buyers could step in.
Squeeze Hoag.
Let's go.
Negative delta lighting up in the ES. Now minus 5,400.
Still going to accept risk. Not going to break even. Could probably reduce risk though. Go to 80. $81 of risk here.
Last 5 minutes, we might see a little spike in liquidity.
And those MOC numbers, sometimes you'll see them flash the final big number at the very last second, very last minute here. So buckle up, stay alert. But right now, it's still light buy side ES, essentially light sell side NQ. Now ES is going sell side.
Yep. What's the price of the Nasdaq right now?
850.
850.
5 minutes to go, Dakota. I know what you're doing there.
Let's get it.
Here we go. 55 after coming at you. Dobie time. House of Cows long 6. MTK.
Yep.
This MOC is pretty light here. And
looking for
buy side.
49.3 to break in the M2K.
49 going a little bit.
49.7.
Last 5 minutes.
Let's see if the buyers can step in. Let's buy it up. Let's get back up there.
Pretty much the only thing we got really developing, maybe a little short squeeze. Even though minus 7,200 is not that big for a delta in the ES. However, you'll see ES pop a little bit on that. Now it's minus 4,700. So those shorts are unwinding. We didn't go much
location
higher.
though, Dobie. Like that's amazing location for a trade. When regardless.
If it works, you have great trade location. If it doesn't, you probably just got your face ripped off. But
if it doesn't,
it works,
it's still
you're
great.
a genius. If it doesn't work, you're a fool. I mean, yep. That is what the chat is here to remind us about, because we got 4 minutes till the closing bell, chat. MOC, what I'm doing right now. Markets.
You're not scared. Taking a range trade, you're not doing it right.
Mm-hmm. So essentially the scary trade, markets they found their price, point of control.
Mm-hmm. I'll sell a straddle on the Nasdaq here.
Well,
yeah, look at this. Look at this. We're chilling.
You
We're
get
point
a
of chill.
check. Yes, we are. Wow, the market is hypnotized. I'm talking the NQ hypnotized on 25,850 Dakota. I think,
yeah, man.
It's
luck, but
I'm getting close to declaring victory here. Gobi time, how's the M2K looking? We in the green.
Chilling. We are in the green. We are in the green. We're
good.
at $45 right now.
Mhm.
We are reducing risk though, so now we're down to $60 worth of risk. So from 120, so we cut our risk in half. So we're at 1-to-1 right here, right now. Ooh, look at this go. We might actually hit $100 on this one.
I would like to see the Nasdaq pump up. See if we could drag this. Finish in the green.
Come on, Goldman. What do you got? Goldman's going there to really get the markets rocking. Are they going to wait till Palantir earnings? Going to wait till the evening session of slow markets with Mr. Dakota? Of course, at the buzzer after power hour. Run all back tomorrow. We got speakers coming in. We got Market and Bowman speaking. We had Bostic, by the way. Bostic coming out earlier today saying, I'm forecasting no rate cuts this year. 0 rate cuts.
Really?
Yes, Bostic did say that. Marcus kind of shrugged it off. Well, equities did. We are seeing treasuries yields continuing to grow. All right, here we go. 2 minutes. 2 minutes till the closing bell. Light sell side. ES, light sell side. NQ. Back and forth. 400 line on the bid in the ES. It is a non-voter. Alternate.
Look at this.
Dakota, I don't.
Right, we get to 1,000 likes. I mean, that's at least the audience could do with getting this type of content. 1,000 likes.
He's gonna nail it. This might be.
It sure feels like it.
Yep. 90 seconds. Anything moving? We got gold chopping around lower 46.82. Again, gold for the New York session. We're talking a $200 range. In silver, we're talking an $11 range. These ranges are wild. I remember a time metals that it was like this. Silver pushing lower here. We got 60 seconds. How are we looking at M2K? Dolby, we looking good?
Pretty decent. Yeah, pretty decent, honestly. We're not in the red, and it seems like we're catching some sort of a bid right now, which we'll take.
Yep.
Looking for 51s, 53s, 54s. See if we can get back up into this kind of 3-minute range that we broke down before. I don't think there's enough time to get anything further ahead. We got 30 seconds left. We'll go to break even, plus a little bit to pay for it.
I like it.
So we're risk-free on this one.
Look at that size.
We just need more time. We just need more time.
25 seconds. 25 seconds till the closing bell. I like to pull up the ES ladders. Look at all the size coming down the bid and ask. Not even that much over there.
There we go.
Dolby time. How are we looking in?
Really good.
We're
going to
nail this
bank
thing.
27 and let these other two run.
5 seconds. 5 seconds till the bell here. And that's a win. Dakota absolutely nailed it. Shout out. What was it?
We're out.
I can't unscrew this mic or else I'd drop it.
That
So,
was well done. Nice. Job well done. Dolby, how did we trade the close the
Plus
close out that trade?
$67. We'll take it.
60, we will take it indeed. All right. Thought we had the head fakes. We got Palantir earnings coming up after this. Markets are wild. It's only Monday. We got massive earnings coming at you. We got gold flying around, silver flying around. Will we see new all-time highs in the ES? Again, about 40 points away from that. Dakota, check them out on slow markets. Dolby time, as always, fantastic job. That being said, shout out to all the bellers. Do this without you. Right now, I'm going to throw it to my main man, James. James, take us out of here and into At the Buzzer.
Thank you, Andre. I'll do just that. Hey, everybody. Thank you for hanging with us bell to bell, whether you've been here all day or you're tuning in now for At the Buzzer with Coach Jay and Coach Paul. We appreciate you. We appreciate your time, your energy, and your attention. And like I mentioned, at the buzzers up